I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want, that's what I want. I don't need no fancy car, I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want, that's what I want, 'cause that's what I want, 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 that's what I want. Moving forward in the future, now that we're together, now that we're moving forward in the future, now that we're together, now that we're we just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. I'm a jump from the ship, but I can't swim. I'm a run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick of the grip of my pen frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt free? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want that story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city. Spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. Don't live life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend.
Ooh, this that cute, and a drama only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat, all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wise. And a hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleep, non-stop. Stepping up to the seat, more shots. Getting those, I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had it close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the buzz, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And a problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Come and pity, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me
from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? One kiss from you is like a fantasy, fantasy. It's like you go beyond my wildest dream, wildest dream. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel
Give it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. Yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees, yeah. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. Yeah, put your lips upon my lips. let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Give it to me now.
I didn't know why we parted. I didn't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. It shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night.
It's a summer love affair, putting flowers in your hair. Windows down in the Jeep as we pull up to the beach. Got this feeling like a crush. I don't wanna say too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot
cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart. Feel you touching on my. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
obrigado. Feliz aniversário, Wild.
Aveva la pelle giallastra e gli occhi segnati da
Happy anniversary.
¿Qué les parecen estos cambios?
Happy 3rd year anniversary.
Your Coca-Cola pop-up play. Death Ball, when you 5v5, when you run up the healing, the shielding, you take no damage.
And it's RRQ all the way, baby.
The execution in that team fight cannot be understated.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Gilbert, feliz aniversário.
Kan atas, klik tombol ini nih. Nah,
Happy 3-year anniversary.
Congratulations.
thank you dan sekali lagi selamat ulang tahun untuk Wild Rift yang ketiga.
Feliz aniversário, Wild Rift.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Happy 3 years anniversary.
Ay, mana yan eh?
Wow. Oh, yeah.
No one knows we're here, baby!
Happy anniversary to you. So
Happy anniversary.
happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 is about to begin. With the race start of the arena, what are the highlights of the new season that deserve your attention? Let's find out together. The WRL is divided into two conferences, WRL-CN and WRL-APAC. 11 teams from the WRL-CN conference and 8 from WRL-APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to vie for ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 19 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL-APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will adopt the BO7 double elimination format, and all teams will be ranked separately within their conference. Only the top 2 teams from each conference playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Additionally, in the WRL-A2 regular stage, the priority site selection will be determined through an A-run, preheating the vibe before the official game kicks off. Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 regular stage will officially kick off on November 1st, with the 19 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. The battles are fierce, and the stakes are high. Which team will ultimately rise to the top? Stay tuned for the epic conclusion.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
that's
That's real magic.
Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better.
It's gonna be a long day today, everybody. We have 4 matches for you during this day. Again, this is a Saturday, so I hope everyone is free to watch what's gonna happen today. We're gonna be your shoutcaster. We have Infinity with us later. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Autolus.
Yeah, he's currently backstage doing something, some Infinity things.
We have a curtain here somewhere in the backstage as well.
But yeah, welcome all to the viewers that we have on YouTube and of course on Twitch. And this is definitely going to be a very long day. Intense actions on top of, another intense action as we start our schedule, of course, with a CN conference special. It's all about revenge right now. It's all about making, getting at least a better record overall and having that better ground. Again, we are at the beginning of our season and things are still bound to change as we progress into the season. And so now is the time for our teams to really prove their worth.
Yeah, and early on in the season, there's a lot of teams that has been struggling. A lot of teams that we do expect to actually be performing like what EDG is right now. But now, here we have teams like J-Team and OMG. OMG topping the boards, at least now in the early game. And J-Team being one of the teams that is on the bottom of the list, which is very uncharacteristic compared to what they were during the last season.
OMG really is the biggest surprise to me because one, they were able to defeat EDG, and if you look at the record, they are second to Thunder Talk. Is it safe to say that they have turned things around over the course of one offseason? We've seen that work for numerous CN teams before. We have to remember that during WRL, one offseason was actually enough to have that glow up and to have that massive improvement when it comes to their record. And OMG wants to continue the trend and wants to tie up with Thunder Talk at number 1.
Yeah, and Thunder Talk is one of those teams that had that glow up mid-season, placing themselves with top 7, top 8 at the end of it, and were able to qualify for the playoffs. So now this is as we expect. And yesterday, one of the surprises that we've seen from our games, KBG losing against Trace Esports. That's why Trace Esports now is at the 4th place.
That I have no words. All I want to say to our viewers is if you missed that action, that best of 3 classic between KBG and Trace Esports, do rewatch it because that was all over the place. You see Nilla jungle, you see Dr. Mundo jungle. We go over to the Apex standings, and at the top, sitting pretty, is now Esports, followed by BRU, G2B, and KT Roaster Y.
That begs me the question though, because of that Mundo jungle that was effective from the side of Trace Esports, is that only gonna be a Weiba special?
Sure.
That's gonna be is that gonna be a Weiba special, or is everybody gonna follow the trend and maybe put some tanks in the jungle? Because so far, with the Kha'Zix and Evelyn, if they are banned, there's really not a lot of big options for a lot of people. So that's gonna be the question here. Would everybody follow suit, or we will still stay here on where we are?
Okay, so I started the whole thing yesterday, right? I cannot believe my eyes as to how the Dr. Mundo won that game. And truth be told, the main reason why they won the game was because of Weiba securing 3 dragons in a row. Had it been that it wasn't an soul-infused team, I'm pretty sure that one way or another KBG will still find a way to get that win. But again, you still have to give credit to Trace Esports. So to answer your question, no, I don't think Dr. Mundo will be copied by the other teams.
Yeah, I think it's like my 2 AM thoughts yesterday. That's only gonna be something that Weiba is gonna do casually coming into this tournament now. But now we still have FPX versus WBG after this, Fennel versus Invade, CES versus Team Flash. On the next line, we have 4 matches for you, everybody. This is gonna be a long day. You need to have like 4 packs of popcorn every match because this will be a very, very long day.
And pair it with Coca-Cola, of course, right? Like,
oh, for sure.
Bring your energy up and enjoy the wildness. Bring out the wild in you, as we always say. J Team versus OMG is going to be our first match. If this was last season, I believe it's safe to say that we would just say outright that J Team is the favorite, that OMG is definitely going into the matchup as the underdog. But it does look that at least in the beginning of WRL-A2, the reversal of fortune did happen in J Team. Again, with their totally revamped roster, only DY as the retainer is going to get challenged right here, right now.
Yeah, and we do have Soldier right now for their side. This is gonna be a really great time to see having Soldier into the mid lane. He is, as you said, as we were talking in the backstage with Infinity right there in the backstage, we were talking about how strong this guy is, Soldier. And DY, even back then from the side of J Team, has always been a big element together with 0711 for them to be an effective team.
0711, I think it's back too soon, brother.
Sorry about that. Sorry.
Oh man, yesterday we saw him really collapse. But anyway, we go over to the other side. And OMG, they still have almost the same roster except for their bot lane duo. SMK, Inyan, and Wildcat will be manning the top side of the map. Meanwhile, their bottom lane is now being piloted by you and Wawa. We will confirm this in a bit if that is the proper pronunciation. We will for sure get helped by the host.
Yeah, we will listen in to the host if that's how it is pronounced. But again, everybody, back last year also, a little bit of history for OMG. This is one of the teams that is... everybody loves this team. Every time that OMG is fighting, or for example, Thunder Talk is playing, OMG always gets a lot of the fans in their side. And here, it's also because of the fact that they have Inyan and also they have Wildcat, who was last season was one of the best rookies, as they said. But they weren't able to perform as expected during the last season.
Yep, and then we look into the head-to-head here, Dash Soldier for J Team going against SMK. The main reason why we selected this as our key head-to-head matchup was because of the guy on the left, right? Soldier has always been super good. Every time that I see him, his Vladimir is just out of this world. There are also Akali plays every now and then, and make no mistake, J Team's record may be 1-2, but in the two losses that they have against WBG and JDG, it both went the distance. So there is a possibility for J Team to really just win and get back at the top of the standings. I think, those Game 3 losses, you have to chalk it up to experience. This is a new bunch, and they're trying to find their groove and chemistry.
Yeah, and looking back at the wins that they have, OMG also fought against EDG and CES. But before that, everybody, let's go to the stage, and our host is going to be Michelle.
欢迎来到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第2赛季的比赛现场，我是子琪。今天是常规赛第2周的第4个比赛日，首场对决呢将由 J Team 战队对阵 OMG 战队。更换位置之后的 J Team 战队仍处于磨合阶段。当面对最近表现亮眼的 OMG 战队时，他们之间将会产生怎样的化学反应呢？让我们一起来期待一下吧。Hello everyone, welcome back to the 2023 WBG Asia 2. Here is Michelle. As the opening, we're gonna have the J Team versus Oh My God. After the lane swipe, J Team is still running on their chemistry. So when facing against the rising Oh My God, who has a good standing before, what kind of reaction they're gonna have? Let's get right to it. 接下来呢，就让我们有请两支战队登场。Now let's give up to J Team and Oh My God.
建议你们带2个惩戒吧，不然我怕你们一个资源都控不到。
建议你们让裁判给你们上2个 AD，6个人打，因为你们双 C 输出加起来都没我高。
Wait, what?
That was intense. That's the most energy we've ever seen in a trash talk session.
Yeah, that was intense. I wasn't expecting that. That was X1, right? Oh man, this guy's intense.
I believe so, right? But yes, that was him shouting on top of his lungs, and everyone in China would have heard that shout. What a way to make what a way to do your trash talk session.
首先，让我们有请双方单人路选手登场。In the solo lane, J Team
a while ago at 2
Oh my
a.m.
god,
It's one of my 2 a.m. thoughts. How does the microphone go down? Is there somebody at the top just lowering down the microphone? Really?
接下来，让我们有请双方打野选手登场。
Wait, I was about to listen to how SZY was pronounced.
Okay, let's listen in first.
Let's listen in, just so you are sure as to how they get pronounced. We missed the SZY or CZ.
有请双方中路选手登场。
I don't
In the
want to
mid
call
lane,
him
J
CZ.
Team Soldier. Oh my god, SMK.
Okay, Soldier and still SMK. That's as expected.
有请双方射手选手登场。In the dual lane, J Team X1. Oh my god, 玉。
You, okay. Nah, I think it's you. You is it? Oh.
X1 is energetic today,
最后，
everybody.
让我们有请双方辅助选手登场。And the support J Team DY. Oh my god, 花花。
Wow, okay.
Ah,
so
it's
Wawa.
actually Wawa.
So the only thing that we missed was SZY.
两支战队已经集结完毕，让我们一起进入到召唤师峡谷之中。
We can
All
go
the
for
players are getting
SZ.
ready.
I
Let's
think
step
SZ
into
is
the
fine.
Or
wild.
SZY. We can call him SZY, right?
Yeah.
At least for now. And then we wait for formalities soon. Soon as we, get another game of J Team. That's definitely gonna happen because we have a lot of games here in WRL-A2. But at least now we have half or 4 out of the 5 pronunciations jotted down to the
I
team.
listened in now,
Yeah.
and it's SZY.
It's SZY?
It's SZY. He's called
perfect.
SZY.
Okay.
Okay. We're good.
Good.
We're good.
Now we have a 5 out of 5 perfect answers. You know what? I believe that tone should be that tongue.
But the town.
I
With a
don't know.
TAUN. The town.
Yeah, their IGNs really proves to be very hard to pronounce.
Right.
But
Right.
at least so far, we are doing our best. And the audience also does know that.
Yeah. And I do hope to see at least some of the names still. I'm still confused about some of the names here in the CN conference and how they are pronounced. But we will be listening in soon. Most of the time, if we ever have a name that we don't know how to pronounce, we're just gonna listen into how the host pronounces it. So if we stay quiet during the introductions, that is because we're listening in.
Yep. It's one of the best ways to do it. I hope to... I'm not 100% sure as to why we did not do it the first season. Because the... How should we call this? The catwalk, right? Like the introduction of the players. Gets the host to introduce them one by one. And yeah, it's the best way to really pronounce their names properly. Because however the host pronounces them, should be right? Should be correct.
Should be the right way.
Should be the right way.
Sure.
Well, let's go back into this matchup. And again, we did highlight that Soldier is one of the players that we have to look at, especially for J Team. X1 as well. So their carries in the mid lane and in the Dragon lane has been winning games for J Team, and that will be the challenge that OMG has to face at least today.
Yeah. And for now, for OMG, this is also probably one of the stronger teams that they have met ever since their fight against EDG and Cerberus Esports. Because both of those teams don't have any wins yet as of now. So right now, this is a team that has a win, which is J Team with a 1-2, and has been getting a lot of 1-2-1s when it comes to the best of 3s. So would J Team be able to get out of that slump on getting a lot of these 2-1s and maybe even finish even 2-0 right now? Because if that's the case last time during Season 1, J Team could have easily got a 2-0 here in this matchup.
Yeah, exactly. And again, it's more of the team as a whole, right? Like they have 4 new players, and again, them having a back-to-back defeat, but both going the distance, to me, is still a good sign as to what is to expect from J Team. And we have to remember that their lone win was also against a team that has been winning against them for a lot of times, and that was GTB.
Yeah. Now they're already starting with the fight for side. Inyan, haha. This is something we always want to see whenever we have this fight for side. The Rengar, and most of the time they go for the AP
the
build.
Blitzcrank,
The
though.
Rengar, yeah. Oh, gets the hook though. And now they're already fighting out. Not a lot of damage coming in from the side of OMG.
Yep.
And J Team are just trying to kill everybody here.
Yeah, and this Blitzcrank, there you go, 3 out of 3 hooks. That will be my role.
Whoa.
Oh my god, the shock blast. Hitting 2, getting that double kill. But yeah, just going back, I believe that my role in this area match, this is just for side selection, is to count the number of hooks that Wawa will land. There you go, that's 4 out of 4.
What? Another hook is not missing all of these hooks. And because they were chasing you, OMG is just going crazy here.
Ooh.
Wawa is just gonna be getting all those hooks. Is this a
5 out of 5.
What is that?
You love to
That
see
guy
it.
is crazy.
True. The true support shows up with his Blitzcrank and lands everything.
Yeah. And now SZ going to the SZY, sorry, is going to the back line, and OMG is just finished here, at least at this phase.
Yep. It's finally a miss
Okay.
from
That's the
Huahua.
first miss.
Yeah. That's 5 out of 6 now for our Blitzcrank in Huahua. He's trying to get an angle. Also
Yeah, I
Inyan.
think Inyan's gonna go in. Not a lot of damage at this point. Exhausted. That's why he wasn't able to do much. But on the back line, they're being chased down. Vladimir's gonna fall down.
Yeah.
And I'm still looking for a hook to come in from Wawa.
There you
And
go.
That's it.
That's 6 out of 7. That's a lot. Yeah, that's super accurate if you think about it, right? Now you
Yeah.
trying to cheese and trying to take that tower. They don't have an AD carry, I don't think so. Yeah, does look like that they do have bruisers, AP mages, and there you go, the pokes from J Team. Just too much.
It's really super strong. Couple it with the fact that
Another hook.
Wait, what was that? Another one was able to hit, and they don't know
Inyan.
Inyan's the back line. Was able to burst one at half HP. And right now, I think OMG is gonna be finished here. Another reset is coming.
Yeah, and this is also a good warm-up for Soldier. His most impressive games has always been on the Vladimir. Now White Cat trying his best against 3 people, not the best idea. Oh,
Yeah.
good dodge.
So far, the first strike has been super helpful
Ooh.
when it comes to the Jays. The shock blasts have been really stronger just because of the first strike. Now Wawa looking for a hook again.
Yeah. And again.
Yeah.
Oh, man. This guy never misses. 7 out of 8. At least in
Yeah.
my count. Always lands
That's-
his hooks.
Yeah, so far I think it's
Get
gonna
out,
hit
no
again.
9.
What is that? Wawa is just going crazy with this hooks, and I really love the skin too.
Yep. Definitely the newer variant of Blitzcrank skins that we do have available. And for Wawa, the countdown continues. He's currently at what? 9 out of 10? So that's 90%
Yeah.
accuracy.
Wow,
Very
this guy's
good.
just crazy with the hook. I hope
It's
he
going for
picks
that.
up-
Okay, good.
Oh,
Arcade shift.
I hope it picks this up though
It's
inside the
in the
game.
mode. Yeah. That's that will definitely be a delight, right? I believe it was Yami that used to play a lot of this.
Yeah, I remember we went crazy during the time that Yami picks up the Blitzcrank. It's like two
Soldier.
two Blitzcranks right there on the middle. Soldier was able to get in. What an unstoppable force coming in from them, but they don't have damage. SZY wasn't able to finish the kills, and OMG survives for a bit.
Yep, but not going to be enough as DUI will try to complete everything, clean things up. CF17 and X1. Lots of numbers. Boom!
Another hook from Wawa.
Because it should be a robot voice, right?
That is true. That's what he's doing when he does the emote.
Oh, even you with the disrespect. With the turnaround,
Yeah.
right? He went in, just ran forward and then just turned back and hit, get that last hit. But anyways, this is super entertaining. We always have to have a Blitzcrank. That's what, 12 out of 13 now?
Yep. That's a lot already. It's just, wow, look at how fast he has been doing this. And you
Another
has
one?
been staying
Oh.
alive for a while. And
Okay.
he has missed a bit of those.
I guess
hooks
the
now, and
Ezreal,
that is
though.
gonna punish them. Yeah, arcane
but-
chips though doesn't count.
Doesn't count. Oh, that's another miss. Wawa though is
Oh,
going to get
no.
exhausted. The
Yeah,
double
I
AD
think
carry plus the pokes coming from J Team is starting to hurt.
Yeah, and then in a lot of late games with the Vladimir too on their side, it's just
Yep.
gonna make it easier for them to just go for the push. They have a lot of range champions, so it's gonna be hard for OMG now because Inyan can't get close now.
Yep, and they also have a Malphite that can set things down. The AP
As I-
Rengar.
As I was saying that, Inyan went in. He was able to get close, and now
pull back?
J Team, look at the unstoppable force, and Soldier just went
Soldier,
in,
though.
goes in for the Hemo Plague too, just so they have the timing right. And look at how fast he gets whenever Face Rush pops in. They got the Darken Blade really close, and Soldier's still surviving, but Inyan finishes the job.
Finally. Hook. Okay. He's not going to go through with another hook, and wow. It's super entertaining to see the split crank, but overall their composition leaves so much to be desired. Inyan can go in for a combo. Exhausted.
Yeah, backline. Exhaust, but he's still doing so much damage. X1's still super low.
Yeah, but imagine if the Exos wasn't there. It should be a very dead
Yeah.
X1, yeah?
Yeah. That is super strong. But now look at the OMG. They're looking for an angle here.
Hey.
But CF17 for sure is gonna go for a top blast.
Oh! Good dodge.
Wawa misses too. Shadow Surge for SMK. Damage not there.
Another
OMG on the
unstoppable
backline
force.
is gonna be knocked up. And that's it. I think White Cat, wait! He's doing wonders here. He's gonna be
pullback.
pushed back. Oh, that's a good pushback, but OMG is still fighting here in. And Inyan's gonna finish the job. They're gonna be chasing down SCY, and he's done.
Ooh, a clean ace. With 5 seconds left for X1 to revive here, I believe that OMG does have enough time to kill down and take down this tower. But they don't have enough minions though, that's the problem. Just one
This is gonna
minion.
be oh wait, they can actually finish here.
Okay, good.
Gonna go for the turret. SMK is gonna fall. 2 people fall down.
Yep.
And OMG is just gonna be back away for a reset.
This is a good warm-up for Soldier, for White Cat. They're getting their champions, and we want to see them in action later as we go over to the real games, the games that really count, right? Because this is just for side selection for warm-up purposes, and yeah, teams are basically warming up.
Yeah, I hope soon enough we do get the meta in where Thresh and Blitzcrank are gonna be meta, because it's super fun to see, especially in Wild Rift. The way that Wawa is playing this is really super
good
fun.
hook.
Soldier's gonna get knocked, he's dead. And SC is in front of everybody, he's not gonna be tanking that so much. And OMG is finishing it. And Inyan is also gonna get the last kill. X1 is falling down. In 20 seconds, I think OMG has time here.
Wait, this is more like a bulldozer comp, right? They get one
Yeah.
kill, they take care of the rest. That's how
that's done.
squishy J Team is, and I think you're right here, Dash. That's it. There, it's already done.
Wow.
And all of a sudden, OMG gets the
What?
side selection.
They actually got the win there. That was honestly really smart of them to just wait for the right opportunity. And once Wawa got the hook, that started their snowball.
Yep. It's this is the silence effect, right? Like we have to remember that there are only a few silence in the game. Garen has one. Blitzcrank has a mini silence. And that's a very good way to counter a Vladimir, right? So a Vladimir that cannot cast his skills is basically a dead Vladimir. And that's what happened there, right? One hook, silence to death. And that's how OMG went on with their steamroll composition. All of a sudden, they turn things around, and it's a delight to see. Now, what will OMG select? Oh, they're going for a curveball here. And we heard that they will be selecting red for their priority pick. Now, that's interesting because oftentimes in CN Conference, they really value the first pick that is presented by the blue side.
Yeah, and most of the time, so far, people have been valuing it, and they always get a Camille. Every step of the way, everybody gets a Camille whenever they go to the blue side. It's either you pick up the Camille or you pick up the Fiora. I do see a possibility here that that's what they're going for and pick up the Fiora for Whitecat so that he could go crazy on the top lane.
Yeah, we have always seen OMG as Whitecat's team. Whenever Whitecat has a very good performance, whenever he's popping off, things are going good to great for OMG. Now, meanwhile, on the other side, if OMG wants to win the top side, J Team wants to win the mid lane and the dragon lane. X1, the most energetic player that we have so far in WRL-A2, has been. Remember the moment when I said it's Jover? It was him on the Xayah. It's Jover, right? Like there was
him.
There was a moment in where he was like their lane was 5 kills ahead of the opponent. They were against G2 Blacklist, and G2 Blacklist tried to challenge them in a 2v2 scenario in where the bot lane duo of X1 and I believe he was with a different partner because DY was running the Baron lane back then. But you know, the same trick applies. DY is also a very good support. We have to be mindful of his Gragas. At one point, he had a 10 game win streak on the Gragas, so Gragas has to be respected one way or another.
Yeah, it's either that or from the side of J Team too, you do expect a Vladimir coming in from Soldier. So for the second rotation, I do expect OMG to ban that. So here, look at that. Xayah getting banned because of what you said. X1 is such a great Xayah player. But now, J Team has a chance to pick up the Camille or maybe even pick up the Gragas for GY. Yeah, there you go.
There you go. There's absolutely no world right now that you don't prioritize the Gragas for DY, because DY's Gragas has always been so crisp. Remember Yetzi, their original mid laner, and how busted he was on the Corki? I wonder where he is right now, right? Because that guy should be rostered one way or another, because he was also very good. Now, the response by OMG is to get the best available Baron laner in the Camille and also pair it with Yorn.
Ooh, picking up the Jax against the Camille, a very defensive top laner for both of them for the Baron lane. And they already picked up the Vladimir for Soldier just for them to be safe in the second phase. Kassadin is gonna get picked. We've seen this yesterday from KBG. They pick up the Kassadin against the Vladimir. And is this how things will go? Pick up the Kassadin whenever a Vladimir gets picked?
We will find out. Because did you see the win rate of the Vladimir? Of all the games that he was picked, he had a win rate of 68%. And that's super high.
Yeah.
And then on the other side, Kassadin had a 33% win rate.
Yeah. I think that's high. I think
it's super high, dude. Like 68% is super high, especially on competitive, right? Definitely one of the things that we will closely monitor as we progress into the tournament. You have to remember that we are on patch 4.4. Patch 4.4a will have to wait for another week.
Yeah, that is when Crown will be nerfed. And that is when we'll see if everything would change. Are we gonna go back to double ADC just because of that nerf that's gonna come in? Because so far, all of the AP champions have been building up the Crown of the Shadow Queen as first items. Now, Zeri is gonna be free, and X1 has a chance to pick the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, this OMG lineup, very late game centric, sure. You have the Kassadin, you also have the Zeri. But if you think about it, the balance of their composition really revolves around the playmaking of Whitecat and Huawa. So there is a possibility for them to at least still get a stabilizing pick. I wonder if they will go for some early game jungler in like the Xinjiao.
Tristana. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's an X1 pick.
Yeah. Picking up the Tristana, what I like about this is the stabilizer that they're gonna need here. Having the early game to mid game, that is when Tristana struggles a lot, then goes back to the late game. So at least they have someone to deal damage in the early game. So J Team has a way better composition here, just so they could let the Vladimir let loose in the late game.
What's the jungler for OMG is the question. This is better. This is better.
Yeah.
Because I was wondering, with the composition that they have, they need to find someone that will be able to influence the early game, right? And not the Nillas that we have in seeing
yesterday.
And there's a
yeah.
lot of champions that was banned away in the jungle, right? Evelyn has been banned away, Kha'Zix, Lee Sin, and of course, you know, the Hecarim and the Fiddlesticks is not going to see the day of light. And so now OMG is going back to their patent Volibear. I'm going to check my records as to if that was already picked before, because I remember there was a team that picked the Volibear, and yes, it was Indian that picked the Volley.
And what I like about the Volibear, even though Volibear hasn't been meta for a while now, after season 1, what I love about the Volibear is the most of the time, whenever you're fighting during the early game to the mid game parts of the game, Volibear is going to be winning a 1v1 for sure, just because of the amount of sustain he has, and his early game potential to go for safe dives is what makes him deadly.
Yep, there you go. The ultimate. Love to see it, right? Although it's not that long in terms of duration, and there are other ways to really tower juggle. It still is a very good arsenal to have, especially in competitive scenario. As we go over to game number 1, OMG versus J-Team.
Game 1 for this long day, and we're gonna see the CN Conference flex their muscles against each other. And will they get their first loss here? OMG, will they be stopped, or would J-Team go back and be able to carry on or get away from that slump?
Yeah, record-wise, OMG is the favorite. They have a 2-0 record. Meanwhile, J-Team 1-2, and they want to improve back to 500. I believe it is very doable, especially with Soldier on the Vladimir. He's always been so stellar whenever I see him on this champion. There were times in where his Vladimir was zoning 2-3 people, and that's the quality of a mid laner that you want to have, especially in the highest level of play in competitive.
Yeah, and most of the time, a lot of the teams in the CN Conference, they always have a big star player in the mid lane, like, you know, Z, you know, and a 9 in the mid lane, and that is in the form of Soldier here on the side of J-Team, and Soldier could definitely be able to do that.
Interesting. Using the pool and doesn't mind the self-inflicted damage, just goes over and uses the pool to get more priority in the mid lane. It's not often that I see it, right? I haven't really studied the matchup of Vladimir's that well. All I know is that oftentimes, you know, you use the pool, you level up the pool at level 3, not at level 2.
That is true. And whenever you have this matchup in the mid lane, the Vladimir versus the Kassadin, it is expected that they're going to be staying like this for so long. But what I'm liking for J-Team is that Inyan has nobody to help him out. 4 people are gonna jump in, the slows are gonna come out. SMK, what a great help out right there. DY is gonna be flashing in with Ignite. Is Inyan gonna be dead here? Oh yes, he has first blood for DY.
We were just reminded as to how busted DY is on the Gragas once again. Oh, he got it.
Okay.
that was a successful steal by you.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, but still, the better end of the trade was definitely on JT's sides. After getting priority, not just on one lane, they got the priority on bot lane and on the mid lane. There to finish the job is DY.
Yeah, a bit too late for the side of OMG to go for the rotation. JT was at the ready. They were looking to really shake up the map for that Volibear because they know that in the early games the Stormbringer is not available. Inyan is just very vulnerable at this point.
Yep, and as he has a very awkward item right now. Sheen as his first item, not really the best, right? Especially knowing that his early game struggles, the Volibear's early game struggles was magnified by this Vi of CF17.
Yeah. And for now, J-Team is just going to be safe right here. Without vision, with vision a while ago, they were able to see where they are. CF17 is going to move forward. Yu doesn't have any mana. He does have the flash though, but it's not going to be used. A lot of CC from J-Team. CF17 is tanking the tower, was able to flash away, and that's 2 kills for J-Team.
J-Team's bot lane, man, I tell you what. Wait,
look at this. Soldier's gonna be ganking. SMK has the Rift Walk. It's gonna go in and flash. SZY is able to survive. A bit too advanced for SMK.
I know. That was super far of a combo coming from SMK. Didn't get a kill. Yeah, I'm not sure if he missed just because of combining his
Yeah.
left dock into a flash. Oh, X1 might just
Okay.
die. Wawa. Strike!
X1 is not gonna be dodging. Yeah, as you said, that's a strike.
But yeah, just going back, right? This bot lane of J Team has been winning games for them. Like X1's aggression is being paired well or matched well by his supports, and we all know how DY plays the Gragas, right? At one point, he was on a 10-game win streak, which you will only be able to do if you are very good at the champion.
Yeah. For now, let's take a look at this replay and what happened here.
Ah,
okay.
a flash in by you, also recognizing that he has the opportunity to get a return kill. And although X1 tried his best to dodge away from the call of the Forge God, strike it
was
is
at the edge.
for Wawa. Yep, he got collected.
was-
But, you know, at one point he's going to die.
Yeah, anyway,
you would be super close to deal the killing blow, so that should be fine. But you look at the tower here in the bot lane OMG. Yeah, sure, they got the return kill, but the amount of tower plates that J Team was already able to get, and that's because CF17 is here camping and is just boosting his Dragon Laner.
I love how smart this is. CF17 helping out X1 because remember, during the mid game, that is when the Tristana struggles the most when he gets the second item.
Yep.
But what they're doing is accelerating that point in the game so that X1 would have a better time destroying these towers, and that is a fast dragon.
Did you see that? He used his smite to start things off.
Yeah.
Just so, by the time that they rotate over to the Rift Herald, his smite will be available now.
Yeah.
Super crazy from J Team.
Yeah, I'm really loving this development from J Team. This is what they need. That's going to be the call of the Forge God. Not going to be able to knock them up. Inyan is going to be the target. They have to push back on him. They still get the Rift Herald, and the bomb explodes. 1 kill and 1 Rift Herald.
The Rift Herald is going to get summoned here in the mid lane, and more priority to be open for J Team.
Yeah, they don't have the lightning crash anymore.
Soldier!
Look at the push coming in from Soldier. He's gonna go in. They're gonna take this tower, and nobody's gonna stop them. OMG! X1 even going for the rocket jump in. They got it. Still 1 more bomb from the Rift Herald.
Last season, we were saying that J Team was super collected when it comes to their playmaking. At one point, we call them boring. But is this the same J Team that we saw from last year? Absolutely not. They are bonkers right now. They just go in, do not mind the towers, and will dive you in, kill you under your own tower. And this is super exciting to watch. I'm starting to become a fan now. Dear Dash.
This is how they got our hearts like last season, by being very methodical now. But again, J Team is a different team altogether, but they're also capturing the hearts of the fans now just because of how they are playing today.
Super aggressive. And again, the methodical macro approach was still there. It was super evident, right? Just the fact that they were able to get the Infernal Dragon and convert it into another potential dive here in the bot lane. Wait.
Yeah, and now they're gonna go in. Yu is gonna be the target again. They're gonna be taking down the tower.
Soldier.
CF70 is already getting the kill. Soldier is in front, and that's an explosive gas with the Hemo Plague to kill for Soldier.
Love it. That's how many times they dove under the tower. Like 3-4 times now in just one game.
Yeah, SCY is going to be the sacrifice here. Tower in the top side is going to be taken down. He took
A
some
lot of time.
but that is still a tower in the bot lane. Wow, it's also going to fall here.
Boom.
One more shot from X1. Rocket jumps away.
This is the power of the Tristana, right? Like, he used the explosive shot to really take down towers very, very fast. And you look at J Team, they did not even surrender the top lane tower. I don't know what DY is thinking right now. I don't think he has enough damage. He's just showing away White Cat, right? Like, he doesn't like cats. He's maybe a dog person or something.
Yeah, maybe. That's why he's shooing him away. And the problem here is for the side of OMG. Yes, they got the tower in the bot lane, 2 tier towers from the side of J Team. But the problem there, I thought they're gonna trade the tower in the top side, but because DY already recalled, they got them time.
This is what we call the macro advantage. Every single time that J Team plays, we say that they are the most academic team of all during the regular season, and now they are combining it with aggression. You love to see that.
And I'm really liking this development. Look at this. Yu is going to be targeted again. CF17 has enough damage to get it with SCY. 4 people are on top
Soldier
of them.
is
They have
here.
the stasis, and Soldier's going to come in. They have 1 Protobolt's in. Has a lot of damage coming in from this guy.
Emo
And
play one
SCY is still going to be chasing.
Okay.
Soldier's not stopping. No damage from OMG. We talked about this. That's why they can't fight against JT.
Yeah, the early game is really being pretty much owned by J-Team, and not just by their decision making, but overall their draft is superior at the early stages of the game. 8-2 in kill counts, and another tower destroyed here by J-Team. 9 minutes, and it's already a 7k gold lead dash. J-Team, oh my god, what a statement by them.
Wow, I'm loving this. This is the reason why they only got 1-2s, but if ever they solidify this playstyle, like what they're doing right now for OMG, this is gonna be a good development for J-Team so far. They're not gonna stay in that bottom for too long, and I think this is gonna be the start for it.
And Soldier is again standing his ground. Another engage, DY.
Yeah, Pinyan is having a problem here. He does have the Stormbringer to run away, and he's gonna flash out. He's gonna take a long time. He's gonna take a long walk here. But I think he's gonna be seen. He's taking his time, and I think that's not a good flash because it's X1. He has a rocket jump.
Yeah, again, wrong way, wrong turn, buddy. You know, in those racing games, that if you turn the wrong way, there's like a very big sign. Wrong turn, wrong way, wrong way, wrong turn. That's what happened there, and J-Team is just taking everything in the map of OMG. Even the blue buff is going to get eaten by CF17. What a dominating to start this very long day that we have, Dash.
Yeah, and the performance here isn't also because of the fact that J-Team is just a better team. It's also because of the draft. OMG is going to be struggling really hard in the early game. Kassadin and Zeri is not going to have damage. Camille doesn't have damage. And that's why it's just so hard for them to kill anybody.
True. So now as we continue this game, it's been 10 minutes and 40 seconds of one-sided domination. CF17 even wants this red buff. Not gonna get it.
Yeah, it's still a gay try. They're already having their space at this side of the jungle on the side of OMG, and OMG is gonna struggle to get any more gold at this point. I'm waiting for the 12-minute mark, and I want to see if J-Team is gonna go for that Baron after it comes out.
Yep, or just wait for the soul. What map is it? Infernal? Oh, Infernal Soul. Oh, they're very good. They're very explosive, especially with the Tristana Dragon Laner. That's gotta be lots of explosions.
He has the Wit's End too. Look at what CF17 has built. He has a Wit's End, he has a Triforce, and it's also because of the fact that there's a lot, there's a lot of magic damage, couple that with Zeri's magic damage too, so it's a very smart item to pick off here for the side of J-Team. So that's why they don't have damage against CF17.
Yeah, also cheaper compared to the other options, right? Like, also gives attack speed, and, you know, Vi with attack speed is also a very good combo. Now, J-Team, you were saying this. Yeah, the baby Baron, the squishiest Baron of all, is going to get started here by J-Team unless they're just using it for bait.
Wait. Oh, they're gonna take some time though. Soldier is not even gonna rotate right now. CF17 already used the Volt Breaker. They used the Nature Enchant to be able to get the kill damage on SCY. And now they're gonna be chasing him down. Look at SMK. He has the flash, he has the rip walk. Crown the Shadow Queen was able to get popped. But this might be the time for OMG to turn things around. They have one. They're gonna be slowing down the members right here of J-Team. And that's because they weren't able to get the Baron. They just got collapsed by OMG.
That's the inexperience that we are very cautious about for J-Team, right? SZY getting caught at the wrong side of the map. And that's an instant pick-off for OMG. But make no mistake, J-Team is still in the lead, and Soldier did not even surrender the pressure on the top side. Yeah, sure, Whitecat will be able to get a tower here in the bot lane. But truth be told, they have to do this for 3 or 4 more consecutive times, right? Like, they're super far behind, and they will need to really get SZY. By the way, that's very smart coming from SMK, just using the dark areas to surprise the Jax. And again, you can't do that. You cannot use the cease and desist against the Kassadin, because the Kassadin will just bring you along for the ride.
Yeah, and it took him really far away, and with that they didn't really have a lot of damage going through. So OMG now the struggle is how are they gonna keep contesting this red side part of the map for them? Because wait, X1, I think he made a bit of a mistake there. I thought they're gonna go for the Baron.
Yeah, that's the fake rock jump, right? Like, and again, the win condition for J Team will always be present. Infernal Soul open for the taking in just 1 more minute. They can slow things down. Yeah, sure. The gold lead is no longer the 7k it once was. But J Team can just wait for the Infernal Dragon Soul, which will just basically cement this game win for them. Now, OMG, they can still go for, last hurrah in a desperation challenge. But it will be super hard, especially with the amount of lead that J Team does possess right now.
Yeah, it's a fully different game from yesterday's game, right? Remember, for yesterday, Yu has been building up a lot of Quicksilver enchants when he's playing with the Gragas, but here it's back to stasis when it comes to DY. One of the problems here of SDY, that's the reason why SMK has a advantage against him, is because he doesn't have any magic resist. Now Ocean Drake is going to be taken.
Yeah, Ocean Drake, and again, this is in preparation for the Infernal Soul SDY!
Yeah. That's the reason. He doesn't have any magic resist. Yu is gonna deal massive amount of damage against him, and that's Ocean Drake gonna try to be taken by OMG.
SMK trying to go for a position for a potential assassination to the backline of J Team.
Yeah, they have the explosive cast now. Horn of the Lord God is going to be used. Was able to knock up X1, but on the back line, there's already a fight. Soldier has fallen, but that is going to be a kill on SMK. OMG is now stuck in front. They're going to go in. X1's damage is not going to be enough. They stole it. They got the Ocean Break against the members of J Team, but they still don't have any damage. Look at how aggressive he is. X1 is dealing so much damage against the members right now, but when it comes to the tanks, it's going to be a problem. But against you, yes, it's okay.
That's a lot of members down for J Team. OMG can posture down towards the Baron, but I don't think they have enough health bars, and they will be respecting X1 right now. Again, the turn of tides. OMG was able to stop the soul from getting consumed by J Team. SMK has been the biggest reason why. Well, couple of the, SZY's decision making as well. Like, that's twice in a row that he got caught out of position. But make no mistake, SMK has been that lone bastion of hope for OMG. He's making sure that OMG will not go down without a fight.
Yeah, and now because SMK is already level 13, it would be easier for him to do that. The rip walk and the damage from this guy has been really, really good. What they can do now is try to get a pickup against anybody. And because they don't have any vision on the red side of the map, they won't be able to start this Baron.
And then all of a sudden now, Dash, the lead that was 7k at max is now just a measly 1.1k. SMK also is already at level 13, so this Kassadin is just going to shut down all your squishy backlines. X1 is not falling victim as of yet, but Soldier is falling victim to the Kassadin.
Yeah, and the snowball effect that they could have done during the early stages of the game could have been done a lot more better, because J Team had that big advantage, and because they were struggling on decision making that the Baron might get stolen by OMG. That's the reason why right now OMG has this back. Wawa is going to be knocked up with explosive gas. That's going to be a dead tank, and exactly what they needed.
Exactly. This is the things that they will be able to, again, regain their confidence going for a potential Baron takedown here. On the top side, though, SZY is just being played by White Cat to the T and is really struggling right now.
Yeah, and so far, White Cat has been doing so well for the team here. I do hope to see that they might be able to take the Baron. Right now, everybody's gonna go at the top side of the map. There's a big Elder chance here for the side of J Team.
Yeah, no vision available, but OMG kind of sensed it that J Team will try their luck against the other dragon.
Yeah,
Meteor 17
is going to be used already by the side of OMG. They have vision on where they are. So right now the problem is, how are they going to start the fight? That's going to be the Crown of the Shattered Queen 1v1 on the bot side. They're already fighting back, but here you go. White Cat is going to be the target on the other side. Horde of the Forge Gods wouldn't be able to get any knockups against them. And this is when SZY is going to shine that counter strike. No damage from OMG.
Yeah, X1 still full health, and Soldier is always being isolated by SMK. Whenever SMK sees the Vladimir, he jumps in.
Yeah, and that's why Soldier doesn't have the hero flag anymore. It's gonna be hard for them to get into the back line. SMK has a chance here to execute somebody, but he doesn't have vision on where the members of J-Team are.
He's getting stacks, and you want that.
Okay, knock up, X1. Right now, going for a fight back, but here on the back line, though, SCY is being isolated right here, but Soldier's already in front. Members right here, either Verge, OMG is gonna have a problem here because Soldier already trying to destroy everyone right now. Wildcat is on the 1v1. The Precision Protocol almost got the kill on him, but SMK still a chance for a red walk. X1 is gonna be rocket jumping away. No stacks for him and no mana for him, and J-Team is gonna be finishing this game.
The critical point in where Kassadin needs the most mana for another Rift Walk. J-Team ends up winning another team fight and ends up winning game 1.
That is the only problem here. When this game started, when the fight started, it was J-Team converged on each other. It was because of that. That's why they were able to win the fight. Yes, SMK almost got the kill in SCY, but in the end, he was the lone member that they needed.
Oh my god. J-Team, very entertaining. That's the best way to put it, right, Ashen? And again, in the end, like, had it been that Kassadin's mana was a little bit more, maybe just maybe there was one more Rift Walk, and I believe that one more Rift Walk might just be what is needed to assassinate the Tristana. And again, we have to remember, Kassadin, the more you use your Rift Walks, the more mana it is needed for you to do your next Rift Walk. And crazy, it's a very crazy fight. You still have to give credit to J-Team because what they did, although SMK was on the back line, they did not hesitate to go in, right? So the Dragon Laner, their carries, was too far forward, already killing the carries of OMG, and SMK was left by himself on the back line.
Yeah, and SMK just got a lot of chances there. It was because of the fact that SCY stayed a bit with a small sliver of health. That's why they weren't able to snowball with the kill, get the resets up with the mana after getting that kill. But again, it was also because of the fact that X1 was really strong this game too. I see Soldier struggling with the Kassadin matchup. For sure, that's going to be banned for the next game. But again, SMK almost turned things around single-handedly this game.
Oh, dude. Whenever he sees Soldier by himself, he goes in, and I believe that's one way to really counter the Vladimir, right? Like, if Vladimir starts a fight half health, he will not be super confident to dish out all the combos that he's accustomed in doing, right? It's the same concept of playing Zoe against the Vladimir. You try to choke up, you try to poke down the Vladimir to a point that his health total will be less than half health, and he will hesitate to really join the team fight. SMK has proven once again that a Kassadin pick against the Vladimir is very vital come late game. However, there was a bigger problem, right? The one half or the second half of the two-headed carry that I've been really eyeing in J-Team was X1 in the Dragon Lane.
Yeah, and X1 with the Tristana picks. One thing that I love about the Tristana picks is how much towers they got during the early stages of the game. At 6 minutes, they got like 2 towers already. And that was also because CF17 knew who to prioritize. Soldier is gonna get strong anyway, but they need to find a way to get X1 to this state. And 30k damage on that Tristana.
Oh, X1. You do the loud trash talk, and you do this much damage. Sure, you can do it every day, right? Because
I'll allow it.
X1 in the bot lane. Again, we have said this in the past, right? We have seen this in the past as well, that J-Team is so capable of winning games from their bot side. We've seen them dominate the bot laners of G2 Blacklist, and today, against OMG, it's no different, right? Like they dive you down, they kill you down under your tower, and they just snowball X1 out of control.
Yeah, and having DY have somebody very dependable like this is a good substitute to what Pan was during the day from Season 1. And X1 being a good AD carry right now really is good for the meta. And man, X1, the trash talk man, is now the MVP of the game.
Very much deserved. 34% damage share with a KDA of 6-1 and 6. X1 gets the first MVP of the day.
Yeah.
And possibly more. There is a potential of a back-to-back MVP if they ever win. Again, J-Team, they play around their bot lane so well. I don't expect them to change their playstyle anytime soon.
And honestly, this bot lane playstyle is just working so well today. Again, everybody, this is just our first game. We still have game 2. We're just gonna take a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Ciao, obrigado. Feliz aniversario, Ark. Aveva la pelle giallastra e gli occhi segnati da
Happy anniversary. ¿Qué les parecen estos cambios?
Happy 3rd year anniversary.
Your Coca-Cola pop-up play. Death Bowl. When you 5v5, when you run up the healing, the shielding, you take no damage.
And it's RRQ all the way, baby.
The execution in that team fight cannot be understated.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Aqui um feliz aniversário.
Kan atas, klik tombol ini nih. Nah.
Happy 3-year anniversary. Congratulations.
Thank you dan sekali lagi selamat ulang tahun untuk Wild Rift yang ketiga.
Feliz aniversário, Wild Rift.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Happy 3 years anniversary.
Oh, yang mana nih?
Wow. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No, we're here, baby!
Happy anniversary to you also.
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 is about to begin. With the race start of the arena, what are the highlights of the new season that deserve your attention? Let's find out together. The WRL is divided into 2 conferences, WRL-CN and WRL-APAC. 11 teams from the WRL-CN conference and 8 from WRL-APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to vie for ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 19 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL-APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will adopt the BO7 double elimination format.
and all teams will be ranked separately within their conference. Only the top 2 teams from each conference playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Additionally, in the WRL-A2 regular stage, the priority side selection will be determined through an A run, preheating the vibe before the official game kicks off. Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 regular stage will officially kick off on November 1st, with 19 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. The battles are fierce, and the stakes are high. Which team will ultimately rise to the top? Stay tuned for the epic conclusion.
See, it's just a scarecrow.
J-Team finished the job, got game 1. Now, how is this gonna work? OMG struggling to win against them. It was all because of SMK, that's why it took this long. But J-Team still has it, or at least the momentum in this game.
Also, SZY. We have to also be critical of SZY's performance. If anything,
should we?
Yeah, sure, right? Like again, as Ajax, your goal is to be the solid rock, basically a wall, right? You have the goal for the Jax is to have the most meaningful deaths in the game, right?
That's
so
true.
If you're getting picked without really tanking meaningful damage, and I mean you're getting picked by OMG a whole lot just because of your untimely rotations, that has to change, right? And I know for a fact that J-Team's coaching staff will have that encircled down, and they need that corrected as soon as possible. The bottom side of the map, and also of course the mid side of the map, was already good. Now on the top side, that's another story. Now this is a very good response by OMG. They're taking away the Vi of CF17.
Yeah, what options do they have if they want to get the early game now? There's not a lot compared to the simplicity of what the Vi offers in this game. Yes, the Evelyn could honestly be taken by CF17 and maybe even have the same impact in the bot lane, but that's before or at least after level 5.
Those ultimates were super vital. The Volibear, not really the best performance today, right? Gragas by DY, not going to see the day of light. I love this. OMG's banning is respecting the pocket picks that J-Team players have, right? X1's Xayah, TS17's Vi, and then DY's Gragas. Perfect.
Evelyn is going to be banned too, so that is an easy, again, White Cat getting a meal
or
in
Fiora.
This game. Yeah, actually. Oh, they picked up the Galio and forced DY to pick up the Ornn.
That's one way to put it, right? Like by prioritizing the Galio, you're taking away one of the comfort champions, quote unquote, by DY. But I feel that DY has a lot of champions to work with. Alistar is also very good whenever DY plays the champion. Now, without hesitation, they will go for the Camille and the Zeri. But the Fiora by White Cat. Oh, I love this.
That's going to be a scary game. White Cat holding onto Fiora and SMK getting the Vladimir for himself. So yes, they have an opportunity to give this, to get the Kassadin for Soldier. But this Vladimir together with a Fiora, I am loving it.
Yep. This should be a sure pick Kassadin for Soldier, right? Because if anything, I think from last game, we finally understood the matchup as to how the Vladimir gets countered by the Kassadin. Because as long as you know where the Vladimir will come from, you can just wait for him, isolate him, and his impact in the game will be mitigated by a whole lot. We have to remember that Vladimir is best in team fight scenarios in where his chemo plagues will be hitting many champions. If the Hemo Plague will only hit one or just one champion, it's not going to be very effective.
Yeah, and we also have to point that fact out that Kassadin has a magic resistance built into his passive. So this is the reason why in a 1v1 scenario, it's going to be easier for the Kassadin to win against another mage that he's fighting against.
Whoa.
Now, we're seeing the bans. Ashe is still not going to come out this game just because everybody hates Ashe. And that is going to be a support ban again for OMG. Shen is going to get banned. That could have been a smart pick.
Yep, Camille plus Shen is a perfect pair, right? But
yeah,
Kassadin is the best possible pick to counter out a Vladimir outside of the potential Zoe. Lee Sin by CF17 of his Vi was very scary. How about doubling it up and going for the Lee Sin? I will check my records as to if J-Team already played this before.
This is going to be good though. Tristana is going to be picked up for the side of OMG. This could flip the script and get the early game in favor of the side of OMG. But Volibear is still going to be doubled down here by Inyan, even with the performance from the last game. What's great about this, at least for the side of J-Team, I'm loving this composition. But support-wise, Thresh could come out this game.
Never mind.
Wait, no, same thing.
Yeah.
Same thing. We haven't seen him for a while.
The Nautilus. It's super rare that we see the Nautilus nowadays. I guess it's because Karma is no longer relevant.
It's not as tanky anymore.
Yeah, I don't miss the Karma Nautilus for sure. It's not. It's not the most exciting meta that we've had during competitive, or in the competitive scene. But again, you look at the playmaking of J-Team, they have lots of engages. They have DUI to totally lock down this Tristana. There is also CF17 on the Lee Sin. And I just checked the records. This is going to be the second time that we will be seeing CF17 on the Lee Sin. The first game was a loss. So he wants to really reverse his fortune on the Lee Sin today and get that game to win for J-Team.
Yeah, this is almost the same as what happened during the last game, with their composition being really flipped compared to how it was a while ago. I mean, the mid lane matchup is still almost the same, but for the side of OMG, are they going to be able to make this work? Because they really need to make the early game work for themselves to make this composition be as good as it is.
That's the goal. For every team out there, early game is what will bring you towards the paradise of the late game. And again, there's a lot of late game champions that we have in our midst. Tristana is also one of the best late game champion that we have, just because it gets, you know, extra range that we saw just earlier in game number 1 at the right hands, and in the right composition, Tristana can pop off, and X1 did pop off on this champion. Now this time it is going to be you that will be piloting the Tristana. Invade?
OMG looking for I thought they were looking for some kills maybe, but they just put in a ward. But on the other side though, they're on the red side. This ward is going to be expiring.
No way!
Before the Lee Sin would be able to come out here.
Okay. Always Nautilus level 1 very strong just because of the innate shield of the second skill. And also the roots, right? And that's why as much as possible you don't want to engage against a level 1 Nautilus. But it does look like that we have an interesting stat. JTX1 picked Tristana and dealt 1544 damage per minute, and that's huge.
I love how the title of the achievement
is a skill, basically.
Yeah, it's a skill. But I would have preferred if it was called the Buster Shot, because that sounds so cool.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, on the top side, SZY again, one of the... What? Okay, so interesting.
You know what? Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is what I don't like. Whenever you give White Cat a Fiora, it's gonna be a real hard game for SZY again.
Exactly. No, the thing the thing that confused me about SZY's movement was he was super far back, right? Like he was backing all the way behind the tower, which doesn't make sense at one point. But Inyan, right under his noses, his blue buff got stolen.
Yeah. But Inyan actually saw it happen, so now what OMG is going to be doing is just put some vision on this side of the map so that they would be able to get this maybe. Yu is already starting with the Rift Scuttler, which is very, very smart, so that CF17 would have problems when it comes to vision. And OMG, they're doing the same thing here.
Oh no.
Damage. This might... Yeah, Yeah, and Inyan got nothing
DY,
out of
DY.
it, but it's a good thing they were able to steal it. DY wasn't able to hit the dredge line.
Yeah, that's a very timely pull. But that's the thing, right? Like, sure, yeah, you got the information, you want to even it out, but it's harder to accomplish, especially with many champions being able to back you up. SMK very critical in health, playing with fire right now.
Yeah, as the transfusion on full stacks, that's gonna be a lot of HP now. But right here, Inyan is in the area, so I thought they were gonna start something.
Exactly. Still, SMK knows the limits of this champion, right? Like, he knows that there is no way that he's going to get assassinated. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, it's basically a lot more quiet now compared to game number 1. In where in game number 1, we saw lots of tower plates, we saw lots of dives. That was denied properly by OMG by drafting an early game oriented champion in the Tristana. They're getting the priority. We saw it live as to how OMG translated that priority in backing up their jungler and trying to invade for the blue. Yeah, I did not net them a steal, but that still is a good sign if you're a fan of OMG. Oh my god.
Yeah, and also it's way harder for CF17 to go for the tower dive that he has done during the game because of how the map switched. It's not going to be easier for them to go for that easy tower dive setup they have. And now in the mid lane, CF17 is looking for a kill here, but because Sanguine Pool was infused, he can't go in.
Hook?
Yeah, bot lane, they have the death charge, already half HP on one member. They have the exhaust X1, really smart way to play it.
Exec ultimatum, repost!
Yeah, they got the kick and White Cat. This is going to be the first blood. Top lane gets the kill.
Repost can only be used once, said J-Team. And that's a good sign. J-Team SZY getting the first kill on the top side. Very different from what we've seen in game number 1, and that's the thing that we've been saying, right? Like, J-Team needs to correct their top side, and that's a very good start.
Yeah, and SZY getting that, or at least getting an assist from that fight, is also a good sign. Having a winning lane as a comeback.
Oh my god! Crazy! He used the hook shot to push back White Cat to be within the tower's range. It's not often that you will see it, right? Like, it's a mini insect play that he did that basically made sure that the kill will be possible in small things in the Baron lane. You love to see it.
And he had to also use the riposte on time there and wasn't able to riposte the Dragon's Rage. Made it easier for them to get the kill. Inyan looking for a kill here.
Oh, channel.
What?
Yep.
That's how the interaction works. That's interesting. But now, okay, going into the backline just to sponge. DY was able to dodge it.
Inyan spotted on a ward and CF17 is just waiting. Oh, finally, okay, he uses the sweeper lenses and finally finds out, oh, I'm actually under vision the whole time.
Yeah, that's why they know that Inyan has been seen already. They get one more vision on the Tri-Brush, so this is gonna be seen. While on the other hand, the other team has already seen it. Got some damage from Wawa. Got some explosive shots happening onto the back line. Pushes Inyan in front of the face of the team, but that gives him opportunity to get the hero's entrance. X1, DY is gonna die in the process. Inyan is gonna be next. With that, they had one more healing. So this is going to be good for their side. They're going to be trying to deal some damage. Inyan already used that, was able to flash away, and they got the win with a 2-0.
Wrong target, my good friend CF17. You don't push back the Volibear. Volibear was too happy to be just in range. And you look at that replay once again. CF17 will go for the trigger. Had it been that the kick was for Wawa, that could have been very good, right? But they locked down Inyan, Hero's entrance for enough resistances. And again, the sustain of the Volibear, especially in the early game, should be respected.
Yeah, and that gave them opportunity to get the hero sentence in, which was a problem overall. And the exhaust here was also perfect. That's why J-Team wasn't successful in getting that. Now they're also still fighting for the dragon here.
There still is a possibility for J-Team to contest this one. Now, nope, they're deciding against that. And we'll possibly just try to go for the Rift Herald here as we look at SZY and Soldier already starting the Rift Herald.
Yeah, starting it already, but OMG has already been here really close. DY using the death charge just to stop them from pushing through and be able to take this Rift Herald really fast. They're going to be running away.
Minion.
There's the slow. There's another Stormbringer from Minion, but no killing potential.
No, it's yet. And exciting times. Again, very even, but SMK?
Yeah, it's gonna be kick, and that's enough damage from CF17.
And again, the silence, the value of silence to counter out the Vladimir is just too much. Another one?
Gonna try for it, but again, the Ferals in the mid lane, that's gonna be a tower down. Got a Justice Punch in, no damage yet from the side of J-Team. So that's a free tower.
Yep, and J-Team will be happy with that trade. Yeah, sure, they gave away the Dragon, but they were able to equalize the kill. And also was able to use the Rift Herald to get enough separation. Now they are back in the lead. The backs of their very good tempo and macro play. And we also have to remember that on the top side, it's not too far. Oh no, another one.
They're gonna go in again. Wildcat already used the flash. There's gonna be a kill for J-Team again.
I was just about to say that on the top side, J-Team had a very good start, right? By getting that first kill. And now another one. Another error by Wildcat.
Yeah.
He goes on and dies one more time, but Wawa.
Oh, rocket jump, that's too aggressive! What was that? The rocket jumped in, he wasn't expecting the DY was there, and that's why he thought they had it.
I think he did, right? Like, wait, hang on, because Wawa was all the while that that was happening, Wawa was actually hiding himself in the bush. And so they have enough information, they just overestimated their execution, not the cleanest of execution for sure.
They thought that because DY was maybe going to the mid lane, they might be a bit too late. But DY stayed in the bot side of the map, and they thought that their burst was enough at this point.
So now the struggles of OMG continues, with J-Team capitalizes on mistakes after mistakes. J-Team has stabilized the top side, is still winning the bot lane, and has a counter pick in the mid lane. What are you gonna do if you're OMG?
Yeah, you know what's really smart about this is they know that Wildcat is a constant threat for the team. That's why they helped out SZY, because they know that X1 is not gonna let the enemy team get any advantages anyway, so might as well just give SZY the help that he needs.
For sure, and so now 9 minutes and 30 seconds, a couple of seconds before the next dragon spawns up. Another play by CF17 possibly.
Yeah, pushes him back again. Wildcat is going to be the target here. Soldier gets the kill as expected and as you need.
0-3 and 0 for Wildcat. We were saying that OMG, back when they were winning during Season 1, it was at the backs of Wildcat, but this is kind of the thing that we expect from Wildcat as well, right? Sure, if he's winning, he's so good, but whenever he's behind, things like that will happen. Things like that can happen.
Gold. Look at the gold that he has. He only has 5.6k gold, which is really unfortunate for the team here. This is not what you want for a Wildcat. And how is he gonna come back from this?
Cannot. You won't be able to, especially as a Fiora, and that's the only reason why he's overextended, right? He's trying to greed it out. He knows he's behind and he's trying to make desperation plays.
Yeah, DY wasn't able to hit the dredge line, but they're gonna go for Wawa now. That's good targeting. Go for Wawa so he can't use the hero's entrance.
Exactly. Now, there's a lot of ultimates that was invested by J-Team. Looks like that we will be entering a pause. But crazy game so far.
J-Team has been playing it really smartly and also really cleanly. CF17 has been great at not giving kills, but at least he's getting his teammates ahead, which is really nice.
Yeah, that's what? 3 ganks on Wildcat, 3 successful ganks on Wildcat, and that's to me that's already job accomplished for the Lee Sin, right? His goal is to win the early game, and although it wasn't a massive win for J-Team, it was enough to nullify one side of the map. We saw the gold, right? At 5.5k, in where your gold is almost equal to your support.
Yeah.
there's no coming back from that. That's already a dead lane.
Yeah, and most of the time when you're playing a Fiora against this matchup, a Camille or maybe even a Jax, you're expected to win the matchup as fast as you can so that you can split push and be a threat when you go for a split push. But the Camille getting advantage, you actually bridge the gap that Camille has problems with, because Camille has advantage when it comes to the items. It won't be a problem anymore. Fiora won't be a problem anymore.
Yeah, there are Fiora games in where he was able to carry, right? The Fiora was able to carry, and then there are instances in where we saw coaches, I believe Naos is one of the team that is willing to pick up a Fiora into a Camille matchup. It's because it's easier to land all your pokes as a Camille, and laning wise, it's kind of expected that you will have the advantage. And the only reason that White Cat is super far behind right now is because of CF17's very timely ganks.
Yeah, and look at the 2k gold lead too on the Kassadin, almost getting the third item. Once he gets that rapid and stat cap, everybody's dead for sure.
Oh, Soldier.
Chasing down the Soldier, this is not a good decision here.
They don't have enough damage.
They just want to push. Onion is gonna fall so fast! And the next target's gonna be Wawa. He has the hero's entrance though, but was cancelled by DY. 2 kills to the man, but they're still chasing down SMK. They got the Ultra Shock Laser to go for the slow. Sanguine Pool was used already, but they are not gonna follow suit.
I think they will. I think they will.
What?
No more
They
pool.
actually did?
No pool available for SMK. They're waiting for SZY.
Yeah, they got the silence on SMK. He has the Sanguine Pool now. Bit of the cooldown, but he's still gonna be dead. J-Team is just dominating this game.
8 kills to 2. 11 minutes in. 12 minutes in, actually. And J-Team are well on their way to get another series win for themselves. Another 2-0 will improve their record to 2-2. And meanwhile, White Cat, the sad cat of today's matches,
being chased down though.
Yep, he's running for the hills, and again, he's trying desperately to farm, right? Like on the bot lane, you're seeing that he's trying his best to get as much gold as he can, while his teammates are receiving all the pressure that J-Team is already presenting. And so now, this game might be when we will be seeing, the baby Baron get snatched away, but J-Team is deciding against that. They will not be rushing this Baron down anytime soon, and they'll be happy to just play it out.
Ooh, they're gonna go for it. And the J-Team is really starting for it. X1 and CF17 are the ones dealing the damage for the team here. Wawa gets the information. Inyan could really go in if ever he needs to, but because of that, he's going to be stopped. Stormbringer's away, and CF17 is going to be dead.
What are they doing?
Line wants to go for a 1v1. They are already away from each other. What's happening to J-Team? This is not what you expect them to do. Bot lane is pushed, and now everybody's dead.
No way.
Didn't have to make this mistake.
Oh my, okay. There was no reason at all to start that Baron, right? Like, you were well way in the lead, and sure, fine, okay, you are trying to force them to face check. But the thing here is you are receiving a huge amount of debuff whenever you go for those plays.
Yeah, now lightning charge for you. CY is not gonna survive this.
Now they're back.
Coming in from you. They got another rocket jump. He's gonna go in too aggressive for X1.
Yeah, sure. That's a 1-for-1 still. 1-for-2 actually. And now OMG is back in the game. J-Team, thank you very much.
Yeah, they just gave them the lead after that. That's not what you expect from J-Team.
Oh, wow, okay. The first domino to fall was the Lee Sin. He tried to go for an insect play. And because his health bars, armors, magic resistance was already shredded by the Baron, the insect play did not even happen, right?
Yeah.
That's
it happened again this game. What?
Exactly. And this is... I'm not 100% sure if, if DY's shot call was... I would say being undermined by some of the members of J-Team, but this is the chemistry concerns and shot calling concerns that we have always with a new team. And we have to remember that J-Team, outside of DY, they have 4 new members, rookies, right? And although they were winning very handily in the first few parts of the game, when it comes to late game decision making, that is when things like that may happen.
Yeah. And this is the problem here. Yes, even though they are strong, when they come back from this, 2 towers have been taken down by White Cat on the bot side of the map. That's a very, very big win for them. So J-Team, this is going to be a problem moving forward.
Exactly. Tristana, 5-2-2 for you. 3 items completed. Also has a Stasis Ascension and has a multiple Marshes. So does have a lot of, I would say, resistances to the Kassadin, and you see Yu shot calling right now. He's very passionate.
Yeah.
This is very winnable, says Yu, and I believe him.
Yeah, they could have a way here, but J-Team is looking for any advantage that they could get. They get one more kick onto the back line. SMK is being pushed back by Soldier here, but look at the fight coming in from X1. He's trying to stay at the back. One has been killed already. CF17 is down.
Oh my god. A lot of members are targeting down Wawa. Meanwhile, Soldier was targeting SMK.
Yeah, different targets for everybody. No more lightning crash from X1, so this is not going to be an easy fight anymore. They're going to go for the ADC. ADC is going to fall down. Soldier's almost dead. They got one from SMK. They have one magic resistance right there. It's a good thing he had the magic shield. Was able to survive, but right now DY needs to run away. Look at the flash coming in from Wawa. They still have the dredge line at the ready. Soldier was able to run, but this Drake is not going to go anywhere.
Wawa missed, and OMG will be taking this Mountain Dragon. But again, J-Team's decision making this game has gone from 100 to 0. I'm not 100% sure as to what's happening right now, Dash, because you look at that team fight, their target priority selection wasn't there, right? Like, and they're targeting different members at the same time. And you saw that their ultimates were being expended for nothing as well. CF17, he's trying too hard, right? You're going for insect plays against Wawa, which is a Galio that would just be casting Hero's Entrance to cancel out anything that you want to go for, right? Like, if you were to go for an insect play, sure, you can go for an insect play against the carries, not against the tanks.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that he can stop himself though from making those types of plays. Like, every time that he finds a way, CF17 is gonna go for it, and that could be a disadvantage to the team here. J-Team doesn't need to make those flashy plays. Look at what's happening. What happened to the last fight was that SMK, yes, he can't go in, but X1 is a threat here.
Exactly, and X1 was the MVP of game number 1. Still very much the reason why J-Team is a very scary team in game number 2. So is Soldier, right? Like, they are the two-headed dragon that will be spearheading the offense of J-Team. And now it has come to a point that this is anyone's game. Whoever takes this Elder Dragon will most likely win the game here, Dash.
Yeah, and for now, from what we're seeing from J-Team, they're really looking for any place that they could get. They don't even need to kill Wawa. They still don't have enough damage because Zeri went in for the Morpheus.
Never mind.
That's going to be a dead one here. Ignite's not going to take on his head. It's still going to survive, but Inyan might be dead as ZY is really super fed. They have super low HP. Elder Drake is going to be taken.
Yeah, no jungler available. And all of a sudden, OMG falls one by one. There's no way, Jay. I'm not 100% sure they did. They got I don't.
They did a J-Team, man.
They did a J-Team. Basically, they threw the game, right? Like, White Cat again. Oh my! Got caught out of position, and White Cat, he's not at the point in where he's back.
Yeah. Honestly, they don't need to take this at this point. They have the Elder Drake already, but they're gonna go for it. They're just gonna try to take it right now on the back line. Soldier wants to go for Inyan. Inyan won't have any HP anymore. CF70 is super low. They don't need to take this right now.
Yeah. They can just go back. They can just heal up. Spend those unspent gold. They still have half duration on the Elder Dragon. And if they manage this properly, surely J-Team will be able to win this game.
Oh man, that 1v1-2, which was on... I was surprised about the mid lane fight right there when they got the kill on SMK. It was like 3 fights happening all together.
Exactly.
While they're waiting for the Elder Drake, and I don't know why they have to do that. That's what J-Team has been doing. That's why they lost a lot of these fights.
And then OMG tried to copy them, right? We can do you better, basically. We can one you up.
We'll let you get the Elder Drake. Yeah, that's one up.
But anyway, as ZY split pushing here on the top lane, an engage possible from OMG.
They go in.
They got the Baron.
DY goes in for the death charge. They got the Baron too. You still have the Elder Drake on their side though. They would be able to stop while SMK has a chance to go in here. But what's really scary about this is they might be taken off on the other side. That's going to be a flash happening. X1. They have to stay.
You is dead.
But that is you in front. They're going to be dead. Everybody's going to be dead. And that is an ace for J-Team.
Cannot use stasis in front of 5 members. And now J-Team will just march down the top lane and finish what they started.
Oh my, what is happening this game? This is one of the games that has happened like yesterday. It is an entertaining game just because of what they're doing this game.
Whoever threw harder basically lost the game, I guess.
I mean, what happened there from J-Team is actually a hard throw. That's 2 hard throws from J-Team. But when you throw the Elder Drake to their side, yeah, they're gonna take it and they're gonna win the game.
It's still very interesting though.
What is this? Look at X1. He's so happy.
Listen, Dash. It's very interesting, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Interesting.
Yep. Interesting. Yeah. It's super. I don't know why. You know what? I have a lot of questions, but they won anyway. So
yeah.
Might as well take it.
All I know is that I was entertained, right? Like that's
true.
That's when League of Legends Wild Rift is at their peak, right? Whenever teams try to one-up each other. I can do you better. But sure. Still we have to give credit to J-Team and how they played things out. Yeah, we are memeing. We were joking towards the end of the game. But all that was made possible by the early game decisions. They targeted down White Cat, and once they found White Cat out of position, targeted down White Cat again, right? Like before, it all started with White Cat almost dying to the engage of J-Team, and from that point on, dominoes fell in the favor of J-Team, and they never looked back.
I honestly expected White Cat to perform really well this game, but he didn't have any chance to show himself during the whole stage of the game. So that's why here OMG just fell back. Yes, they had their chances. Honestly, I don't know if the Volibear is such a good pick at this point because Inyan wasn't able to do much. It was more on SMK and you carrying their teams on their backs. But J-Team, yes, they performed well, but there's some... If I want to be critical, their mid-game decision-making is lackluster at this point.
Specifically the Baron, right? Like, just do not go near the Baron at 12 minutes and J-Team should be fine. That's one way to look at it, right? Like, every time that they try to start the Baron at 12 minutes, the unexpected comeback happens. And although it did not really translate into a win by OMG, it still is a cause for concern for J-Team as a whole, right? Especially knowing that they will be up against the better teams moving forward. They don't have and they will not have the luxury that they had against OMG. And still, even with the development that we saw from OMG in this game and all throughout the first few parts of WRL-A2, it does appear to me that OMG is still lacking.
Yeah.
Specifically on the top side, White Cat, sure, you can carry the games, but he needs to be more careful. He needs to play more intelligent.
Yeah. And also, one thing to point out is the problem that we have also in the jungle. I didn't expect the teammates that stayed in OMG are going to be struggling here. Like Inyan and White Cat, last time that we saw them, they're really, really good at what they do. But here in the meta, I do believe that they still don't have a grasp of what they can do with the meta. For now, Soldier gets an MVP.
Yep. Very well deserved. Again, that's the two-headed dragon that J-Team has now possesses, right? Like, they have a very good dragon laner in X1, and the one half of the two-headed dragon is Soldier here in the mid lane, and very good game. I would say they survived the game. not the cleanest, but it still is a very entertaining game for J-Team, and they have handled their business. Now they improved their standings from 1-2 to 2-2.
Yeah, and this is what I expect. I hope that they would be able to really turn things around after this one, because this is a wake-up call. Again, everybody, that was just our Series 1. Series 2 is going to be coming up in just a bit. we were your casters for this games. My name is Dash and I'm here with Autodo. See you guys in just a bit.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Obrigado, feliz aniversario, Eric. Aveva la pelle giallastra e gli occhi segnati da
Happy anniversary.
¿Qué les parecen estos cambios?
Happy 3rd year anniversary.
Your Coca-Cola pop-up play. Death Bowl. When you 5v5, when you run up the healing, the shielding, you take no damage.
It's RRQ all the way, baby.
The execution in that team fight cannot be understated.
Happy anniversary, WRL-A2.
Deixa aqui o meu feliz aniversário。
好的，我们恭喜 J Team 拿下了本场比赛的胜利。那我们邀请到的是我们的射手选手 X1，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 JT 的 ADC 选手 X1。
欢迎 X1，今天发挥的特别的亮眼。那其实，在前天的比赛当中是有一些小失利的嘛，跟京东那场之后做了什么样的一个调整呢？
就是把12分钟大龙之后的处理做得更好一点，不要急。
So I asked, so what kind of the adjustment you have just applied after lose to Jingdong Gaming? And X1 just said, we're just working our perfection around the 20-minute dragon fight and on our state of the mind. 那么第二个问题想要问到的是，第一局的时候其实前期优势很大，但是在第3条龙的时候，对面的卡萨丁给了你们很大的压力，你们当时怎么样商量去处理掉它的？
就是我们做好自己该站位的就行，不管他怎么站，我都有处理的办法。
So I just asked, how do you deal with the Kassadin in your game 1? Because they give a lot of the pressure on you guys. And X1 just said, we just do what we are all about, and we think we need to pay much more attention on our positions so that we can deal with them. 最后一个问题想问到的是，第三个问题想问到的是，其实现在对于卡萨丁的阵容争议比较大，有一些队伍觉得这个英雄有点过于后期了，有一些队伍是很有自信的，你们怎么看待这个英雄呢？
看人。
Okay, so I just asked, the concerning composition is pretty controversial right now. So what is your opinion on this champ? And X1 just very confident and say we should pay much more attention on the ID. So like who plays it is much more important. 那么最后一个问题想问到的是，其实今天我们也知道是 X1 选手第一次来到我们 WRL 的这个联赛的采访席。那你有没有什么话想要对观众或者是对你自己的队友说的呢？
我想在自己第一次采访的时候，想告诉大家，就是我特别感谢 JT 俱乐部能够给我一个来到1级联赛的机会。因为这对于我来说很重要，我原本以为自己已经失去了打职业的梦想，但是 JT 给了我的机会，所以我会努力回报俱乐部的。谢谢 JT 俱乐部。
Okay, so I just asked, it's your first time interval on the stage, so any words to your fans or to your club? And X1 just said, I need to give much appreciative to my team, J Team. Thank you for giving me such a chance to get on the stage. And I always thought I have been lost the chance to live up my dream, but I give a lot of the chance to our J Team. They just pull me back to on the stage and to show you guys what we are all about. 那么也非常感谢我们的 X1 选手接受我的采访，也期待你在之后有更多精彩的一个发挥，相信这只是你的一个小小的开始。那以上就是我们赛后采访的全部内容了，接下来呢，让我们休息一下，精彩的比赛马上回来，
拜拜。
Obrigado, feliz aniversário, Wild. Aveva la pelle giallastra e gli occhi segnati da
Happy anniversary.
¿Qué les parecen estos cambios?
Happy 3rd year anniversary.
Your Coca-Cola pop-up play. Death Bowl. When you 5v5, when you run up the healing, the shielding, you take no damage.
It's RRQ all the way, baby.
The execution in that team fight cannot be understated.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Aqui o meu feliz aniversário.
Kan atas, klik tombol ini nih. Nah.
Happy 3-year anniversary. Congratulations.
Thank you dan sekali lagi selamat ulang tahun untuk Wild Rift yang ketiga.
Feliz aniversário, Wild Rift.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Happy 3 years anniversary. Ay, mana yan eh? Wow! Oh, yeah!
No one knows we're here, baby!
Happy anniversary to you.
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 is about to begin. With the race start of the arena, what are the highlights of the new season that deserve your attention? Let's find out together. The WRL is divided into 2 conferences, WRL-CN and WRL-APAC. 11 teams from the WRL-CN conference and 8 from WRL-APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to vie for ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 19 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL-A2 conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will adopt the BO7 double elimination format, and all teams will be ranked separately within their conference. Only the top 2 teams from each conference playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Additionally, in the WRL-A2 regular stage, the priority side selection will be determined through.
We're back to the second series, and this is FPX versus Weibo Gaming. This is almost the same as the Weibo Gaming that's happening right now in Worlds. But again, everybody, we're gonna be your shoutcasters for today. We just called on Infinity from our carpet back here, so Infinity is gonna be here with us.
Went in a flying carpet here right now, going into series number 2. But I'm really excited, right? It is FPX versus Weibo Gaming, such titans going into the series today.
Yeah, and now with this, coming in from this series, from the last series, it was a 2-0. So here, coming into this next series, it's gonna be a lot different from what happened during the last game. It is Weibo who won against the old FPX roster, so with a 2-0 score, but that's because it was a different roster now. So far, FPX is looking like one of the better teams that we have here in the tournament just because of the addition of Xingdao7 here and also Don128 on their side.
Yeah, and on top of that, there was a lot of time and there was a lot of period for these changes to occur, for improvements to occur in the side of FPX. So definitely something that we can expect is FPX and Weibo Gaming this time around is not going to be a landslide 2-0 for one side or the other. This will be a head-to-head matchup for both these teams.
Yeah, and for now, for the side of FPX, what they can do against their enemies, Weibo Gaming, this is a team that has been really strong during the last season, and they have now, this is gonna be how they're gonna go. They have Kratos on their side now, and it's not gonna be cheap playing on their side. So this is how is this gonna work for them? Having Fanfei here is a really good addition, or rather a really good part of the team ever since, but having no Chi, this is gonna be a different one.
That's indeed really a question coming into Weibo's lineup. Is this going to be the improvement or kind of a detrimental thing for Weibo Gaming's draft? We saw WBG play last week in day number 4, I believe, and I think coming into today as well, you know, their possibility of matching up against FPX could really be something that is an expectation, and with these changes as well, to be something of a mistake.
Yeah, and so far, Fawn, even during last year, has always been one of the consistent junglers right here. But I want to say it that Xingdao7 is one of the best junglers that we had during the last season, just because of the fact that he plays around the bruiser meta really well. And right now, with how FPX is doing, I think he's doing really well, meshing well together with a team compared to his counterpart, who EDG got from J Team 0711, who has the same playstyle as him. Xingdao7 has been a really great addition to his team compared to how it is in the EDG side of things.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned about, you know, Xingdao7 in the jungle role being a really pivotal player coming into any single team he touches, because just look at kill participation, right? 70.12 kill participation in comparison to Fans 57.15. It really dictates, you know, how Xingdao7 plays it. You know what? The team will revolve how Xingdao7 will initiate and engage in these team fights, and how he will be able to really change up the pace all throughout early mid game and then later on in the late game to really just impact these objective fights.
Yeah, and for this objective fight, Xingdao7 has been really good about it, especially during the last time that we've seen the guy play around on the side of FPX. He has been playing the same champions that he has been super good at even back then, especially with the Lee Sin that he has been picking. Has always been super good whenever this guy holds it. But on the other hand, Don128, ever since when he uses a Jax, he makes a Jax a carry every time I see him play the Jax.
Oh yeah, we see the traditional Fiora, we see the traditional Camille go up in the Baron lane, but you know what, Don128 bringing out the Jax, as you have mentioned, is really a strong suit coming into the top lane of FPX. So a lot of expectations and a lot of eyes coming into the Baron lane for the side of FPX.
Yeah, and what I like about Zehan here on the side of Weibo Gaming, he's also one of the people who picks up the Akali, gets use of the Akali in the top lane, the Baron lane. Most of the time, people really prefer it on the mid lane, but whenever Zehan could have a chance to pick up the Akali, he's not gonna hesitate to do that.
Yeah, and I believe we saw that last week in day number 4, wherein WBG went in with these flexible type of position. It was an expectation that Akali could maybe go in the mid lane, but you know what? Surprisingly enough, these flexibilities coming into Weibo's draft, having the Akali go on top side, you know what? It just gives a lot of space and a lot of rooms for other roles to have a variety when it comes to champion.
Yeah. And I do hope to have something different here for the side of Weibo Gaming. Yes, both of them have their first losses. FPX is now on a 2-1. Weibo is on a 1-1. They both lost against Thunder Talk Gaming, which is honestly, at this point, that's okay. That's okay if you lose against Thunder Talk Gaming, because Thunder Talk right now is just super good. But Weibo lost against J-Team. And that gave J-Team their first win on the series. So this could honestly say something about what both of these teams could do. Right now, I can definitely say that they're equal until they find a way to defeat each other.
Yeah, and that was, once again, the last week, day number 4 matchup. We're in J-Team versus Weibo. It was a 3-game best of 3 series, which was really good, but also draining, especially for both these teams to play with.
Yeah, and right now, let's listen to our host.
英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第2赛季的比赛现场，我是子琪。接下来呢，将由 FunPlus 战队对阵微博战队。势头正盛的 FunPlus 战队仍在不断探索适合他们的阵容打法，而微博战队也在对局当中逐渐完善体系，稳定发挥。今天的他们又将带来哪些新的高光时刻呢？让我们一起来期待一下吧。Hello everyone, welcome back to the 2023 WBG 2. Here's Michelle. Now we're gonna have the FunPlus Phoenix versus Weibo Gaming. The FunPlus is still rising and exploring their best competition, while the Weibo Gaming is gradually improving their perfection of the system. So any highlight moment they're gonna bring for us today? Let's check it out. 那接下来呢，就让我们有请两支战队登场。Now let's give up to FunPlus Phoenix and Weibo Gaming.
喂，池，你在哪呢？我到赛场了，咋没看见你呢？
今天就一个字，杀
！Interesting. That is a constant theme now. Screaming on the microphone is now a constant theme. A while ago, if you were watching Infinity, X1 also screamed on the mic. He was very passionate about his trash talk. Once this is happening.
Yeah, the passion, the confidence going to the series, right? Even though I don't understand what they've mentioned, but definitely, you know, looking back in those trash talks, looking back on those team head-to-head, when they're just talking with each other, I think that brings up the confidence for the whole team.
Yeah, and having a different player here also for decided.
In the solo lane,
Weibo
FunPlus
Gaming could be so surprising for us, because usually they have the Wan Yu or maybe they have Bunyan Sika on their side on the solo lane. But for now, we're seeing a lot of different players. Kratos is also going to play for the side of Weibo Gaming, which is why I want to see the performance of this guy.
Yeah, we always mention, right? You know, these changes coming into these players, you know, changes when it comes to competition. It is a double-edged sword. Because first, it gives you, the mystery behind the competition. How would it work? How would these teams play it out? And how would these champions come through when it comes to the competitions? But it is also a detriment because, you know, the chemistry has to still build up.
In the dual
lane,
FunPlus,
what we're seeing for them, Weibo Gaming would really need to find a way around this, because so far Infinity, I haven't seen Kratos play. I think he has played once already. But what I'm loving about both of these teams is that they both have the same color scheme, the black and red that they have, and I think they're very good friends.
Yeah, you know, black and red, same team. Is
两
really,
支战队
really
现已集结完毕，
nice.
让我们即刻进入到召唤师峡谷之中。
Looking back
All
at
the
it,
players
but
are getting ready.
as I
Let's step
mentioned,
into
they're
the
really
wild.
good friends. And coming into these two teams, this is basically a battle between Titans coming into the CN conference as well. So a lot of expectations when it comes to similarity when it comes to the compositions coming into the draft today.
Yeah. And for now, we're still waiting for them to go into the game. And FPX and Weibo Gaming would give us an insight of how they play, especially in this ARAM game that they're gonna have. Because what I like about this ARAM game is that it gives us at least a litmus test on how their team fighting would work. Yes, it's a bit random because it's an ARAM game, but it's still gonna give us a bit of that litmus test, as I said.
Yeah, it is basically a bird's eye view, a trial run before jumping into the series. But you know, the champions would be a lot different because we see a lot of Jace coming into these fight for side matches because of the strength when it comes to the early game and the strength when it comes to mid game as well, into looking for those poke damage.
Yeah. And for now, if ever, I do want to see a Rengar. Rengar has been a constant thing whenever we see it, right? Whenever we see it, a Rengar is always going to be there going for AP build. And our game a while ago with Autolus, it was again another Rengar game, and it was a really fast one too.
Yeah, it really just depends because a lot of these teams want to go for more of, you know, early game with the mix of mid game. It really depends on how you really want to match the pace when it comes to these matches for fight for sides. And that's the reason why Jace is such a an important or significant pick when it comes to these matches. There's also like these certain instances that we see Senna Soraka come in, the sustainability when it comes to those prolonged matches or prolonged fights. Given the fact that you cannot go to the base and reset your HP and go for, you know, buying items, getting your mana back, coming into these fights, into these engagements.
Yeah, and for now, we're still waiting for them to actually start the game. And for the fight for side, most of the time people really prefer going for the blue side before going to the red, or at least they always prefer to go for the blue side because of the priority that you're gonna have whenever you're gonna pick. That's why here I'm gonna be waiting for it, and let's see how are they gonna play this ARAM game.
Looking at it, you have a lot of AoE CCs coming in from both sides. Yone, Wukong as well.
Yeah, early game damage. It's not gonna be expecting any kill at this point. That set is gonna die, and Chao is gonna be dead early on.
A lot of expectations. Kong with a 4-man knockup. Not gonna go for all in. First blood goes to the Weibo side, but for now, this is pretty much a stalemate because no one could get items even if you get those first kills.
Yeah, what's really funny here is that Sky picks up a Master Yi on this game. I don't know how he will find any value right here, but already the knockup got them some kills this early on, and Sky might die in the process. He's ignited, and he almost died there.
Yeah, for now, even level playing field, 2 kills for both sides. Singdo 7 comes in.
Yeah, started out. Chao was able to get a great knockup or knock back with the face breakers. And FPX surely is gonna have a hard time this game.
Yeah, if this prolongs, I believe it is Weibo Gaming's matchup. You have Zihan to start the fight, Fan to start the fight as well. You have Faye as an extra utility. You have Dachan and Kratos to follow through. So really, really strong lineup.
Yeah, they're already starting the fight though, and we're seeing here onto the back line. What a great start for them. Weibo Gaming is losing all their HP, and that's also because of that Facebreaker startup. Weibo Gaming is going to be winning this battle, but Sky is not going to let that happen. He's going to be cleaning up. He's going to be cleaning house. One more shot, but he was able to get it with a meditate.
But for now, that is an equal trade of kills. Pretty much an unexpected ace for both sides. It is not really like a legitimate ace, but nevertheless, 5 kills for both teams. Really, really good start coming in for both these teams. For Weibo, though, they have the advantage.
Yeah, it's still a good thing. It's still a good start for them. But for now, from what we're seeing, it's still gonna be slowed down just after the fact, because look at this. Look at what they're going for, and I can see some good things coming in from Kratos. Even if still a fight for side game, it is still something to behold to see these players actually making it work here.
Yeah, and Singdo, I like what he's doing, right? He doesn't want to go for an all-in. He just wants to go for poke and wants to play it really safe. But Kratos
start out onto the back line. He was able to dash in. He got the kill, but he got killed in the process.
And now ulti coming in.
Yeah, they have the Hero's Entrance coming in too, and that's gonna be a very, very dead Shingdo 7. Onto the back line, Chow got everybody back, and that is gonna be killed with one more face breaker a while ago.
Up coming in from Con 2v1.
Yeah, they're still not done though. Faye is just gonna end their lives, and Weibo Gaming is just gonna take it in the bag.
And now Zihan still wants to go for the engage while Faye goes for the turret.
Yeah, they're still gonna go right at it. That's gonna be a kill to their side. And look at how Kratos is starting it explosively. But Shingdo 7 is still full HP. Don128 survived that.
We'll be able to just sidestep away, go into the brush, and Don128 survives the grasp of Kratos. And now Faye, or Fan rather.
Okay. Goes in. Not gonna get any kill as of the moment. And FPX, from what we're seeing from them, I think this is still an equal fight so far.
Yeah, really, really equal fight so far. Weibo is matching at the pace of FPX, and FPX doesn't want to give these huge amount of advantage up away for WBG. Now, Fan starts with fight.
Yeah, starts off. It's not gonna go for it yet. Still waiting for the right time before they actually go at it, but Weibo Gaming is looking for a great knockup here. Call of the Forge God has been used. They got the knockback onto the backline. Haymaker's damage is crazy. At least that is supposed to be good, but FPX runs away.
Yachan was able to flash away Zihan.
Oh, with Faye, gets a piercing arrow to get the kill.
That secures them a 1-for-1 trade for now. They get the Tower First Blood thing though.
Yeah, goes in. Gonna get the kill. Hero's Entrance is gonna be there. Another face breaker coming in from Chow, but they are not gonna be killing anybody just yet. They still have a lot of members alive. Look at Sky, he might be able to clean this up. Fighting a 1v1 against Kratos. That's it.
Just turning things around. Two members still alive for WBG. Sky FL goes for the reset, heals himself back up, and they do not want to force up an engage for now.
Yeah, not gonna start it just yet. For now, they're gonna be slowing things down, and FPX is just gonna wait for the next ultimate before they actually go in.
Yeah, and I think right now there is also an importance to wait for the Moonfall coming in from Shingdo 7 and then Fan or the Galio to be able to cancel it out. And if that does happen, I think WBG just outright wins that team fight.
Yeah, and I'm still waiting for him to actually do that for now. But right now, with that ultimate, with the Call of the Forge God here, it's gonna be starting out explosively, and Weibo Gaming just got our counter engage coming to the side of FPX, and that's gonna win them the fight.
Nice engage, nice follow-up CCs. This is what we were mentioning a while ago. WBG just has so much AoE crowd control, and then you have Faye following it up with the Chain of Corruption. It was just a fest of crowd control that WBG stacked upon FPX, and now they secure the second turret in this game.
Yeah, and so far it has been great for them though, that they have been winning a lot of these battles, and I'm really liking this development coming in from Weibo Gaming, that even though that this is a lot of bruisers on their name, because we already strayed away from this meta, but making it work in an ARAM game is like what happened during the last game.
Yeah, and right now it's FPX who has the numbers advantage.
Yeah, gets a taunt though, but they're not gonna continue right now. Goes in, Vanguard's Edge, but he's dead.
No escape for Kratos, and now Chain of Corruption.
Chow is gonna be super low in HP. That's gonna be a Call of the Forge God. They got the knock up right there onto the backs. But here it comes. They have the Hero's Entrance together with a Cyclone. Not too fast, but Shingdo 7 is also gonna die. They're trying to get some kills onto the back line though, but they are not gonna get as much as they expect. Sky is just super fast. Look at the damage coming from this guy, but it's not gonna be easy. They got the damage, and Zihan got the kill in the end.
Just bought so much time, but Chow is now alive. Can he defend the Nexus?
Actually, he's not going to be able to do it. It's going to be hard for him to actually do anything at this point. That's going to be a kill, and that's going to be a win right there. FPX is still going to reset right now.
They're still playing it really safe despite their huge advantage coming into these fights. We have mentioned already in the beginning of this fight for side that WBG, when it comes to the late game, they have so much more advantage up against FPX.
Yeah. It's gonna be way easier for them to start off any fight that they would want though. That's why look at what they're doing. It's still going good for them. It's still going at least a bit easier for them, just because whenever Weibo Gaming goes in, everybody's gonna go in.
Yeah, that's what the key is. for now, FPX really just has to look for a way to be able to set up these matches in the hands of Kong, in the hands of Singdo 7, to engage in these fights along with Chao.
Yeah. For now, look at how what they're doing today. They're just waiting for any mistakes coming from FPX. Xiao has been trying to engage every time, but most of the time, whenever he tries to engage, yes, he gets some damage, but not enough to actually be a threat.
Yeah, it's always WBG who has their eyes wide open. When is Singdo 7 going to use Moonfall? We have to deny that. And Kong coming through. Xian in the back.
Onto the back line though, they have a Cyclone. Hero's Entrance was used. That's 2 ultimates already. They got the slow and everybody with the showstopper. But here it comes onto the back line. They're gonna go for Kong. They use their ultimate already. They don't have any damage. Sky FL is gonna be trying to finish Faye as fast as they could. They won't have enough, but Sky is just super fast. Dihon's gonna be next, but that knockup from Fan stops him, and I think this is going to be a win for Weibo.
Yeah, they're not really just able to utilize their AOE It's really difficult for them to stack it up. And now WBG just countered it out and now could destroy the next one.
Yeah, this is going to be done though. This is Weibo Gaming just taking the win, and I think they're going to go for a blue side after the fact.
Really strong start here coming from WBG for fight for sides, getting them the priority in the side selection for game number 1 series. And as you have mentioned, could probably be the blue side because of so much champions that is readily available, that gives you so much advantage coming into the first pick, that gives you a lot of flexibility as well coming into the second and third.
Yeah, and for now, from what we're seeing here for this side, I do expect to see some differences here in the way they play games, because this is how it starts though. The teams that they have been able to win against aren't really that strong, but right now, this is going to be the start. This is how they're not going to be equals anymore once they find a way to win against each other. If we're going to be talking about wins here, this is a game that could go the lengths just because they're that equal.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about, or well, you talked about the match history before between FPX and WBG, right? We saw how WBG played up against J-Team last week in day number 4 of week number 1. So pretty much these two teams are head to head, clashing up against each other. The winner here will dictate how these teams will be able to path across in the following weeks, in the following days, how they will be able to perform up against the Titans and up against the remainder of the teams in the CN conference and the APAC conference.
Yeah, and I do hope to have the differences here. I want to see how they change the state of the game after the fact, because with them winning, they're probably, if I'm gonna be ranking them, they're basically at the middle of the pack. So that's why, oh man, this is gonna be a different one today.
Definitely a different one. I mean, looking at the current standings that we have, it is FPX who is currently 1 win and 1 loss when it comes to series. You have Weibo 1 win, and I think there is also like 1 loss up against J-Team. So pretty much, you know, we have to look at these situations. This will really just change up the current situation of the CN conference overall.
Yeah, this would change things up. Whoever gets the better end of the stick here for them, it's gonna really change how the middle of the pack teams would be able to really get up there. They need to get to the top 8 spot, remember, so that they can get to the playoffs.
And now we're jumping into the draft for game number 1, and expectations would be Ornn, Hecarim, Fiddlesticks to be banned away for both these.
Yeah, as expected, that's gonna be the ban here for sure for a lot of the teams, because they really need to ban those champions, because those champions have been so good at the meta. You won't really have any chances to actually get any wins here. So that's gonna be banned for sure, especially on the red side, because they don't want to see that.
Yeah, and considering from what we have mentioned a while ago, that Dawn128 is really just a strong Baron laner, and we see the respect here coming from WBG. Banning away the Fiora, banning away the Jack, and then instead picking up the Camille, which forces the hand of Dawn128.
Yeah, getting the Camille. Oh wow, Dawn128 goes in for the Renekton. I do prefer a Jax here, especially in this meta. I mean, Camille has a disadvantage technically against Renekton, but right here in this meta, it's super hard to use the Renekton just because of the sheer difference of what he can do now. Evelyn's gonna be taken off. Shingdo 7 gets it.
Yeah, and pretty much talking about these two champions, right? It is Camille who has the better end when it comes to these team fights, because Renekton overall is a little bit more selfish than a Camille does when it comes to a 5v5 all-in team fight. Now, coming in for WBG, a Vladimir pick is a really strong champion to pick up for the mid lane that secures Faye. Probably the security of the end game for the long run in this game number 1.
Yeah, you would really want to get that at any time that they would be able to, because for now, from what we're seeing here from the picks, basically, is that they really want to, as fast as they could, they would really want to get all the priority champions. The Kha'Zix is going to be picked up because that's the usual pick whenever you see an Evelyn on the other side. So with this here, let's see. Oh wait, what? An Akali gets picked up for FPX.
Well, now this changes things up. Now Akali locking in for FPX. They went for Evelyn as well, as we have mentioned a while ago. So double assassin coming in, and I think that is what their perspective is. That WBG could still go for the ADC in a bot lane. They could assassinate Vladimir. They could assassinate the ADC later on. Expectedly, you have Zeri, Kaisa, Saya still open for these two teams.
Yeah, it's gonna be easier here for them. But for now, from what we're seeing, okay, they're gonna go for the ban on the Ashe. As usual, you're not gonna be seeing Ashe in this game. Zeri, Kaisa, still possible. Azaya is still open. So they are gonna be looking at those ADCs here.
But right now, FPX really needs a strong frontliner. But shockingly enough, they're going to ban away Alistar as a potential support for themselves. Could still go for the Galio coming in for this if they really want to go for that route. Saya with them could still go for the Rakan route as well for the side of FPX.
Safe pickup, getting the Zaya gets you at least the late game in check. And one of the problems that they really need to answer here is because they pick up the Akali against the Vladimir. Constantine a while ago during the last game, last series, was a really strong pickup. But coming into this next game, they're gonna go for an Akali. And this would really pose some problems if they don't keep this Vladimir in check.
Yeah, 100%. And we saw the Evelyn play up against the Vladimir in the past week. And it's really not a good showing because Evelyn's charm could be denied by Vladimir just going in with a Sanguine. And that is something that we could expect coming here into game number 1.
Yeah, and that as you said, that is the reason why it's super hard to be playing around it. That's why what I'm really scared of here for them is how they play around the Vladimir, considering that they have a Camille and Kha'Zix together with a Galio. They have a good early game here for the side of Weibo Gaming, and just let the Vladimir and the Zeri get stronger.
And now with Galio locked in by WBG, Rakan will be the perspective for FPX, or a strong frontliner, and Braum really fits that role well.
Yeah, they need somebody to protect that Zaya. They do have enough damage already, but they do one of the problems that they're gonna have here is they don't have any instant CC that they're gonna have. Yes, they have the Glacial Fissure. Yes, they have the Ruthless Predator, but there's a lot of targets that you need to really go for here, which is gonna be a problem.
Yeah, and the thing is, Zeri is not that easy to react, right? Because Zeri is one of the most mobile champions coming into League of Legends Wild Rift at the moment. Yes, you have the likes of Saya as well, but the thing is, Zeri could just jump over the walls, could engage in these team fights, and could just go into the engage unannounced. And that is something that WBG also has to be worried about.
Yeah, they have to be careful whenever that happens though, because when you get access to the backline, or at least get access to the Zeri as you can. Yes, you have the Akali and the Evelyn. That is really possible, which is why I think it's a good thing that they got the Zaya for themselves, so that Shingdo 7 could easily get the kill that they want.
We'll see if they can perform with this lineup here in game number 1, because game number 1 would really be the start of the momentum for any of these two teams coming into the series.
Yeah, they would really need to step themselves up here, because they would need anything that they could get to stray away, to be put in the middle of the pack.
But later on, coming into this game, number one, we also have to be wary of the composition of WBG, because remember, the classic combo that we have, Camille and Galio, is present in their side.
Yeah, I'm really afraid of this. The way these games are gonna start is gonna be really a big headache for everybody. Look at this, Infinity, because if ever they start, look at what Shingdo 7 has here. Yes, they have a lot of damage, but on the other side, look at that. They are already here. Shingdo 7 is very smart doing this.
Yeah, it's really clever, because the thing is, coming at a level 1, Vladimir couldn't deny it, because first things first, he doesn't have any Sanguine Pool yet. And if he ever goes into Shingdo 7, you still have that strong suit coming in from Akali to just push the wave and then go for the response. It's really just a clever move coming in from FPX overall, going into the blue buff, denying it away from Kha'Zix as well, and really just funneling towards Dawn 128.
Yeah, and now what are they gonna do here now? With Weibo Gaming, if they don't have vision, they don't know that Shingdo 7 actually did that at this point, and Shingdo 7 has a very great wave clear. It's gonna be too late when he sees this.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that is also going down and boiling down into what we have mentioned a while ago, that Dawn 128 is really just a strong Baron laner overall coming into FPX's side. And I think FPX want to double down onto that. You know what? We need to have that safety net onto Dawn 128, but Zihan almost getting stuck in between two champions with FPX.
Yeah, Shingdo 7, Fawn already sees what happened, and he knows that Shingdo 7 already got most of his jungle. Fawn is gonna try to get some information on where Shingdo 7 is, but it might be a bit too late. The rotation from FPX, I've been liking this.
Yeah. It's really clever, right? You know, Chow went in to rotate into the top side where Shingdo 7 went there, just funneling onto, or well, helping out and guiding into the Rift Cutler. It's really clever how Dawn 128 as well, a while ago when Shingdo 7 went in for the blue buff, cleared out the jungle camps, he cut down the lane. So overall, when it comes to macro, FPX is on point.
Yeah, FPX has been doing really good this game. I really love that Shingdo 7 has been such a great addition for FPX, because whenever there's a great jungler that knows how to rotate with the team, it's always going to be positive overall for the team here.
It's just one of the important roles, most important roles coming into a competition, right? And I think this is quite debatable. Like, some people will say the mid lane, some people will say other lanes, right? But jungle really just dictates how the game will progress, how these rotations and how these ganks will really give the advantage coming in from one side or the other.
Yeah, and it gives you a lot of this. It gives you a lot of these opportunities, right, Infinity? That, look at what he's gonna do. Gonna go to the top lane. He does have the stun on his side. They have the hook shot, though, but they're gonna be stopping him on his track. He's not gonna be able to move, but he was able to cancel it with a Hexic ultimatum. Ignite is on his head already. Faye's gonna go for the rotation. A bit too late right here, but that's gonna be a kill. Hemoplague is gonna be used. Zon 128 is gonna be dead, but Shingdo 7 is gonna be next, and that rotation from Faye was perfect.
Phenomenal response coming from Faye. Just changes things up. And I think FPX went in a little bit too aggressive and confident on the top side, and now with that, they went and traded with a 2-for-1 in favor for WBG. And look at that, Shingdo 7. I think that is really clever coming from Zihan. Dodges out the last caress coming in from Shingdo 7 and bought enough time with the Hextech ultimatum. Locking Dawn 128 under the turret gives him so much of a lower HP than when he started. Faye coming into the top side enabled them to just clear it out and just swipe out the remaining members of FPX. Really good turnaround.
That gave them the space, though. Just because of that, they were able to buy some time so that they could go for the full rotation. And once they got the timing right, it was the only reason why they got the win there. It was perfect. It was a great setup.
Yeah, it was phenomenal WBG. And you know what? The advantage a while ago that was secured by Shingdo 7 is not anymore that huge coming here into 5-minute mark. And expectedly, these teams are now going to reset as we are fastly and swiftly approaching on the first objective.
Yeah, first objective is where we are going to get the first fight. For now, with this 20 seconds, we can see the rotation from their jungler. They already back out. But from what we're seeing, because Weibo Gaming is going to go to the bot side, there's only one choice for FPX here to go for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and WBG having a 2-man unit coming into the mid lane, just push it down Sky, not overextend. And now with the first objective readily available for any of these teams to take, I think WBG would get the Ice Drake and FPX goes for the Rift Herald instead with a 1-for-1.
Yeah, you're going to be getting this for sure. Xian is going to try something here, but he's not going to be able to do much. Don128 is going to be running away. They get the smite in the end, and that's going to be their objective. But on the other hand, FPX is going to try to fight out Fan, but he can go away.
Not be able to deny the Ice Drake, so for now, it's a trade of objectives for both sides. Rift Herald and Shelly is spawned in the mid lane. Tower first secured.
That's going to be one tower down, and that's exactly what you need whenever you get the Rift Herald. Get the first tower, get that gold lead so that you would be able to snowball.
Yeah, that's just the significance of having the RH or having Shelly into your side. You know, that huge gold injection coming into the early game of getting the Rift Herald and getting the Tower First Blood for the hoop.
Yeah, it's very smart that they really actually did this early in the game. For now, what I can really see for the team here, the only thing that FPX could do is maybe get the early game in their favor, not let the Kha'Zix just stray around, because most of the time whenever the Kha'Zix gets their first 2 items, that is when the Kha'Zix could just delete anybody, almost the same as what Shingdo 7 could do.
And it is really surprising that Shingdo 7 went in for the Lich Bane first instead of getting for the crown, because that is traditionally what we see, and that is dictating that Shingdo 7 will go quite aggressive coming into these fights, wants to really just burst out these squishy targets coming from WBG.
Yeah, and they want to get as fast as they can. They really do want to get the easiest kills that they can get this early in the game, because they would really need it though, because with that item choice, you can definitely say that he just wants to get kills as fast as he can.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I think that is important to take note coming through into these matchups. And now when we're looking at the itemization of Faye, you have the crown as first item, given the fact that you have an assassin versus himself into the mid lane matchup up against Sky, and that gives him a little bit more of safety net, losing his tier 1 turret as well in the same thing.
Yeah, and a lot of playthings have been taken already by the side of FPX. That is a good sign for them. Just if they really want to get that early game in their favor, that is something that they would really need. But for now, the problem really lies on how they would see Shingdo 7. Right now, they get one hook shot, not gonna connect because he was able to flash. Perfect timing.
So good. But coming in the mid lane, it is WBG who got a kill.
They got a kill. That's gonna be good. Now FPX is still looking for the kill on the top side, but Fawn is already here, and they are looking for platings on the mid lane.
Back a little bit of an overextension coming into the mid lane. Will dodge out the charm. Be able to go away.
Yeah, it's a good thing he was able to get that. A lot of kills already for the side of Weibo Gaming, also winning the fight in the bot side of the map. And we always don't see it. They were away from the camera whenever they see these kills coming from them. And Weibo Gaming is just going to take down the Sound bot lane.
Yeah, 1 kill from mid lane, 1 kill from bot lane. They get the turret as well. So now when it comes to gold, it's pretty much an even level playing field. The advantage that FPX got is now lost.
Yeah, now on the top side, the Ruthless Predator was using a minion. This is going to be Don128 dead for sure. That hook shot is going to connect, and that's a kill.
Good stun as well coming in from Camille. FPX traded for the turret, but overall, it's still WBG who has the Ice Drake and also is playing an even level playing field when it comes to gold advantage. So really, really good. Catching up that WBG is doing overall, that we've mentioned while that FPX has phenomenal and impressive macro play, WBG is keeping up.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming is just good at keeping their macro in, but when it comes to this replay, look at the fight that happened here.
You have FPX went in for the overextension, went under the turret as well, used up the flash as well, and the Feather Storm, so pretty much there was no escape for Saya. Because we always mentioned, right, that Saya, the only way for her to escape and for her to be able to survive is a Feather Storm. But he used it really, really aggressively.
Kong and Chao got a bit too aggressive there on the bot lane. I wasn't expecting them to go for the dive. Yes, they're going to be winning the lane easier because Xayah technically has more damage in the early game. But what they did just gave Zeri the bump that she needs. And that is something that Weibo Gaming is just willing to take.
Yeah, Muramana and then already building up the Triforce as well. That's scary if it's built up.
They're getting really, really close here. FPX now on the second objective here. 10 seconds on the clock and that's going to be out. And FPX still not in position, yes, but they don't have good positioning when it comes to this state of the game.
So looking at it, WBG doing it by safety, doesn't want to go for the full on engage, and Fan as well is playing on the outskirts.
Yeah. What's really scary about this though is this fight in the bot lane though. Don128 already half HP even before the fight even happened. And they don't have any 100 fruits in the area. So it's going to be easier for Weibo Gaming. Look at them going in with the hook shot. Don128, the flash coming in from Fan is not going to be enough. Shingo7 even used the last caress. No more ultimates on their side.
Along with the flash as well. Now, the Infernal Drake being still started by WBG. Resets are still not happening. TP's coming in.
Yeah, teleport's gonna come in. Have some timing just right. They're gonna still push them back. Faye was able to get a good combo onto Kong. He was able to run away with a Feather Storm. They still got it in the end. Fan is just gonna be running away from here. They still got the stasis coming from Geshan. He's gonna be dying in the process, but SkyFL is still gonna chase him down. Perfect execution is gonna be used, but Faye is gonna push back the members of FPX, and they're not gonna continue the onslaught. Kratos is gonna move forward, forcing Chao to use the flash.
FPX doesn't have any HP remaining for the rest of the members, and they have to retreat. They are forced to go back. WBG secures 2 dragons already, 1 away for the Soul.
Soul is going to be 1 away, and let's see what happened already in that fight.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate because Singdo7 doesn't have Last Caress and doesn't have Flash, and now FPX has so much of a disadvantage coming into this fight as well. Don128 came out a little bit late, so WBG was able to get the turret in Jechan's and Fan's favor, going into the Dragon Pit, just zoning away the enemy team. And right out there, Kratos securing so much of an advantage coming into the early game. Now secures so much damage as well that FPX has to retreat.
Yeah, Sean, explosive blows. 1 more. That's a bit too late. Ultra Shock Laser is going to be used, but on the other side, though, he tried to go for a hero's entrance, but was not well timed.
It's really unfortunate. And once again, FPX securing a kill. We still have to remember, it is WBG who has 2 dragons already in their favor. Glacial Fissure.
Kong with the Glacial Fissure from Chao finishes the kill. 2 kills for FPX.
And now they get another turret. And so far, I'm liking what FPX is doing. They lost the dragon, but they're still looking for these values in turn of kills and in turn of turrets. And so far, FPX is still also keeping up, not giving a huge advantage to the side of WBG.
They're looking for opportunities here. I'm kind of liking what FPX has been doing at the start of this game, because I was expecting them to be winning a lot of these fights, but not this far away, because so far they have been doing so well. And the problem here is that Weibo Gaming needs to time this right, because they only have a 2k gold lead despite the towers being taken by FPX, so this could be bad for FPX.
Yeah, 100%. And I think Getchan would also be one of the key valuable players coming from WBG side, because looking at their composition, there isn't really as much CCs as we expect into a draft, right? It is only Camille who has a single targeted CC, has the Exile Ultimatum, Getchan, who will be the center of it all when it comes to crowd control. So I think it's really important that we look at Getchan and how he's able to play for the team later on.
The only problem that I see also for the side of FPX is the same thing. One of the good things about this pick from Chao is that Weibo Gaming would want to really engage. And because you are a Braum is really good at re-engaging whenever he is needed. So that's why it's so good. Backing up with your point, Weibo Gaming doesn't have a lot of CC. It all relies on how Geshan would be able to play this.
Yeah, on top of that, it is also WBG who has 3 melee units. Has 3 melee champions, so when it comes to the passive of Chao, when it comes to the passive of Braum, it is going to be utilized.
Yeah, it's gonna be easier. Zihan, because he blows on his head, he still has the charm also. So FPX, okay, didn't try to go for it.
Right now, Baron is also available already. Chao overextends.
already on track. They have the Hextech Ultimatum too. Not a lot of damage coming in from Weibo Gaming, but they got the kill. Kong is just dealing so much.
And that's really important. They lose Camille, which means it's only Getchan who will be the frontliner for WBG.
Yeah, they do have the ultimate yet, but they do really need their tank. They have the Baron available. FPX can start at any time soon.
Now, Shuriken Flip will not connect onto Faye, denied by the Crown. Single 7 though, pressuring on the jungle camps of WBG.
Yeah, goes in for evolution, really close from Xingdao 7. But now with evolved wings for WBG, they can go for a fight right now. But the objective is going to be up in just a bit. They are gunning for the soul here. So even if they're a bit too late, it's still safe because the Camille is going to revive before this objective comes up.
But it's really scary because at the moment, it is a 4v5. Camille comes up though. So can go through into this fight really swiftly. Has secured the wrap down side cap already for Single 7.
And Tower's offside has been taken down too. So that's going to be good here. Geshan is going to be chased down by Chow. They use the Glacial Fissure on the other side to stop Kratos from dealing more damage. He already used the Lightning Crash this part of the game, so this is going to be bad for them. Kong is super low, and Geshan is going to be chased down. They lose a bit of their damage, but it's still a 4v4.
A huge chunk of damage lost for the side of FPX. They're going to have a much harder time to take the Mountain Drake. But Fan is still controlling the Dragon Spit.
Yeah, they got the Honey Fruit right now, though. Faye is going to be chased down. Doesn't have the Hemo Plague anymore. Is going to be stunned to death. They still have Geshan going in, but it's still a bit too late. Soul is going to be denied, and FPX takes it.
That's really nice coming in from FPX. It was almost a near miss coming for the side of FPX. The Smite did not secure the Drake, but Kong did. Last Caress!
Ooh, almost getting the kill on Fawn, and Xingdao 7 showing up this game.
Really close there, and now FPX secures their advantage once more.
Yeah, and FPX, what they can do here after that, the fact that they got the kill a while ago and they got the Dragon Denial, they can go for a Baron, a sneaky Baron, because they have a Xayah on their side, so it's going to be easier for them to secure this.
Plus, the thing is, you still have 8 seconds for Vladimir to come back up once again. So they will be able to secure the positional advantage up against WBG.
Yeah, what they want to do here for their side is just to slow the game down. FPX has the disadvantage a while ago because they got 4 towers, but now it's looking like Weibo Gaming is struggling because they haven't taken down the turret on the mid lane yet, and that gives them less options compared to FPX.
100%. But for now, looking at the build itemization as well, we have to be wary of how Zeri is now building. Already secured the 3-item power spike that we are looking for. So WBG, when it comes to the damage output, has just so much already coming into 17 minutes just because of Faye.
Yeah. What I'm really scared of is Faye. If Faye wouldn't be kept in check here, that is going to be a problem because they have the Rabbit and Stat Cap already. Fun! Too aggressive! He almost died to just one combo from Xingdao 7.
Glacial Fissure as well. Really good to zone away WBG. And everyone's just playing it a little bit more of a taggier. It doesn't want to go for the full and engage considering Baron is still up.
Do some ultimates. But now the problem is they don't have any vision on the Baron, which could really pose a threat for them later on. Have a lot of members really far up ahead. But FPX is not hesitating to get this position.
Oh, but I don't like this coming in from Kong and Chow. That's really scary.
It's a good thing they didn't have vision there, because if they had vision, that could have been a kill.
100%.
Or kills.
What, 2v5? 2v4? Yeah. That was really scary, but in the end of the day, it's FPX who was able to just go out unscathed.
But one of the things that we can look at here is that FPX doesn't have vision on the jungle side right here of Weibo Gaming. Is being chased down every 1v1. Xingdao 7 is winning.
FPX right out of the get-go already has the advantage because of the HP that was lost for their jungler.
Super low now. Just because of that one combo coming from Xingdao 7, 2 members almost half HP, and they have to make the recall right here from Weibo Gaming just because of that. And Fawn being low is not good for WBG.
Fan will be able to go in for the reset, will be able to come through into the Dragon's Pit really swiftly as well. So not at all a huge advantage for FPX, but we're looking at the situation right now. It's FPX who has a position advantage, who's able to carry down the vision on the Dragon's Pit.
Yeah, and for now, we're starting. For the mid lane, we're waiting for them to start anytime soon. We're seeing FPX is still positioning themselves, but Kong right now, really scary.
Yeah, Xingdao 7 as well will be able to just attain the Infinity Orb as well. So when it comes to the damage output with the Lich Bane on hand, this is going to be really, really scary.
Yeah,
Hexing Ultimatum
on the top side. Feather Storm cancels the ultimate. No Hexing Ultimatum for their side, but on the other hand though, Zihan is going to take a break off the damage, and Don Wantaway is going to be running away. They got the kill on Geshon. They don't have a tank anymore. This is going to be bad for them. Onto the backline though, they got some kills. They're going to be following through. They are being chased down onto the backline. Don Wantaway having a 1v1, but here comes Fawn to help out. SkyFL is going to be there. He has the shuriken flip on Zihan. Fawn is being chased down by the ADC, and Kong is going to get the kill on him. On the other hand though, Shingdo7 fighting a 1v1 against the ADC too, but this I think is going to be Zihan going to fall down.
Sky batting a 1v1 still in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they still have the shuriken flip, and that's going to be a kill for Sky.
That's amazing. And now the Elder Drake will be open for FPX to take. And once they do, they could go in for the reset, go into the Baron. And once that happens, this is a potential over for game number 1, as this will give them so much advantage.
This might be the game for them though. FPX already got the Elder Drake, and because of that, they can snowball that to a Baron. They still have 10 seconds for most of their members to be alive. They got their jungle up now.
And now it is also Zaya who is on her way, on his way coming into the Baron. So this is pretty much FPX securing 2 objectives on top of each other. As we have mentioned, getting the Elder and getting the Baron means a potential game over in favor for FPX.
FPX can just go and push for the mid lane. What they need to be afraid of is the potential of Shingdo7 to even just use the Whiplash and the last caress in one sitting, and everybody's dead.
And now, a last hope for WBG. Really crucial for Zihan to be able to secure.
What a really smart way of using the Glacial Fissure there though. They use the Glacial Fissure just to stop them from getting through, and that's very smart. Now Shingdo7 is looking for any kills that he can. Once he gets close, one's gonna be dead, especially Kratos.
Look at the position of Fan. Hoping to have eyes on Kong as well. Shuriken Flip will not get information, so Fan could still go in for the backside and access Kong.
Yeah, Kratos is looking for anything that he can. SkyFL could go to the backline if ever he wants to. FPX trying to finish this as fast as they could. They don't have much way clear though, but they have big kill potential! And that last caress almost killed 2!
So close, yet so far. Don 128 jumped in.
Yeah, that's gonna be the fight though. They have the Elder Drake onto their hands. Zihan is gonna fall. Still have all of their members still alive. They have the Elder Drake. They need to be scared. The Sanguine Pool is going to be used for Fate to try and finish it up. But FPX takes the win.
Once again, their macro prowess is shown in game number 1. A little bit of a roller coaster coming into the mid game, but they were able to succeed and able to secure objectives after objectives, winning them the game.
Big winner there for the side of FPX is how they use their assassins to the T. Because of those assassins, they were able to get key targets, especially Kratos. Even Fun and Zihan are always key targets for those assassins to be able to take down. And once they find a way to take those people down, it was easier enough to win those 4v5s. And that's how you play assassins or double assassins in this meta right now.
Yeah, and the confidence coming in from Shingdo7, he is not scared at all. Nothing to be feared for. He just jumps in, extends a bit, and then once he finds a target, brings it down to half HP every single time, every single team fight.
Yeah, and every time we see a team fight, it's also a problem when we have Faye not able to get to the back line, because that is when you see a lot more of the power coming in from the Vladimir. But during this game, we didn't see that much, because it's also a problem where they need to get in, but because there's the presence of the Braum there, they can't even get to the back line as effectively as they can.
Yeah, 100%. It's just so much protection. This is what we're mentioning a while ago, that, you know what, the composition of FPX, having the double assassin and having already one ADC in their lineup, they need a frontliner, and they double down coming into a full-on defensive frontliner that is Braum.
Yeah, and the Braum is really helpful for their team composition. I mean, as much as we said that it's gonna be a problem when it comes to them engaging, but when you have 2 assassins on your side, it's gonna be way easier to engage. And yeah, as you said, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and on top of that, we have mentioned a while ago, right, how Vladimir will be able to escape the grasp of the likes of Evelyn and the likes of these assassins for Akali. But the thing is, given the fact that you have 2 assassins available coming to the side of FPX, even if the charm does not connect, you still have Akali to double down and get in to clean up. these Vladimirs, the squishy targets for WBG.
Yeah, and Weibo Gaming, I thought that they had the better composition overall, but when it comes to execution, it was easier for FPX to do, and that was also because of Shingdo 7. Shingdo 7 getting that early advantage against Spawn just meant the end for the Kazakhs. The reason why you pick up a Kazakhs against an Evelyn is for you to get the objectives and also for you to get the win on that 1v1, but Evelyn got so fed.
Yeah, starting from the very beginning of game number 1, right? Getting the blue buff, getting the Gromp, and then right after Don 128, getting the cut onto the top lane wave as well means that Fan pretty much doesn't have the advantage coming into the top side of the map. Singdo 7 went into his own jungle, cleared out the red buff, and then went into the bottom side. So there is nothing left for Fan to pick.
I honestly love the way that the Braum is picked here on this game. I mean, there's a lot of ways for you to answer the Vladimir, and Braum, I think, is also one of the good answers there. Once you hit the concussive blows on a Vladimir, you just wait for the Sanguine Pull, then get that massive stun. Once you get that massive stun, that Vladimir is gonna be dead.
Man, and considering you also have Zaya in the side of FPX, you have Kong in the side of FPX, it's so much easier to proc the passive of Braum.
Yeah. Oh man, it's gonna be harder moving forward here for Weibo Gaming, losing that first game momentum. And FPX is one of those teams that really loves playing this very peculiar compositions like double assassins, because you do expect Shingdo 7, the MVP of this game, to be super good at playing those assassins. Even if he plays a Lee Sin, you expect Shingdo 7 to be able to carry the early game to their side. So yes, that was just Game 1, everybody. Such a great performance coming in from FPX, and they should need to really double down on the next game. Everybody, that was just our first game. We still have Game 2 or maybe even Game 3. We're just gonna take a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 is about to begin. With the race start of the arena, what are the highlights of the new season that deserve your attention? Let's find out together. The WRL is divided into 2 conferences, WRL-CN and WRL-APAC. 11 teams from the WRL-CN conference and 8 from WRL-APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to vie for ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 19 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL-APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will adopt the BO7 double elimination format, and all teams will be ranked separately within their conference. Only the top 2 teams from each conference playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Additionally, in the WRL-A2 regular stage, the priority side selection will be determined through an A-run, preheating the vibe before the official game kicks off. Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 regular stage will officially kick off on November 1st, with the 19 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. The battles are fierce, and the stakes are high. Which team will ultimately rise to the top? Stay tuned for the epic conclusion.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
We're back in the game, and we are gonna go the lengths for it. Let's see if we're gonna go to game 3 after this game. FPX is able to get a 1-0. Very, very convincing at that. It's more of a jungle difference just because of how Shingdo7 played this game.
Yeah, and that will be the storyline that we could expect coming to game number 2, game number 3.
Yeah.
The junglers will dictate how these games go.
Yeah, and usually the problem here is, how is the difference gonna work? Is Evelyn gonna be banned again? Because so far, some teams really prefer banning the Evelyn because, oh yeah, they're gonna ban the Evelyn.
Yeah, FPX is going to ban it instead, but that's surprising, right? Because Shingdo7 was the one who used it prior, but I think they have the huge respect that, you know what, we did the double assassins a while ago, and we don't want WBG to use it.
Yeah. Oh man, I hope to see this. I hope to see that this is gonna be workable for the teams for now, because from what we're seeing from FPX, it worked out because Evelyn has been picked by Shingdo7, but on the other way around, do they have another chance of doing the same thing? I really do hope to see Shingdo7 on the Lee Sin this coming game.
Yeah, Lee Sin is really, really strong when it comes to early game. And given the fact how FPX played in game number 1, hyper aggressive coming into the early game, mid game, wherein they want to really just snowball out of proportion, expectedly Lee Sin would be a good fit.
Ooh, let's see this though. With the bans that we're seeing, Don128, I expect him to pick up the Camille for himself, or is that gonna be the bait here for Weibo Gaming? Oh wait, Fiddlesticks!
It is
no
open!
Way did they open that up?
And now that could be FPX picking it up for themselves instead of the potential Lee Sin.
It's been a long time. It's been a long time.
I love it. I love it, this bar dash. I love what I'm seeing. Fiddlesticks coming into this game.
They're gonna ban it. Oh man, I thought they're gonna ban it, but they actually didn't.
Yeah.
That's bad. That's
really is
bad.
Really is. Given the fact that Shingdo7 as well is really, really strong and is a titan in the jungle, giving him the Fiddlesticks is not a good sign.
It's not good. It's not good whenever you give Shingdo7 the champions that he needs. And I do hope to see that they have an answer here. I hope they have an answer. Oh man, I do hope. I do hope.
We'll see how WBG will answer it, but the Spark, Camille, and Zero will be locked in. And for the side of FPX, another thing to also be worried about is Jax on the hands of Don128.
Yeah. Seeing it from the other side. Oh wow, it's not gonna work out well for them for sure. But from what we're seeing right now, Jax is gonna be picked up. Don128's favorite, and Ash is gonna be picked early in this game.
The Law Rage Engage coming for the side of FunPlus Phoenix. Considering you already have the likes of Jax and the likes of Fiddlesticks, this is reasonable. And this is valid for the side of FPX. They really just want a utility bottom laner to be able to just funnel in on top side and funnel into the jungler, be the carries for the team instead of the ADC traditionally that we see over the past few days and past few weeks.
Yeah. And from what we're seeing here, Shen is going to be picked up. It's been a long time since we've seen a Shen, but if they need somebody to help out in the early game, that is going to be what they need to make the Zeri as strong as they can get.
Yeah, and that's really important, right? If WBG does not or will not be able to funnel in on Zeri, will not be able to secure that 3-item power spike coming into mid-game, they're going to have a hard time, especially with the likes of Jax and Fiddlesticks in the favor for FPX. Now, it is Kassadin who is removed as well by FunPlus Phoenix.
Yeah. From the start of this game, from what we do want to see from a lot of these teams is for them to even ban the Kassadin, because the Akali, even with the Akali opened up, they just don't want to see the Kassadin right here because they don't want the Fiddlesticks to be hunted down by this Kassadin.
100%. But now the question is, the sports are still open for both sides. It is the mid lane that is also still up, coming in from any of these two teams. Expectedly with Derry having the possibility of going to mid lane, ADCs are still open for them as well. Zaya is open. Kaisa is open.
Yeah. Alistar is going to be open up for Weibo.
I like this.
I can see a chance for Weibo game for FPX to still go for the Braum support so that they do have a double slow on the bot lane just for them to pressure this early game against Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and it will work, right? Because the thing is, Camille, Shen, Alistar for the side of WBG, a lot of frontliners as well. Once more into this game number 2, Braum will fit well coming into this matchup. But if they want to go really aggressively, go into the likes of Rakan if they want an extra engage, but Braum is still priority for FPX.
The question here is what is going to be the mid lane picks here coming in from FPX is there's not a lot of choices anymore. Kassadin has been banned, Vladimir has been banned. They're gonna go for a Jace in the mid lane. That's good actually. That's good.
Yeah, I think this is phenomenal coming from FPX because the thing is they're double downing on the late game carries that the Fiddlesticks and Jax having that potential to go through into the long run. And Jace will secure them the early game.
Yeah, they already have a lot of damage anyway on the side of FPX. One thing that could really help them out is someone to get the early game on his back. And that Jace is a good answer because yes, the Ashe doesn't have any damage for sure because they're going to be building it for enchanted crystal arrows. But now, on the other hand, let's look at Weibo Gaming's composition. What they want to do is make sure that this double ADC composition would be able to work. And with the Shen and Alistar, that is a possibility.
And the thing is, in addition to that, with the addition to the double ADC, it's not just about any champions that we can expect. It is Zeri and it is Ezreal. A lot of mobility built into these two champions. So hitting those CCs coming in from Don128, Singdo 7, and coming in from Braum as well will be difficult into both these ADCs to the side of WBG.
Yeah, and that is going to be the question here moving forward on this next games. Everybody, this is going to be a hard one for everybody because this is FPX wanting to get the 2-0 and be out of the middle of the pack in this competition and join the ranks of Thunder Talk Gaming and maybe even the hands of KBG.
Yeah, but here we go. Game number 2. It's all about pokes versus all in late game. Let's see who comes out on top.
Want to see who's going to win this. They both lost against Thunder Talk Gaming, the team that is on the top for sure, and they need to step up.
They have to step up rather. But now, considering how Singdo 7 played out a while ago in game 1, they could really go in for the jungle invade once again. But considering how Fiddlesticks doesn't really have that strength when it comes to the early game, I think it's all about playing a little bit more safe from here on out. And I think the same thing also applies to the side of WBG. Shen is really not the strongest jungler.
Yeah. The only problem here too, Infinity, is one of my questions here is picking up the Shen against FPX. They really don't mind losing the early game against the Fiddlesticks just because they know, or rather, letting the Fiddlesticks reign supreme in the early game because what they want to do here is like this, like what they're doing in the mid lane. Sky is winning the fight against Faye. If the Shock Blast hit, that could have been a kill.
Definitely would be, but double exhaust already burned out for both sides, for both Sky and Faye. Summoner spells really used up early on. Really good utilization thus far.
And one thing that I'm really scared of, Infinity, is how this composition coming in from Weibo Gaming is full of AD champions. That's going to be a problem here once they hit the later stages of the game. The Braum is going to be unkillable for sure, and the Jax is just going to get tankier and tankier against them. So that is something that they need to really go for, but this is ADCs anyway. They have some magic damage built into Azeri and Ezreal, but I hope it would be enough.
Yeah, because from what we've seen when it comes to the traditional build coming from both Zeri and Ezreal, I think this will both be hybrids, but Singdo 7.
What? Singdo 7 just got that for free, and Fun is just so sad he can't do anything about it.
My word. I mean, this is a potential of Singdo 7, right? Coming into game number 1, early game, pretty much he is.
Oh, he's top 5.
He still has that strength to just go through, but just denying the blue buff is outright illegal and criminal. But now, WBG tapping the sights onto Singdo 7. Good retreat coming from the jungler.
Yeah, they got the information though. They know that he's in the area. He can go for a flash in, gets the fear on 2! And that's gonna be a dead guess shot in the early game.
And that is just because he secured the jungle camp of Shen. He secured the blue buff, giving him level 5, getting the Rift Scuttler as well. Oh my gosh. That setup coming in from Singdo 7, the aggression along with the flash, that was just perfect.
Yeah, really great start coming in from FPX. They just needed to get Singdo 7 as close as they can get. They got the fear 2 after, making the damage way easier. Oh, that enchanted crystal arrow almost.
Yeah, but in inches onto Zihan will not be able to connect, and so far still Dawn 128 leading the charge into the Baron lane, and right now we are already reaching level 5, so it will already be much more safer for the whole squad of WBG, considering they have Shen, they have Stand Unite.
Now 1v1 on the top lane. They do have the Shen coming in with the Stand United. Dawn is not in range.
And as we have mentioned, right, it is a little bit more of a safety net for WBG. Gives them a lot of numbers advantage from very, very far away. But with that being used, it was the Stand United traded in for the flash. And I think it is WBG who has a worse time coming in from that engage, because now they will lose the ultimate of Fan, which will be crucial into a lot of team fights overall, considering how Singdo 7 constantly rotates in the map.
Yeah, now Singdo 7 is gonna be a really scary force coming into the next stages of the game, because whenever you don't see a Fiddlesticks, there's a big chance that the Crow Storm would come out of nowhere, and that is one of the advantages when having the Fiddlesticks. Couple that with the fact that they also want the Fiddlesticks for the wave clear, and seeing that, he could definitely be a stronger force here.
100% stronger force. Two-shot barrage to clear down the wave in the bottom lane for Kratos. We're already down to 4 minutes and 30 seconds into this matchup, so expectedly later on a lot of resets will occur to get those items in, to get those first items up for any of these two teams. And then Singdo 7 already securing the crown means that a lot more self-sustainability and self-denying of that CC is coming from WBG for the jungler of FPX.
Ooh, I thought Faye is gonna go for the brush. And Singdo 7 could have got that first kill really easily, but based on what we're seeing, look at the rotations coming in from them. They might try to find a way to steal this Rift Herald against Singdo 7. That's one of the disadvantage of the champion, is because if you start this fight, it's not going to be easy. Stand United is going to be used. He flash in to get the great taunt, and Sky is not going to survive.
And just outright with that engage, with that kill, they get the advantage onto the Drake.
They have time to go to the bot lane though. Faye is not here too. That Rift Herald has been taken, but they still have the Crow Storm in check, so they can go and contest this.
They could summon the Shelly onto the mid lane as well, get Pryo, go into the Drake.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming, a bit too late. Singdo 7 can start this fight anytime he wants to. He does have the ultimate, remember. He can't Crow Storm in. Fawn overuses his dash, and this is going to be the start of it. They're going to go in. They have some timing just right. They got the headbutt to push him away. Geshan is tanking a lot of damage, but they still got it in the end. Singdo 7 wasn't able to get it, and the taunt 2 ends it, and Weibo Gaming gets the dragon and 2 kills.
WBG just turned that around, just waited for the perfect time, and their CCs are just phenomenal overall. It was FPX who delayed that in a very, very long time, enable WBG to secure the Drake and also get a double man taunt coming in from Shen.
That's more of a mistake from the side of FPX. Let's take a look at what they decided here when Singdo 7 went for the Crow Storm.
Yeah, Dawn 128 got the good counter-strike. It's a double man stun for WBG, but the thing is, look at the Dragon Spit. It was Singdo 7 who went in for the ultimate, get knocked out by the Alistar, enabled Shen to just go into the Dragon Spit. And right after, Fan went in for the double man taunt. Faye just went in for the free hit. It was overall really, really good for WBG.
Yes, Sean with the headbutt. Perfect timing there. If he wasn't able to get that headbutt, that could have dealt so much damage against most of their members. But now, because of that, tower in the mid lane is going to be taken off. FPX almost the same setting as what happened during the last game. Them taking the Rift Herald in the mid lane, then just getting advantage in early game.
Yeah, and plus, the knockback disabled Singdo 7 to get the smite onto the Infernal Drake. It was just really, really good team play from WBG. And now looking at the state of the game, it is still FPX who has the advantage and got the tower for his blood in the mid lane. They have the map control, but WBG coming into these games. If ever this snowballs out of proportion, if they get the soul later on, considering they have double ADC, that is their winning condition.
Yeah, this is gonna be bad here moving forward for FPX. They don't really have a lot of damage onto the late game. We do expect a Jax to be able to do as much, but at this point in Wild Rift, it's not really that strong in the late game. Shingdo 7 is the only damage that they could have, and if they don't get this big advantage in the early game, it's gonna be bad for Weibo.
Zone 128 gets cancelled, but 4-man room for FPX!
Gets the Ignite. They might be able to go for more here, but Fawn is in the area.
Nice disengage coming from WBG. Game sense coming from Gapcon as well. That there will be a lot of team members coming for the side of FPX that could respond quickly. But that's really, really good overall coming from WBG side. Right now, it's all about waiting and playing for the patience.
Yeah,
WBG.
one of the things that I'm really scared of is that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, supposedly, they go for the Hextech Ultimatum of 2. The Ignite is have to stand united defensively. And FPX was not able to get any kills out of that.
And the thing is, they don't have to force fight. Always have to remember that they have Ezreal, they have Zeri, and they have to play for late game. They don't have much damage early on into this game number 2. Also considering the fact that they have Shen as their jungler.
Weibo Gaming has a big chance of winning this game though because of that double ADC. They just need to wait for it to activate. And as long as FPX delays this early game and not get the advantage that they need, this is going to be bad for them.
Yeah, and that is also one of the disadvantages coming to the side of FPX, right? It's a double-edged sword. You know what? You double down into the jungler. You double down into your top laner. That means your bot laner is now getting... what? Lacking when it comes to gold, when it comes to scaling, right? Because they went in for the full utility bot lane.
Oh no!
Interesting use of ulti.
I think he thought that the Shen is gonna be staying there, go for the Rift Sculptor and surprise him. But because that could have been 1 or 2 tanks, right? A 50-50, a genius move, or yeah, something like that.
A ingenious move.
Oh yeah,
Shingdo 7. But yeah, I get the thought, right? Because if they get someone, that's definitely a huge advantage coming into this matchup, considering that objectives are coming out really, really soon as well. But unfortunate because now the ultimate has to still be on cooldown for the foreseeable future before the objective comes back in. So they have to play it really, really safe.
Yeah. And for now, FPX, what they can do after this is to find a place before the second objective. Right now, they don't have any vision on any part of the map. And that's going to be a problem for their side because Weibo Gaming could easily just set up fights. And they have a Fiddlesticks on FPX. They need to set up fights for their Fiddlesticks.
Yeah, 100%. And that is now dependent on Mikao, how he will start up this fight.
Yeah, they got the True Shot Barrage onto the backline though. 1 for HP on Chao and Kong. So that's going to be a good advantage here.
We're also waiting for the potential long-range engage coming from Kong as well. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will be crucial coming in, already used.
Yeah, onto the bot lane, using the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, would be able to get some damage onto Zihan. But that's not going to be enough. They have the ultimate onto the back line. Shingdo 7 is just pushing them back. They want to get the Pulverize on 2. They got Shingdo 7. And look at this. Shingdo 7 might be dead. He has been left alone. He got the fear, but he's not going to survive. And this is the time for Weibo Gaming to win this battle. Don 128 is not going to survive that. Was able to flash away. Ultra Shock Laser almost, but they lost their jungler.
That's really, really good coming from WBG. I think it was FPX who went a little overboard into starting up that fight. And now, with the loss of a lot of CCs, lost with a lot of ultimates, it was the signal for WBG to bite back and pounce back.
I'm really surprised about the decision making here. Every one of them is not in sync here for the side of FPX. Throwing the Enchanted Crystal Arrow in the bot lane, not using this in the current fight is bad.
Yeah, especially considering this is a 4v4 with all-in focus for the side of WBG into a single thing. And then WBG's position as well, separated across the board, means that the ultimate for Shingdo 7 will not connect to each and every single one.
Yeah, and that is the problem here. They kept risking this fight and letting Shingdo 7 get an ultimate that is a bit too early. That's not good for this guys.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine if it would have been different, if it's WBG who started up the Drake, and then you have the follow through for Fiddlesticks to go in with the ultimate, and then the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. That have been a different story for FPX.
Yeah, FPX also, from the itemization of Kong here, Kong is building a lot of AD. He's not going to go for the classic Black Lever because they do really need an ADC in this composition, and Kong is going to be the one there, but it's not going to be as effective as what Azarian and Ezreal could do, but better than nothing.
Yeah, and I think that's the flexibility of the Ashe pick coming in from Kong, right? If ever it came through, Don 128.
Yeah, Don 128 is going to be dead. Those enchanted crystal arrows, I don't know what to say now, because they always show it to the bot lane, but it doesn't guarantee them a kill, which is not really what an Ashe should do.
Yeah, just considering because that's the Camille that we're talking about, right? A lot of sustainability built into himself. Zihan.
Yeah, onto the bot lane though. Zihan's gonna go.
Flash!
Oh, what a great hook shot to surprise Guy. But right now, that might be his detriment. He might be dead here. Okay, he's not gonna hit the shot there in the end. And Sky almost died too.
And now Xiao and Kong as well. Push in onto Kratos and Jetchan, but will not commit to an all-in. And thus far, FPX is in a losing battle.
Yeah, FPX hasn't been... One of the things that is bad about this is they're not hitting the enchanted crystal arrows. They're always not in the same page whenever they go for a target. They would need to really go for one target because that's the only thing that they can do here.
Yeah, and that's the important thing that we mentioned a while ago, right? It is going to be Chao, it is going to be Kong who starts this fight. It could be Single 7, but the thing is, if he starts up the fight in the middle of, what, 4 or 5 members into an engage, his HP is just gonna get melted. Yes, he has a crown, but that's not enough.
One of the strengths also of a Fiddlesticks is going for re-engages. They don't need to force any fights. They should just let Weibo Gaming go for the fight, then surprise the backline after. And that could something that they would use in this next fight. The backline, though, SkyFL is going to be there. They have the Glacial Fissure to stop them from pushing. Flash is coming in from the side of FPX, but right now, it's a good time for Shingo 7 to go to the backline, but a bit too late, a bit too early. They got the flash. The Kratos is not going to die in the process. Shingo 7 is also dead. That 1v1 is not going to work in their favor. They go to the backline. Getshot is going to be dead. Kong made it work for the side of FPX.
That's pretty good. And Don 128 is still on the board. Could come in Counter-Strike.
They're going to be chasing them down. Weibo Gaming is going to have a hard time in this fight, though, because they don't have a lot. They saw some slows at the side of FPX, and they are going to die in front of FPX.
Passive coming from Chao as well. Activated the last second, and Zihan had no escape. And FPX turned things around, got their gold advantage back.
This is going to be bad, though. I don't want to see this happening for the side of Weibo Gaming because they have been playing this game so good. But once FPX found out that what they just need to do is wait for Weibo to engage, that is when they will win.
Yeah, and that was just phenomenal coming from Singdo 7 as well. Going in for the ultimate and going in for the flash, double feared out a while ago. That was really, really good. And then the follow-up for FPX overall, it was just a disaster for WBG.
Yeah, now that they have the combo again, they don't need to waste Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They should use Enchanted Crystal Arrow in this current fight, because if they don't use it, it might be a problem for them. Because the blows is going to be used. The sun is on Geshan. Super low HP already. Kong is dealing a hefty amount of damage here.
Yeah, you already have the Rune Uncircin, you have the Bloodthirst already, and just look at the position for Singdo 7 from here on forward. Because a while ago, it's FPX who has just Chao, Kong, Don 128 is on the front lines having that poke damage and potentially start the fight.
Control ward is very smart here. Ocean Break is going to be taken. FPX is already starting it out. They just need Shingo 7 to be as far away as possible. Geshan would want to start this. Fun is just waiting for an ultimate potential. But right now, onto the back line, Geshan has been seen. They have the timing. They got the Ocean Break, but look at the back line. Oh, it's going to be Breach. Geshan is here together with the Stand United on their side. Gong is going to be their target, but Shingo 7 is going to be dead. Wasn't able to use the Crow Storm, and that's a lot of people dead onto the side of FPX. Don 128 is going to die to the Ultra Shock Laser. Was able to survive.
Oh, phenomenal sidestep there coming from Don 128, surviving in the brink of that. And now WBG starts the Baron Nashor really quickly.
Yeah, Baron's gonna be taken. No Shingo 7, no Baron for the side of FPX. That is gonna be the bad thing. Shingo 7 was out of position, but it's more on the fact that Geshan and Faye was able to get a great position in that battle.
It was really unfortunate. Yes, they denied the soul away from WBG, but they lost the Baron. They could now lose a lot of their turrets in the mid lane and on the side lanes. And just look at how Getchon played this, right? He went onto the backside, knocked up on the Sky FL, and then Stand United came through. The taunt came up, It was just CC stacked on top of each other. It was a good showing for WBG, and in the end, the Glacial Fissure knocked up in the rest of the crew for FPX, and it was just no escape for them. Opened up the doors for WBG to take an objective.
Yeah, and Weibo Gaming just losing on that advantage is not, or rather FPX losing in that advantage is not what we expected from them to happen, and it's showing. The cracks in their armor are showing right now because FPX wouldn't have enough damage if the Crow Storm is not available. They have been depending too much on what Chingdo 7 can do, and that is not what you want whenever you have a Fiddlesticks on your team.
Dihan is now seeing a Crystal Arrow is gonna miss.
He missed the arrow again, and because he built on hit, it's not gonna be up. It's gonna be up for too long. That's why they need to hit those enchanted crystal arrows.
Elder Drake. This is crucial for FPX if they want to turn things around, because at the moment WBG already has the Baron buff, already has the lane priority across the board.
Yeah, top lane too. They're gonna be taking the top lane tower. They're not gonna be afraid of what this is gonna do, because Kong is okay here. He's gonna be staying here with the hop shot so that they have vision on that Elder Drake.
Really, really important for both these teams, because the Elder Drake alone could turn things around to one team or another into their own favor. In terms of gold, everyone is on an even level playing field, but WBG still has double ADC that we have to think of. Chingdo 7.
Chingdo 7 has been caught up. Geshan is going to follow through Fawn. I think this is too aggressive. This might be their deterrent, and this could loosen the game. Chao is being chased down right here by Zihan, but it's too tanky, and he's going to be surviving for a bit. Chingdo 7 almost died there. The shock blast onto the backline is going to be ending their lives at PX. Chingdo 7 still have to Crow Storm in this fight, though. So if this happens, that's something that they can go for. Chingdo 7 is going to go in. He has to flash onto the backline. They got one kill. They make it two. Faye is going to be running away, but FPX is turning things around. Chao is going to be chasing them down. Sky FL is low, but FPX won that fight.
Amazing stuff coming from FPX. The patience game that they did there, it was WBG who overextended into the bottom lane. And yes, it was really a valuable target that they had. It was Chingdo 7. If they remove the jungler coming in from FPX, they win the game. But right now, WBG.
They can go for the slow. No unbreakable will for Geshan. Geshan is going to be dead. Look at the push on the mid lane. They're pushing it already, while Elder Drake is being held hostage here.
And now it is an insurance for FPX. They got the turret into the mid lane. The wave is pushing. The wave is in their favor. And if they get the Elder Drake, they are now on a favorable matchup up against WBG.
Yeah, FPX is just going to take this, and that Elder Drake is for free. Baron is going to be next for them.
And we have to remember, we still have Fiddlesticks to the side of FPX, so if ever it comes down into a matchup, into a team fight with Leandra's already built up by Chingdo 7, those players coming in from WBG is just gonna get melted out, literally and pretty much functionally. When it comes to this matchup,
yeah,
it is really, really going to be such a hard time for them.
I think they need to be afraid of what Kong could do more than what Chingdo 7 could do now. I think he's way, way more scarier. And even Sky has been the saving grace of this team. The shock blast onto the backline has been super helpful. Wait, they're not going to contest this?
They're going to start up the Baron Nashor.
Yeah, they're not going to contest this. They're a bit too late if they try to contest this right now. That's going to be a Baron for free for FPX. This is going to be game.
And I think the fact is, we mentioned this a while ago, Elder Drake already scared by FPX, so if ever it comes down and WBG goes in for the engage, they're not going to win 100% because Chingdo 7 still has the ultimate. Chao still has the ultimate.
They had to contest. Now it's sealed. It's the game just because they just gave it for free. That was their last chance of contesting this fight, but because the Baron has been taken now, it's going to be done for sure. FPX is just going to take this easily, and this is where the problem lies for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and now with a 4v5, FPX is on the road to success.
What? They gave it for free, and now the game is going to be done. That's just going to be taken for the side of FPX. They could have had a fighting chance, but right now it's going to be a chance for them to lose. 2-0 for FPX, and Weibo Gaming is going to be taken off.
2-0. Chingdo 7 once again built different to the side of FPX. Those rotations coming for the early game, and having the capability as well to really just chase the success or chase the gold and chase value all throughout the map. And yes, double ADC to the side of WBG, but FPX has their jungler and has done 1-2-8 along with the rest of the crew under composition.
Honestly, Infinity, I don't know if it's a different take, but FPX, they didn't deserve that win. I honestly think that they didn't deserve that win because Kong wasn't really hitting all those enchanted crystal arrows, but because of the fact that Weibo Gaming took their time, when those enchanted crystal arrows don't hit on an on-hit Ash, you should take the chance of engaging against them. And that's why, honestly, that's more on Weibo Gaming losing the opportunities rather than FPX actually taking the helm for them to win. Shingdo 7 has a lot of mistakes too this game, but they got the win just because of the fact that Sky did really well this game.
Yeah, they turned things around. They changed the side of the matchup, right? Because especially coming into that latter part of the game wherein Elder Drake is alive, Shingdo 7 was seen. But the thing is, it was only, I believe, Camille, Shen who went in for the engage. Right?
Yeah.
They were only 2 members while they are in the bottom quadrant jungle wherein it is pretty much a territory for FPX.
Yeah. And for now, from what we've seen here, FPX can't do that. In the upper echelons of our team, they can't do that. If they make those types of mistakes against the likes of KBG, for example, against the likes of Nova, or even the stronger JDG at this point, they're gonna get punished for sure. And they don't need to make those types of mistakes. And that could really help them out, at least take some notes on what happened this game, because that Fiddlesticks was free and they weren't able to use it effectively.
Yeah, it was surprising to be left open because right out of the get-go, for the viewers watching at home, currently the auto bans coming for the red side is Hecarim and Fiddlesticks. These are two of the champions that we could expect being banned away and removed from the champion pool, but surprisingly enough, it's left open here in game number 2. And yes, I think they're doing a double bluff here wherein they could counter it with the Alistar, but still leaving it open as a champion is really not a good idea.
I don't know if it's honestly, I don't know if I don't know if that is such a bad take from me, but honestly, Shingdo 7 got away with this. I honestly would say Shingdo 7 dodged a bullet right there. It's a good thing that Sky and Kong are just playing. I mean, Kong, yes, controversial. Enchanted crystal arrows were not hitting, but he was positioning so well this game that we could erase that part out.
Oh yeah.
Faye and Kratos could have won this game.
Yeah, especially considering from what we have mentioned a while ago, right? It will be Don 128 and Singdo's game. It will be Ash and it will be Braum the dual laner, so will be the utility. But the thing is, the enchanted crystal arrow does not connect, so where's the utility? That's the question, right? But nevertheless, the flip side, the silver lining to all of this is that Ash was still able to get like what, 27k damage.
That's true. That's a good thing. That's one of the things that I like there. But Infinity, yeah, Sky really deserves this one. The shock blast onto the back line. You know what? One of the reasons why it was forced that the Ezreal and the Zeri picked up the crown of the Shattered Queen, because they were so afraid of the shock blast from Sky.
Oh yeah, I mean, Jace is just really strong when it comes to early mid game. When it comes to those long range pokes, the shock blast will really hurt, especially considering that you have double ADC to the side of WBG. Those HP bars gonna get melted right at the get-go.
Yeah, man. I do hope to see a lot more from the next game. It is something that everybody's waiting for. The APAC conference matchup. It's gonna be Panel Adversity versus Invade Esports for our next game. I hope you guys are excited. We're just gonna take a short break before we head into that next game.
Obrigado, feliz aniversário, Wild. Aveva la pelle giallastra e gli occhi segnati da
Happy anniversary.
¿Qué les parecen estos cambios?
Happy 3rd year anniversary.
Your Coca-Cola pop-up play. Death Bolt, when you 5v5, when you run up the healing, the shielding, you take no damage.
And RRQ all the way, baby.
The execution in that team fight cannot be understated.
aqui o meu feliz aniversário.
Atas, klik tombol ini nih. Nah,
Happy 3-year anniversary. Congratulations.
thank you dan sekali lagi selamat ulang tahun untuk Wild Rift yang ketiga.
Feliz aniversário, Wild Rift.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Happy 3 years anniversary. Oh, yang mana nih? Wow. Oh, yeah.
No one knows we're here, baby!
Happy anniversary to you. Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 is about to begin. With the race start of the arena, what are the highlights of the new season that deserve your attention? Let's find out together. The WRL is divided into two conferences, WRL-CN and WRL-APAC. 11 teams from the WRL-CN conference and 8 from WRL-APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to vie for ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 19 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL-APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will adopt the BO7 double elimination format, and all teams will be ranked separately within their conference. Only the top 2 teams from each conference playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Additionally, in the WRL-A2 regular stage, the priority site selection will be determined through an A-run, preheating the vibe before the official game kicks off. Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 regular stage will officially kick off on November 1st, with the 19 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. The battles are fierce, and the stakes are high. Which team will ultimately rise to the top? Stay tuned for the epic conclusion.
See, it's just a scarecrow! Aren't you afraid?
欢迎大家来到赛后采访，我是子琪。让我们恭喜 FunPlus 拿下了本场比赛的胜利。我们邀请到的是打野选手星斗，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 FunPlus 的打野星斗7。
欢迎星斗，很久不见了，感觉还是非常沉稳，尤其是你们队伍的心态也非常沉稳。2局都是在前期有点逆风的情况之下翻盘的，你觉得你们队伍为什么可以在这种逆风的情况下还保持得这么好？
其实前面的团战输主要是我们自己没打好啊，然后经济一直都是平的嘛，甚至我们有的位置还是领先的。然后只要他们没拿那个龙魂之前，我们就打一波好团，就完全可以结束对面的。
Okay, so I just asked, so how did you guys just end up the game with both two games? Because they got a very good lead in the early game. And Sindo just answered, because we think before both the two Elder Dragon, the old Drakes is our fault. So we made some mistakes during the first two dragons. So but our CS doesn't fall behind a lot. So we got the chance to end up the game by just one good team fight before the Elder Dragon. 那么第二个问题想要问到的是，就是当时在第二局的时候，有没有想到对面会把稻草人放给你？因为这个其实现在是一个非班必选的英雄，你觉得他们是怎么样去考虑的呢？
有想到啊，其实这个就训练赛比赛都是长班的嘛，就可能有的队伍他就玩不到，就可能练不到，就具体的那个稻草人打团的细节这种，他可能就是想就是赌我们玩的不够熟练吧。
是的，so I just asked, do you think why Weibo Gaming just leaves out the Fatal Stick to you in the game 2? And Sindo just said, because they think most of the players doesn't have the chance to practice the Fatal Stick during the scrim, because it's obviously banned on the banner. So they maybe just bet on my prophecy of this Fatal Stick is not very high enough. But obviously we got the win. 那么最后一个问题想要问到的是，最近其实你们也拿下了3连胜嘛，然后状态是越来越好，你觉得主要是归功于什么呢？
就我们第一场打完之后就总结挺多的嘛，就是主要是比赛要就敢打一点，就跟我们训练赛怎么打，我们比赛就怎么打，然后就后面比赛我们都按照这样去打，然后就很轻松就赢下来了。
是的，更加敢于发挥了。So the last one I just asked, you have got the 3 winning streaks. So what do you think the reason behind this? And Sindo just said, we think we got much confidence to involve in the team fight after the game 1 loss versus the Thundertalk Gaming. I think we were not got that much confidence. We are afraid of them, so we lose that game. But afterwards, we find much confidence back, and we found our form back, so we can keep always winning. 那以上就是我们赛后采访的全部内容了。也要再次感谢星斗选手接受我的采访。接下来呢，我们为大家准备了一些赛场的即时花絮，让我们一起来看一下吧。
It's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Obrigado, feliz aniversário, Wild. Aveva la pelle giallastra e gli occhi segnati da
Happy anniversary.
¿Qué les parecen estos cambios?
Happy 3rd year anniversary.
Coca-Cola pop-up play. Defo, when you 5v5, when you run up the healing, the shielding, you take no damage.
It's RRQ all the way, baby.
The execution in that team fight cannot be understated.
Happy anniversary, WRL-A2.
Deixa aqui o meu feliz aniversário.
Atas, klik tombol ini nih. Nah.
Happy 3-year anniversary. Congratulations.
Thank you dan sekali lagi selamat ulang tahun untuk Wild Rift yang ketiga.
Feliz aniversário, Wild Rift.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Happy 3 years anniversary.
Yang mana ya nih?
Wow. Oh yeah.
No one knows we're here, baby!
Happy anniversary to you also. Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 is about to begin. With the race start of the arena, what are the highlights of the new season that deserve your attention? Let's find out together. The WRL is divided into two conferences, WRL-CN and WRL-APAC. 11 teams from the WRL-CN conference and 8 from WRL-APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to vie for ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 19 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL-APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will adopt the BO7 double elimination format, and all teams will be ranked separately within their conference. Only the top 2 teams from each conference playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Additionally, in the WRL-A2 regular stage, the priority site selection will be determined through an A-run, preheating the vibe before the official game kicks off. Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 regular stage will officially kick off on November 1st, with the 19 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. The battles are fierce, and the stakes are high. Which team will ultimately rise to the top? Stay tuned for the epic conclusion.
See, it's just a scarecrow! Aren't you afraid?
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Obrigado, feliz aniversario, Eric. Aveva la pelle giallastra e gli occhi segnati da
Happy anniversary.
¿Qué les parecen estos cambios?
Happy third year anniversary.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back into the game. This is going to be the APAC conference matchup. It's going to be 2 APAC conference matchup after this. So everybody's probably excited what's going to happen. There are some people who are probably watching Worlds right now. But if you have some time, watch this together with us.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the viewers that is excited. I mean, we were talking about this series just a while ago, right? Final University up against INV. What can happen and what will happen coming into match 3.
Yeah, and I'm kind of excited how this would work out though, Infinity, because these games that we have been seeing has been really, really fun. So I do hope to see a lot more from matchup. For now, it's going to be Fennel versus INV, and we have seen Cerberus Esports and Team Flash later on.
Yeah, and we talked about Fennel Adversity's draft just last week Saturday, right? In the day 4 of WRL-A Season 2, there were a lot of changes and there were a lot of improvements, if you may, coming into the draft or Fennel. Coming into the Brains with Kaigu and Exosense backing, and with the changes in the form of Ortros, in the form of Helios coming in, and Spelt as well into the lineup of Fennel.
Yeah, and I've liked how this set of people has been such a great team ever, or not a great team. Like, this players individually has been really great ever since the start of the WCS2. So this is a squad that knows what they're doing, and against another APAC conference squad, this is a challenge for INV Esports.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a challenge, right? Considering the performance of Fennel last week up against one of the strongest team in the APAC conference, right? Being the runner-up of WRL-A Season 1 Finals, which was the former NGX G2B. Yeah. They got one game out from that, and yes, they did not win the series, but that is speaking volume of the strengths of Fennel, and now INV Esports has to battle that. Yeah.
And I do hope to see Arisen from back then has been one of the great players that we have here in the tournament, and seeing him in action again coming into this next game, I would love to see some very, very good plays from him. And now Helios and Bluff X, these are mid laners that are quite different from each other. Bluff X here onto the side of INV Esports hasn't had the greatest of days. They had a lot of losses as a team. That's why here on the other side, Helios has a lot more KDA from him.
Yeah, and it's not just about KDA that we're talking about. It doesn't matter about the stats. And yeah, stats doesn't lie, but the thing is, Helios' playstyle is totally different as well. His champion pool is very, very flexible, to the point that last week, he brought out the Aatrox mid lane up against the Vladimir. And that is something that we can expect once again, that Helios will change things up today.
But I want to see how Helios is going to be making this work though. But let's see how this is going to happen, because we're going to be going to our host
亲爱的召唤师们，大家下午好，欢迎回到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第2赛季的比赛现场，我是子琪。接下来呢，将由马尼拉 Final 战队对阵曼谷 INV 战队，两支战队都仍在等待属于他们的一场首胜。重新调整归来之后的他们能否找回状态？今天他们又将会带来怎样的惊喜表现呢？让我们一起来期待一下。Hello everyone, welcome back to the 2023 World League Asia 2. Here's Michelle. Now we're gonna have Manila Final versus Bangkok INV Esports. Both teams are still waiting for their first win. Can they find back their status after the adjustment? And what kind of surprise they're gonna take for us today? Let's get right to it. 那么接下来呢，我们双方战队已经准备就绪了，让我们一起进入到召唤师峡谷之中吧。So now all the players are getting ready. Let's step into the wild.
After watching you guys play, I feel like we can get a foot early again today. You guys should really watch more of our game to learn how to play.
Ooh. I like that. I like the way everything is starting whenever this is gonna work. So let's see how Fennel would be able to play this out this coming game, because this is a challenge for Invade Esports, as we said.
And that is just amazing coming in from both Fennel and Invade Esports. The trash talks coming in from both these sides. Learning how to play, coming in for the side of Fennel, they have to watch them, and then for the side of Fennel, they said they're gonna get off early today. I mean, what are those banters?
Those banters are crazy, Infinity. And whenever we hear those types of banters from our players, I really am expecting a lot more from them. Like, yeah, you had to walk the talk, as they say.
And show them that your trash talk, that you can live up to its name, like live up to your trash talk. That is something that both these teams have to do coming into the series. But as we have mentioned a while ago, both Fennel University, or well, Fennel rather, and Invade Esports has to perform today. Invade, with the performance of Fennel, is something that they have to face up against as a challenge.
Yeah, now the challenge here is how they play around their players. That is what I want to see from the side of Invade Esports. This is one of their biggest challenges, how they play the mid game. That is where you will know how good teams are, is if they know how to play the early to mid game compared to their enemies.
And the thing is, with the type of brains that Fennel has, it is not gonna be easy to read their composition. It is not easy to read how they build their draft overall, considering how Helios is also such a flexible mid laner, coming in from what Baron laner before in RRQ in the first couple of years of WBG.
That's fast. That's fast. They're already here. Because most of the time, whenever it's a CN conference, it takes a bit of time before we head into the ARAM game. But now to start, the flash into Justice Punch, the knockups happened, and Invade didn't have any answer for it.
That was so quick coming in from Chaz. I was expecting him to just walk and go in, but no.
Yeah. Right now, Merly is one of the most annoying things whenever you're fighting against a Rengar, is how they use the AP Rengar every time.
And right now, it is Merly who jumps across our Ryzen really low.
Yeah, right now onto the back line, though, Bank was able to get that one kill before finishing himself off.
Now, Root is stuck, but will not forgo for all in. 2 kills already for the side of Fennel, while there is one in trade for
Invade. This is gonna be a hard time for them, because right here, oh, Merly! As I was saying, it could have been a hard time, but Merly's making it easy.
And definitely is, but for now, even level playing field, no one has the full-on advantage, while Invade actually is now pushing up against Fennel. They're having a really hard time.
Yeah. And for now, Invade Esports having a great time here. What I'm really scared of is how Pam, who's the side of Invade Esports, might be able to keep this game in check, just because they have a lot of ranged champions. And whenever they start the fight, look at that great glacial fissure. But Fennel wasn't able to follow up with it.
Yeah, and I think at this point, it's Invade who has the better composition.
Oh, that was really scary starting off from Invade. Right now, Fennel, a problem. Oh, look at that damage from Merly. The roar is enough to get them to that low HP.
Punch. Ariel is low. Helios follows through with a kill. 2 kill advantage coming for the side of Fennel Adversity, but coming through into reading this composition, it's just Fennel who has a lot of CC stacked on top of each other.
Ooh, look at Fennel though. They're just looking for themselves to be destroyed right here from the side of Invade, because they want to go for the reset first before they head in for the next fight.
Yeah, and I think what brings the difference here for Fennel is how much CCs they have. That is what they're banking on, while Invade is banking on damage.
Yeah, and from what we're seeing now from Invade, they're gonna be sacrificing themselves. They weren't able to take down the tower. That's gonna be bad.
Now Helios in the front lines being jumped on by Merly.
Ooh, Merly had so much damage right there. Was able to run away with a face rush. Ezreal is now gonna get the ultimate up. And he is gonna survive.
Now Merly shows himself. And then the surprising thing is Teemo for Artros. I think that is just all fun and games.
Chaz, no follow-up, but he got the kill anyway. And now this is just gonna snowball for Invade.
Now Helios coming in front of base. Has items already built up, but the turret is already down to 100 HP. So Tower for his blood will be in favor for Invade.
Yeah, Invade Esports. Oh no. It's gonna be a problem for them now that they're starting with that. Glacial Fissure, not a lot of damage though. And Invade has a lot of damage, as you said. That's gonna be one of the things that could really help them off this start. Right now, Chaz goes in with the taunt on 2. That's enough.
Good utilization of the Shield of Durant coming in from Chaz. And now Danny follows up. Still has the CC with the Dark Binding. Will not connect.
Yeah. And Fennel for now is going to slow things down. Not a lot of things going for the side of Invade. And with how this is starting Infinity, I'm really liking this development.
Yeah, Fennel once again. All about CCs. Arisen has been doing miracle work every single time Dark Binding connects.
Yeah. Gets the Dark Binding. Fennel is just gonna wait for it. Now that Merly is alive, they need to be careful now.
They really have to be. But this is a 5v4 in favor for Fennel, but the HP advantage is still to the side of Invade.
I'm really loving how the Tormented Soul is working. Gets it. He's gonna die with a Galio. Look at Merly just running away casually. Fennel isn't gonna be able to follow through with that. They have the ultimate though, that they are waiting for the cooldown of that roar, and Arisen is gonna die.
Arthas is also 1 HP, and Invade can jump in anytime.
Yeah, Helios, he does have the snowball, but Merly isn't gonna go in after getting that hit and try to kill Ultras at least.
And Danny just got melted by Merly!
Merly is just making this game look easy, but now with that, the damage is just stacking, and Invade would want to finish this game as fast as they could.
I mean, it's all about the damage that Invade is banking on. This is what we have mentioned already. Why? They have Zeri, they have Jace for the early game, they have Rengar for the late game, they have Ezreal as an extra utility with this shred of armor, right? So there's just so much in the composition of Invade, while Fennel, they're really just going through the composition of crowd control. They're banking on Braum to set up the play, Chaz as well to go into the backside, Danny to follow through, with Artros and Helios not being the best of best when it comes to the damage aspect of compositions of champions.
And they don't really have any dedicated damage DPS champions here except for Helios, right? And also, Fennel has a problem of how they're gonna stock those damage, like what Merly is doing. Got stacked on top of everybody. They have the Hero Centers coming in. A lot of members are gonna be knocked off. They have to. One Justice Punch is gonna hit, and Fennel is just gonna follow with it. One more shot from Merly is waiting for the last stack, but he wasn't able to get it.
Helios in front line. Will just go out, will not go in for the engage. Azrael has just so much damage as well. Chaz!
Oh no! That is just crazy. Coming in from Merly and they got those kills. Man, this guy is just wow.
Yeah, Chaz as well. I mean, this is speaking how we could expect game 1 to be later on. But right now it's just a fight for sides. Ty Propam.
Yeah, Azrael is just gonna die here in the process too. Might get some damage, and actually they did. And Horizon's gonna be chasing down Azrael. He's gonna be dead by the poison. BluffX is also gonna be here, but Merly would want to finish him off as fast as he could. That damage is just stacking up on top of each other.
Good Shield of Durant to just save Horizon's life. And Chaz was just the Guardian Angel for Horizon from that engage.
Look at that. Banks item still.
Oh my gosh. That is crazy armor pen.
Oh man, stacking the serrated Dirk just for him to have so much damage in this game. Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, they're banking on the early game, mid game, right? Because of Jace. Yeah. And I think that is, you know, not the best of the items, but good enough.
Oh, look at that though. Got the damage. Just Shock Blast on Danny just signals how good it is gonna be for Bank in this game. I just hope that he went for the Cyrilda's Grudge at least for that last item though. Helios, oh no! Look at the damage coming from them. Merly's gonna go in. That's gonna be a kill Invade.
Danny's just got
He's
melted.
just gonna get this fight per side for sure.
And now Helios goes in for the flash, goes in for the fight.
Yeah, not enough damage though. Hero's entrance was really helpful for Helios to
Turnaround.
survive, and that might be the turnaround they're looking for. Got another roll.
Oh!
Chaz is gonna get the kill. What a great show of skill there.
The snowball along with the flash to follow up to get the kill. It was just crazy sidestep play. I love it. I love it. But
what's really hard about BluffX here? Look at this. 1v1 Helios just got them first.
4 shots to the face coming in from Helios melts Bluff's life. But this gives a lot of opportunity for now Invade to go for the reset and buy a lot of items. Bank already has the Stasis enchant to be able to prolong and have a little bit more sustainability for himself.
Yeah, AP damage from Ezreal. And oh no, Ezreal is gonna have a really tanky game this time around. Merle is just gonna be chasing the members right there of Fennel. But because they're super close now, early in the game, it was easy to go for the brushes. But when they have advantage, it's gonna be hard now for Merle to set up those jumps coming from him.
Currently, it is a 4v5. It is Invade who has the numbers advantage coming into this latter part of this fight per side to get the priority onto the side selection for game number 1. But for now, Invade is having a hard time to be able to penetrate the defensive capabilities of Fennel has.
It's gonna be hard for them to push though. Look at the
No
damage
ball.
right there on Astriel. It's just so much. They don't even need to go in. And for now, Invade could easily finish this off if they ever want to. Justice Punch and the end for Fennel. And that's going to win them the fight. Not a lot of damage anymore coming in from Merle. It's now in the mid game. It's not going to be easy for them to do as much as expected
Danny,
here.
Dark
But now with
Binding.
Helios down, it might be a bit harder. But the Dark Binding is going to make it easier for them. Bank is going to get this kill. But never mind. Fennel gets the ace there.
That was crisp coming in from Fennel's play. And now they get their first turret into the fight per side. On 3 members alive, they could go in for the resets with a lot of time still left before Invade comes back up.
Yeah, have some time for Azrael to come in. Danny's gonna survive this, but Horizon is gonna die in the process. This tower might fall in the hands of Danny, but no, he's just gonna go for the reset.
Yeah, and I like how Danny was left alone standing for Fennel because they do not want for everyone to go in for reset. They want someone who can clear the wave easy, and Danny has it.
Yeah, and Danny's gonna be really helpful here. Even not a lot of items coming in from him, it is gonna be a good wave clear. We always expect that from a Morgana. So yeah.
Plus, the thing is, he also has the slow coming in from his items for Rylai's. And now his teammates are now back up. He could go for the reset.
Yeah, 40 seconds on the clock. That will be a bit too long. Big chance for Invade to actually finish this if ever they want to. But the problem here is they're fighting against a Teemo. I don't want to say this, but Teemo is just so good at holding on, especially in ARAM games. That's why it's really hard for them to go for the push right now. Merle went in, not a lot of damage just because of the hero's entrance. And now Fennel is going to have some problems here.
Alright, since HP goes very, very low, Bluff is dealing so much poke damage.
Horizon almost dies there. Fortress does have a potential to actually finish this game up, but right now they are so close to the tower. Dan is going to be staying back alive.
Just
shot
get
pass.
melted. Now Chaz.
Yeah, now they want to go into the back line. Helios is going to be finished. They're not going to be able to defend this effectively. Merle was able to follow through. Look at how fast he goes, and with the shock blast from Bank ends it.
Just a sniper in the making here for Invade. Bank just shot across from the back end with the shock blast, or just melted once again to follow up.
Bank with the Jace shock blast has been so good this game. But again, Invade is going to end this game. And that is it for our side selection, everybody.
Yeah, their composition states it all. They have so much early game damage. They have a lot of utility, and they have carries built into their composition in the form of Zeri and Brengar. So overall, Invade won the fight per side, and expectedly, it could be the blue side priority for the side of Invade.
Yeah, waiting for them to actually do this coming game though. I am really excited on how this game is gonna go. From what we're seeing from Fennel, I really love the coordination coming in from the team, but that was also an ARAM game. So I would want to see this team in action. Yes, they lost against G2 Blacklist during their last fight together. So now, how are they gonna pair up against the other teams here in the APAC conference?
Yeah, and the thing is, it's been a week from that game, from that match. And Fennel, as we all know, had a recent change when it comes to their composition, when it comes to their players. And now that is ample amount of time to be able to build more chemistry, build their composition much more strong. And I think this is really the time for Fennel to be able to turn things around and get the start of their wins here in WRL-A.
They could start right now. They could do that right now. They could be able to show us that they really are one of the best individuals that we had in the PH or in the WCS at least. So this could be the time to show it.
Yeah, but we also have to remember how micro-centric Invade did coming in from that fight for slide. It's not a clear dictation that Invade is going to win game number 1, nor game number 2, nor the whole series, but they have it in the bag. When it comes to how they play it out in that fight for side, they know how to play it when it comes to Merly. When it comes
what they could do here for the side of Fennel is to be able to put themselves back on the board. I remember talking to Atlus about this and the rankings when it comes to the teams right here in the APAC conference, and he said that 3 teams from the PH could easily get the top 4 spot, but together with BRU, because Roster Y has been having a hard time, and getting this win from Invade is a good start for Fennel to be back there in the leaderboards. Yeah, Fiora gonna be banned. The way they are gonna start this game is gonna be way different than we expect. Fiora is gonna be banned because, you know, even the Ziggs, because Danny is such a good Ziggs player too. That's why it's gonna be hard for Fennel to get most of their comfort champions. Yeah. And Danny's such a good AP champion player. Even when he plays AD champions, he's such a good player in the Dragon Lane. Always has been one of the more consistent players that we had here in the tournament. That's why we should see how these things would work here in the game. The problem here is we should start right now. Yeah, and for now, let's see how they are going to be picking this up. We are seeing some same champions that has been picked right here from the side of Fennel. Camille is always going to be picked. Ornn and Zeri are expected, but Invade with Merly picking up this Evelyn right here on this game. This should be something really good right here for the side of Invade. If they would be able to make this Evelyn work, that is something that is going to be good here in this game. Oh man, I do hope to see that this game. Oh, Jax gets picked for Ryzen on the top lane. But here, let us see how these things are gonna work for the side of Fennel. But right now, for the side of Invade, picking up the Xayah is something as expected. Because whenever you pick Evelynn, you need someone who is going to be safe and could really help out, dish out the late game damage so that the last caress would be able to really get the execute that they need in this game. But right now, with Vladimir getting banned too, they don't even want to see Helios picking this up. So this is also a good start for the side of Fennel.
Yeah, really good start for the side of Fennel. And right now, we're going into the ban phase already.
Oh, he's back. Yeah, you're back.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. But Vladimir being the ban tier coming in from Fennel is really good, right? Because this is something that was the weakness. It was the weak spot of Fennel just last week up against G2B, and now removing it means a lot to Fennel coming into this matchup up against Invade. Now, Kha'Zix is left open as a traditional 1v1 matchup when it comes to the jungle role. Evelynn to the opposite side, you have Kha'Zix still available.
Yeah, and now with that, Kha'Zix is going to be opened up. And this Kha'Zix is going to be... Oh, wow. Kha'Zix against the Evelynn, we have seen a lot of times ever since for the CN conference that we had. Evelynn has been really strong, but I hope to see Chaz back with the Chazix, as they call it.
And the thing is, I remember Chaz back in the days, in the RRQ days of Chaz being the jungler for the team, is that he is known to be the thief. He is known to be the objective stealer for his team. And once again, that could be the expectation here today, that Chazix still has so much potential when it comes to these objective fights to just make miracles happen.
Yeah, I have to make this work. But right now, the Corki, man, the Corki, it's been
a long time.
It's been
I'm not
so
gonna
long.
lie.
Season 1, and even that pick. Look at this, they have a Morgana too.
Yeah, but
what?
I'm not totally opposed to the Morgana pick coming in from Fennel, right? Because this gives so much more of a safety for Helios later on.
This is like a classic WCS pick that we see, and even a Season 1 pick for the Corki that we see right now. Danny picking up the Morgana is very characteristic for this guy, because ever since he has been so good with those AP champions, we haven't seen much of the AP champions come this season, but on the hands of Danny, he could make that work.
Yeah, if there's one player who can make it happen, it is definitely going to be the bottom laner, the Dragon laner for Fennel into this game. But you know what, the Corki jumping in, and I'm looking at the perspective of the reason why Corki could happen coming in for the side of Invade. One thing is the poke damage that Corki can provide. The other thing is the armor shred that the Gatling gun has in favor, along with the package that could just chop up a team fight. That could put Invade in a more favorable position into those 5v5 engages. But overall, with the Call of the Forge God later on in the hands of Ornn for the side of Fennel, I don't think that is really the exact reason why.
Yeah. And with the magic damage coming in from the Corki in the mid lane, it's also something that is good. It's basically playing double ADC, but most likely with the Corki, the only thing that's good for the Corki right now is the buffs that we had for a lot of the AP items. So if he's gonna go for that missile barrage build, that could be really good for him. But right now, it's still super hard to make him effective even with the package. But the package is something that they're open to have.
Yeah, 100%. I think that is like an extra utility for the side of Invade, right? We always tell, you know, coming into the first objective, package will be really important because it could really divide and conquer. When it comes to those 5v5 engages, it could just chop up the whole fight for the opposing side, for the side of Fennel in this case, to be an isolated engage. Right?
Yeah, let's talk about this. Yeah. Let's talk about this matchup in the bot lane, Infinity. Because with how this is gonna work, yes, it worked before, but now that we have ADCs in the meta, this is gonna be something different than what we really do know before. That yeah, wave clear is still king back then, and now we have ADCs in the mix and having a Xayah too. This is gonna be a hard matchup for Danny in the early game, but as long as the game goes on linearly, it will be good for him. But the problem here is the Morgana's damage is not going to be that strong in the late game compared to how the DPS from the Xayah is gonna be. So that just gives a lot of opportunities for Bang to just farm up and not be afraid of Danny.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, Fennel is banking on Helios. Is definitely double downing on Helios to be the carry for the side of Fennel. And the thing is, they are never going to be aggressive here in this early game. Right? The reason is because they have Jack. They have Zeri, they have Kha'Zix. They pretty much have all of these late game champions that they're banking on, and they cannot play aggressively here in this early game except if the opportunity gives them and allows them to do so.
Yeah, and the only thing that could really help them get away from that slump from the early game is if Chaz would be able to accelerate everybody here from the side of Fennel. One thing that is good about this Morgana pick is the existence of the spell shield. The black shield is just gonna be really strong later on when Helios is gonna fight really strongly against the members of Invade.
Yeah, considering as well that he could just jump into this team fight, use the ulti, and pretty much just wreak havoc. It just bounces from each other from the opposing side, so that could really just give so much strong points and so much safety net for the likes of Helios to jump into these team fights. But Early's
really close. Would be able to get the smite in against Chaz. It's now high level. He needs to use the last caress or maybe even the flash. On the top side, there's already a fight happening. Hextech ultimatum is going to be used. Horizon has been captain checked. Concussive blows is going to be used. They can go for the charm and the last caress if ever they want to. It's a good thing he has the barrier though. That's why he was able to survive. Typro Pam super low in HP. With a Void Assault, he's going to get the damage that they need. And now this is the end of it. And Horizon was able to survive that.
That turnaround coming in from Fennel is outright impressive coming from Horizon. The utilization of the ultimate to just have an extra layer of defensive capabilities into that 3-man dive for Invade was really good. And that just overall bought Fennel the first blood into this game.
Yeah. Got the win right there. And this is something that you want this early on, because most of the time whenever you expect somebody like a Horizon in the top lane, you do expect a Jax to just stay safe, just stay until the late game. At this point, we branded him as a very defensive champion.
Right, very defensive. He still also has the counter strike to deny these melee engages, to deny the 1v1 potential from the likes of the Camille. Because if Hextech ultimatum locks in, counter strike immediately stuns up onto Camille that denies a huge chunk and a huge duration of the Hextech ultimatum.
Yeah, and Chaz being in his element here, having the Kha'Zix, the right reaction, the right timing, still has it. This is something good to see for Fennel.
Yeah, and the thing is, we already have we already have reiterated that Fennel is not going to be aggressive in this early game. They have all late game champions, and that is already the expectation. But if the opportunity arises, which happened to Horizon, they could pounce back. And that is going to be the expectation throughout a couple of minutes in.
Yeah, for sure. In the next objective, we do see an opportunity also for Invade to just take whatever they want. Because remember, one of the most valuable things whenever you have a Corki in the game is the existence of the package. And the package has been so good at securing those, or at least securing the space on the objective. And that is going to be expected here for Invade. And based on what we're seeing, they're going to go for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, honestly, I like the Rift Herald more for Invade, because the thing is, they couldn't battle when it comes to the late game. Well, they could, technically, because they have the double ADC available for their side, but the thing is, you still have Helios who could just change the tides of the game later on.
Yeah, they get the knock up in the back line. Orthros, great start. He's gonna die in the process though, but it's a good thing Danny was able to get the stun up. No follow-up damage. Helios wasn't able to follow through, but they got a 1-for-1 and a trade on the objective.
Yeah, and now Invade having Shelly in their favor could utilize it later on into the mid lane, secure the tower for his blood. Oh, back.
Yeah, that's gonna be a tower down. It is gonna be what they want. Just get the early game advantage against Fennel, and that's gonna be enough.
Yeah. And that is already the expectations, because they really have to snowball here in the early game, because later on Helios is going to be really difficult to deal damage to, because of the mobility and the safety that the Black Shield provides.
And at this point, that's gonna be normal, right? Whenever they try to gank on Helios, that is gonna be good. Look at this. They have the knock-up. They have it Invade. Look at what they're doing. Fennel is just gonna be staying like this until they get the second or third item.
Yeah, and look at the rotations coming in from Fennel, right? Because the mid lane first turret is already down. Mid lane tier 1 turret is already down. You have the switch of Danny and Helios. Helios now going into the bottom side and Danny going into the mid lane because he always want that safety onto Helios for the side of Fennel because he will be the carry for this team in the late game.
Yeah. For now, one of the problems that we have here is that compared to how effective a Ziggs could be on the hands of Danny, the Morgana doesn't really have that much. I mean, they have wave clear, yes, but the problem there is how effective the wave clear is going to be for a Ziggs compared to the Morgana. You do need to wait for that tormented soil to be effective, and that could really hold back Fennel here.
Danny is a little bit in danger. You have Marley in the backside, and this is the reason why, you know, getting the mid lane tier 1 turret is such a pivotal move for any of these two teams, or well, generally for League of Legends Wild Rift, because it gives you so much map control. And if you have Evelyn as well on top of that, it gives so much space for her to be able to roam around the map and gain potential kills, gain potential gank.
Yeah. For now, Invade is still looking for any chances that they can get, that maybe they can take some side lane turrets right now. But for now, they wouldn't be able to get anything much. Invade is slowing down the phase, which is not what you want at this point in the game. You should not wait for Helios to get strong.
Definitely. And I think that's also considering how Fennel is playing out this early. They're hugging the turret. Danny is playing really safety as well coming into the mid lane. And you have Chaz shadowing the bottom lane. So much safety built into Fennel's playstyle here in the early game.
Yeah.
Merly.
Right now, Chaz has already dealt some damage. Merly got the last caress already. Nobody's gonna be seen here. Why they call it the Forge God. Great help from Orthros from far away.
But that was just unfortunate because they're now losing a huge ultimate coming in for the side of Fennel. But really good zone away coming in from the same team as well.
4 people in the bot lane. Orthros already low. Oh man, this is not gonna work out like they expect because Horizon on the top lane just got a tower.
He got a free turret in the top lane, and that gives a huge gold injection for Horizon to be able to match up against Camille as an expected turn of events. We always mentioned that Jax is really the late game champion, but it's a little bit different this time around for Horizon. That, you know what, you have this huge pressure up against Camille.
I don't even brand Jax at this point like a late game champion anymore, because at this point in Wild Rift, he doesn't have the same damage that he had during the start, right? During the start of Wild Rift, Jax was such a menace to deal with, and with Jax in the jungle, remember back then Long was able to carry his team at his back, but now it's not the same. Jax is more of a defensive option just for you to have someone to split push and maybe have a stable lane against a lot of the other laners, for example like a Fiora, like a Camille, and that's why what you just need for Horizon is just to stay alive.
Yeah, definitely do so, and especially how Horizon has been playing for Fennel for the longest time since the very beginning. Has been playing it really safe all throughout the top lane every single matchup. He's utilizing and giving so much space for Fennel overall. Infernal Drake now being started by the side of Invade.
This is what's really scary about this, right? Whenever you're fighting against a Corki, you need to think about the package every time. That's why you need to waste it before you actually go in. That's why Fennel, this is really smart. They're taking their time here.
Yeah, and you also have Horizon in the mid lane to not be able to give Invade the lane priority into the mid lane as well to get in the objective prior. So really good macro.
Puts in the red carpet. It's not yet there. Wasn't able to get the Valkyrie in. They have the goal of the Forge God, and now a lot of members are kept here in check. Typro Fam was able to deny it, and they still got it. Chance was able to get the Dragon. Invade is now collapsing in front of the members right here of Fennel. They can get the ace. Asriel was able to run away, but that's 4 kills together with the Dragon coming in for Fennel, and I think this is going to be the 5th one. Asriel is not going to stay alive. That's an ace for Fennel.
They're not giving any breathing room for Invade coming out from that fight, and we always say, Chaz, when it comes to objective, I think there's no other better thief in League of Legends Wild Rift than Chaz. But looking back in that fight, it was Azrael who went in to engage onto Danny, lock him out. But the thing is, you also have Call of the Forge God that you have to be wary about. And while that's happening, it's Horizon batting up against Bang, right? So when it comes to it, it is Horizon who's shoving off huge chunk of damage onto the side of Invade, while the rest of the crew is targeting onto the objective, and that just gave Fennel so much advantage onto the latter part, getting the Drake, getting objectives, and getting kills.
Yeah. Chaz with the Kazakhs. This is what you expect from him whenever he picks that up. He's so good with his champion. He's so good at securing objectives. That's also because of the fact that Taste Their Fear is such a good option whenever you're trying to secure the objectives. It helps you get the objectives every time you want. And Horizon right here on the bot side of the map having a 1v1 against Azriel. Yes, he's winning a bit. Right now, he's going to be running away.
Nice utilization of the ultimate once again to be able to retreat back out. And once again, the Counter-Strike. Utilized when the ultimate came through with a Hectic Ultimatum, and once again denies the huge chunk of damage for Camille to be able to get in onto Horizon. Chaz!
Oh, Azriel wasn't expecting that. He bumped to Chaz, and that's gonna be a kill.
Yeah, it is Horizon and Chaz who met him down in the bottom lane, and that just gives another kill for Fennel once more. Already at a 6k gold advantage. Utilized really well, and Danny expectedly already 2-0-3 coming into 12 minutes with already 2 items secured.
Yeah, and now Fennel, okay, they got the hold now. They got the knock up. Not a lot of damage from Pan. Now from the other side, we're seeing Merly. They might be able to get the knockback. The last caress to end his life. That's a bit of an overstep for Fennel.
Overextension, and always have to be wary of an Evelyn coming into the opposite side to look for kills, to look for gangs that could happen. And now Fennel loses Danny in the process. Helios, bit of an overextension.
Yeah, being chased down. It's gonna be hard to really lock down Helios at this point. They don't really have a champion to do the job except for the Camille. That's why they always need the Camille to be able to lock down Helios whenever they need to take down the DPS on the side of Fennel.
Yeah, and it's important that we have control wards already for the side of Fennel, especially considering that Baron is already available, and Merly is definitely going to roam around the Baron pit throughout its availability.
Interesting call of the Forge God there, just to stop them from pushing. Really smart way to use it.
Like, nevertheless, you still have Jax to be able to go into these fights as an engager for the side of Fennel. You still have the knockup built onto the kit of the kit of Horn. So there's still engaged tools for Fennel, but of course they still have to wait for the call of the Forge God, as it's such a good ultimate into these team fights, and I think it's one of the pivotal skills as well for Fennel to have.
Yeah, they would really need it, especially in this large fights that has been happening this game. But for now, the only problem that we can see from the side of Fennel is maybe they're gonna have a hard time engaging. They just need to wait for Invade to actually engage themselves before they go for it. They have all the advantage when it comes to gold. Look at that. The gold, everybody has a 1k gold lead against their enemies.
Yeah, 1.6k gold even for Helios up against the fellow mid laner from Invade. I think this is what we have mentioned a while ago. Helios will be the center of how Fennel wants to really play the late game later on. And now with 2 items already built up, building into a lot more safety up against Murni as well to deny those AP damage is really good for Zeri.
Yeah, already got it though with the Hexagon Ultimatum. They started that effectively, and Helios is now super low on HP. One last caress could end this life, but because they need Helios in this coming fight, they would need to be really respectful. No more door to hold it down, and FL is going to be looking for the fight with the package inside. They are going to be taking it in the end, and that is going to be effective for them. Now they're looking for the backline. Helios is being chased down. They're getting some kills onto the side of Chast. They still have the leap, and they are going to kill everybody, and everybody's still alive from the side of Fennel, and they would want more.
And they have to run. They have to retreat. Invade does not have a chance to be able to contest Fennel from here on out, but a lot of HP being brought down to a really low stage for Fennel. They have to play it accordingly, with Ortros being the frontliner and being a sponge for the team.
Yeah, and Invade is just gonna leave this open for their side. They got the Soul 2 in the process, so Fennel just got a big chunk of win in that last fight.
And that is really good for Fennel, because the thing is, they have Tormented Soil. They already have Helios at a good state and a good amount when it comes to item build up, so that really quickly they get the Baron. And yes, Invade got the turret into bottom lane. That gives them a little bit of a trade when it comes to gold, but thing is, their mid lane is getting pushed.
Yeah, they're gonna be pushing this into the mid lane. And from what we're seeing here for Fennel, yes, it's gonna be hard for them to push it with the siege that they have right now. They just need to go for the wave clear, but Helios needs to get close to that tower in order for them to go for the push.
Arthros
tanking a lot of damage. Arthros forced to stay away from this guy. And Merly is already positioned well onto the back line. They can go for Helios if ever they want to. They're gonna go in with the lightning crash damage onto back is enough. And Helios' damage is just crazy. Merly's just gonna try to get some kills. Lascaris is not gonna end alive right there. Arthros got some damage, but Helios is still running in. Azrael gets one, and that's a 2 for 2. Still chasing him. They got the exhaust, and Helios ends his life.
Just look at damage coming from Helios. He just melts down the HP for Merly. Now Ryzen split pushes top.
Yeah, split pushes onto the top lane. Azrael knows that he's not going to win this 1v1. That precision protocol is not going to be enough. They can still chase him down. A lot of slows coming in from Fennel. But this might be the end of it.
Yeah, and now the Nexus is open for Fennel to take.
Last message right here, and Fennel is going to say it's done. And that's a 1 for 0 for Fennel.
Overall, good patience coming in from Fennel from game number 1. Banking on to Helios and banking onto their winning condition. This is what we mentioned. Their playstyle methodical, and that just showed them up in game number 1 up against Invade.
Yeah, and Invade Esports really just tried to play their best game right there, but Fennel just knows how to play the macro, and getting that dragon was something important that they need to have because they want to get that early game and scale maybe until they get the soul, and once they got the soul, that was game done for the side of Fennel.
Yeah, soul, and then right Baron after, no contest. It was over. Right? It was really over. It was Fennel who got the first game coming into the series up against Invade, and I mean the utilization of their skills as well, their composition was really well thought of. You know, Danny is pretty much the utility for the team. Yes, it's not the damage dealer, quote unquote. It's not a late game champion as traditionally we've seen over the past week, but it really just gave Helios so much more gold, so much more time to be able to scale up.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of chances here for Danny to use other AP champions. Right now in the patch, Morgana still, yeah, he was effective during this game. But one of the problems that I have with Morgana, yes, he has the Black Shield, but getting the ultimate effectively, getting close to go for an ultimate is not as easy now compared to before. Because before we had a lot of bruisers. Almost all of the time we had like 3 bruisers, 1 support tank, and just 1 ranged champion on your side. That's why it's easy to use the Morgana. But come this patches, there's a lot of ranged champions that are much more effective. So I'm really hoping for a Vex pick maybe, or a brand pick from him the next time around.
Are you calling it? Vex going into the bottom lane for Danny? Brand?
Honestly, it's actually good though. Vex is a good counter if ever Vladimir gets picked up on the other side. But right here, look at the damage charge. Azrael and Bang had a lot of damage this game, but still not enough.
Yeah, and even Danny, unexpectedly getting that 19k damage for the team. And I think in one way or another, this is a little bit of an expectation that Helios' damage coming in from early mid-game is not going to be as big. And Danny, all throughout that mid-game, already secured the 203 KDA, kills and assists, and that just accelerated the item build-up of the likes of the Morgan, having the Luden's Echo already, having the Leandris and the Rylai.
Yeah, and for now, we can definitely say that Chaz is just gonna get the MVP here after what we've seen here from this game. A 5-0-9 onto this Kha'Zix. A lot of objectives secured for their side. And one of the things that I love about this game that hasn't been kept in check was that Horizon, nobody could 1v1 him this game. That's why he's just free to roam on the side lanes and just take down the towers that he needed.
Yeah, we were focusing on the likes of Helios, we were focusing on the likes of Danny, but all throughout that matchup, Horizon got prio up against the likes of Camille. Camille can't do nothing up against Horizon. And the thing is, I think that is coming from and sourcing from the first blood that was given to him.
Ooh. Yeah. And Chaz just got... Oh my, this is just so good that they got MVP on Chaz. And this is something that I'm always welcome to see. Because back in the day when we had WCS, Chaz would almost always get the MVP together with Helios back in their team. But now, on the side of Fennel, this is a very different start, because in Wild Rift League Asia, there's a lot of other teams that could definitely make it hard for this team. Again, everybody, that was just our game 1. Still have our game 2 after this. We're just gonna take a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
Obrigado, feliz aniversário, Wild. Aveva la pelle giallastra e gli occhi segnati da
Happy anniversary.
¿Qué les parecen estos cambios?
Happy 3rd year anniversary.
Your Coca-Cola pop-up play. Death Bowl. When you 5v5, when you run up the healing, the shielding, you take no damage.
And it's RRQ all the way, baby.
The execution in that team fight cannot be understated.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Gilbert, feliz aniversário.
Kan atas, klik tombol ini nih. Nah.
Happy 3-year anniversary. Congratulations.
Thank you dan sekali lagi selamat ulang tahun untuk Wild Rift yang ketiga. Feliz aniversário, Wild Rift.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Happy 3 years anniversary. Ay, mana nih? Wow. Oh, yeah.
No one knows we're here, baby!
Happy anniversary to you also. Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 is about to begin. With the race start of the arena, what are the highlights of the new season that deserve your attention? Let's find out together. The WRL is divided into 2 conferences, WRL-CN and WRL-A2. 11 teams from the WRL-CN conference and 8 from WRL-A2 conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to vie for ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 19 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN.
We are back, and this is again Game 2 coming in from the side of Fennel versus Invade Esports. This is a turnaround that Invade Esports is looking for, but Fennel is not gonna let that happen.
Yeah, can they change things up and have a reverse sweep into the series? We don't know, but we're jumping immediately into the draft, and once again, expectations into the red side selection. Hecarim and Fiddlesticks to be removed, but for Fennel's side, they remove Fiora and Akali, and I think Horizon really just wants that safety net when it comes to the Baron lane, because Fiora is basically the champion that you have to deal with, or well, the champion that wins all duels.
Yeah, and from what we're seeing here from the side of Fennel, banning the Fiora is as expected. They don't want to see the Evelynn again. So that gives them the opportunity here for Merly to get the Kha'Zix himself. And we're gonna be seeing Fennel to actually pick up a different champion here.
Yeah, and Evelynn also removed from the tables. And Invade removes Ziggs to end their first phase ban. But for the side of Fennel, with the performance of Ornn and how Orthros has been playing this certain champion before, it is something of a priority for them. But this opens up Gragas for the side of Invade to be their support.
Yeah, Ornn is going to be picked up for Fennel. Orthros had a really great time last game playing this champion, but there's also a big chance for Invade to just pick up the Braum again so that the Forge God is not going to have an easy time for Orthros to get the knockups back in. But for now, Invade, what they're doing is just to pick up the Zeri, get that safety net for their side, and even pick up the Camille for themselves.
But what if we see a Yasuo?
I think it's more, or at least it's a lot more possible on the side of Fennel to pick the Yasuo.
But right now, we're seeing a Gragas being hovered by Invade as an expectations. Gragas is one of the favored supports right now in the current meta because of his potential to engage and disengage into these team fights. But for the side of Fennel, once again, similar look into the first phase pick, wherein you have the prio onto Ornn to follow up with Jack.
Okay, and the Vladimir is going to be picked up right here for the side of Fennel. We're going to see Helios again playing this champion.
Yeah, once again, it's really strong currently in the meta because of its potential to deal, first of all, so much AP damage. Second, its potential to just escape from team fights unscathed. So that's really, really strong coming in for the side of Fennel, being locked in to their composition. But for the side of Invade, a hover onto Gwen.
Yeah, Gwen is going to get picked up here. Really surprised of this decision coming in from Invade. Yes, it's going to be good against the Jax if they fight against 1v1s. But with Camille opened up, I'm surprised that nobody has been picking it.
Yeah, it's a champion that has seen so much priority over the past week. And even over the past season, if it's left open, it is always going to be picked up. And now Yasuo removed by the side of Fennel as one of the counters to Call of the Forge God. And I think that's more of Fennel thinking that, you know what, we have to remove this certain champion because we have to really think about how we would set up the plays. Braum is already an expectation to not be picked up by Invade considering they have the Gragas, so it cannot, or it will not be the priority for Fennel to be banned away.
Yeah. For now, from what we're seeing, Vi has even banned here for the side of Invade. There's still a chance for a Kha'Zix for a Chaz, so that's still a possibility, and even a Lee Sin is opened up. So Invade could definitely deny that if they want to lessen what they can pick up here.
I know for the side of Invade, they're still lacking their possible mid laner or bot laner, and then their jungler as well. Evidence removed. Kha'Zix could be picked up by Invade.
There you go.
They would do.
Yeah.
But the thing is, what will Fennel answer with? Because Yone is still available for Chaz to pick up.
Yeah, there's a Lee Sin, there's a Nilla, if ever they want to go the Nilla route that Weiba has been doing every time. But for Fennel, I think it's way better to just get somebody to deal damage also, because they might be lacking during the early game, so a Lee Sin is a good answer here.
Yeah, Lee Sin is something that they could pick up, especially considering that they went in for the Xayah, they went in for the Vlad, and then they also have the Jack. Something that could speed up the pace in the early game and accelerate the scaling of these carry champions for the side for Fennel. It's really good. And now Lee Sin fits in exactly the role that they need. But Zoe picked up by Invade as a soft counter onto Vlad.
Yeah, and usually one of the things that's good about the Zoe is the amount of range that she has together with the damage. That's the reason why it's just such a good champion to pick up, especially on this types of matchup in the mid lane. But will it be effective if it's against Helios?
No, I don't think so. Because Helios... Okay, the thing is, Helios really knows how to play it micro-wise. And I think it is a hard time for any opposing side to be able to bring down Helios that quickly, considering as well that he is given a Vladimir. He is given a champion that could go in and out of fights really easily, so that's something that Invade has to be fearful for.
Yeah. And most of the time during their past games, the CN conference, whenever they see a Vladimir, they always default back to a Kassadin, they always default back to an Akali. But a Zoe is also a good answer because technically Zoe easily assassinates targets that are short range, which is why it's good for Vladimir.
Yeah, plus the sleepy trouble bubble. If it connects onto Vladimir, I think it just states like a death sentence for him. And the thing is, on top of that, the long-range pokes coming for the likes of Zoe is unsurprising, and that could just burst down the damage of Vladimir, who wants a prolonged fight for that extra sustainability.
Yeah. And right now, Invade Esports would need to come back if they want to get this onto Game 3. Let's see if they're gonna make it work.
Here we go. We're gonna start up this game number 2. Can Invade turn things around and get the reverse sweep? But for now, we're seeing a similar type of play that we've seen from game number 1, wherein Chaz and Ryzen roams up on top side, gets the tri-brush. But Merly and Azrael is also here, with Azrael walking into the tri-brush as well. Counter-strike!
Oh no, doesn't know that this is gonna happen. Doesn't have any way to go, but he's just gonna be giving this advantage to the other side. Can go for the smite.
Flash?
And Merly was able to still get it in the end, but that was a forced flash for Merly.
Yeah, early summoner spell burn for the side of Invade for Merly even means that when it comes to this early game pacing, considering that Lee Sin into the side for Fennel would really speed up the early game on the visit into mid lane, on the visits into the side lane. Kha'Zix cannot go overextend, cannot go over aggressive into these roams into lane.
Yeah, and what he needs to really do is just to get the first item on the Kha'Zix, or maybe even get the second, because that is when the Kha'Zix is gonna shine, just assassinating the champions that he needs to do. But in the early game, he just needs to get this to level 5 and try to take down everything that he can.
Yeah, it's an extra difficulty. It's an extra degree of hardship for the jungler of Invade to be able to at least match up the pace, I guess, for the jungler of Venel, for Chaz, because expectedly at level 3, Chaz will already visit these lanes, and for Kha'Zix to be able to keep up, the flash was a bit more of a safety net for him, and losing it was such a huge detriment.
Yeah, and now what's gonna happen is that Chaz is gonna go and invade him. With Orthros and Danny also knowing that this could be a possibility, it's gonna be hard for them to try and fight back this. Look at that, they don't have enough damage in the early game, and this is gonna be taken for free. They hit the stupid trouble bubble, and Chaz is gonna move forward, takes the paddle star for himself, goes for the flash, and that is a knockup missed for Fennel.
Good timing coming from Bank. Uses up the flash to just dodge the knockup from Arcross. But overall, it was Fennel once again. This is the early game.
Oh, no. Bank has the flash. Okay, great sleepy trouble bubble.
Yeah, but Bank has to give the mid lane away. And the thing is, that is a cannon wave that we're talking about. So a huge chunk of gold will be removed for Bank. Someone has to clear it out.
Yeah, Azrael is also going to go to the mid lane just for them to cover this up and not give Helios any of those platings.
And for now, Helios with it clearing down the wave. A reset could potentially happen for them. Danny goes for the root.
Yeah. And for now, from what we're seeing right here from Fennel, I'm going to be starting this up. Waiting for the next timing before they go in. Right now, it's still going to be a hard time for Invade.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's the early game. It's decent that we're talking about for the side of Fennel. So it's not their time. It's not yet their time to shine, especially coming into the very first objective. It will be Fennel who will have the advantage, considering you have the likes of the ultimates of the Call of the Forge God as well. And yes, there is it could be argued that Gragas will be the game changer for Invade with the explosive CAC. But the thing is, the difference when it comes to the CCs with the Call of the Forge God along with the Dragon Rage for the side of Fennel is just too huge. And I think the first objective could be the Rift Herald for the side of Fennel, expectedly, if they really want to snowball.
Oh yeah, went in for the stasis on Bank. That could have been really... That's the reason why I was scared about it. Because Helios could just do that. Can go for the transfusion. He's gonna be killed by Merly, but at least they caught a 1-for-1 in the mid lane.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade, and it was Helios who got the kill, and then you have the jungler for the side of Invade who got the kill in trade.
That's surprising. This is surprising. Oh man.
Yeah, and right now we see how Helios played it out, used up the flash, goes in for the Sanguine Pool to deny the turret damage, and also just push in up against the the Zoe with an extra movement speed. So really, really good overall. But I think the thing is, if they want to really push down onto the carries, I think it's more of an even level playing field, because later on, Kha'Zix will be the dependency for Invade. In terms of objectives, while you have Helios be the dependency for Fennel.
Yeah. 15 seconds on the clock before we go for this first objective, and Chaz wants to get the objective for himself and not let them get any explosive gas. Is going to be used. Orthros is super tanky. Going to be tanking a lot of damage against Invade. Now they don't have the explosive gas here.
Zoning away Orthros, Danny, and Chaz as well, while Danny goes for the clear in wave in mid lane. That's really good.
Yeah, remember, we have Helios on the other side, though. They're going to be trapped here, and Invade is going to have a hard time in this fight. Trying to deny the Call of the Forge God, but they won't be able to do it. But on the back line, though, BluffX is trying to deny it. On their side, the Dragon's Rage was perfect, and Bank is going to die in the process because of it. Danny is going to be dying, too. They got some kills. They're chasing down Orthros. They don't get the slow, but Azrael is still as fast as they can be. They got the Dragon, and that's good enough.
And that's really unfortunate, because we all know Fennel has the early game lead. And the thing is, with Invade denying that opportunity for the Ice Drake, now it opens up the Rift Herald for Fennel once again to go for the double objective. And it gives Fennel just so much capability to snowball out of proportion here in this early game with the amount of kills that they were able to take. Just look at how they played that out. Orthros went in for the Call of the Forge God. Yes, it only connected onto Pam, but that gave the opportunity for Danny to snowball out of control when it comes to the damage aspect of things. Just going in for the free hit. He solo zone away 4 members coming in from Invade, and Fennel just got the objective freely with their jungler, with the help of the remaining members.
They're not yet done, though. Sonic Wave was able to connect a while ago, but Chaz might die in the process. Here comes BluffX in front. He's going to kill the jungler. They still have the flash. Horizon is also going to die. It's still a 4v3. Helios might be able to go at it against the members right here. That's going to be Orthros down. Astriel is still chasing him off. And he was able to go. Look at how fast he's going to be, but Helios is still in front of BluffX. He's still got the kill. Look at the snip, snip, snip coming in from Azrael, and that is still 4-4-3 in favor of the side of Fennel.
Too much of an aggression and overstepping boundaries there from Invade. He chased down the support of Fennel under the turret, and it was just really, really unfortunate. It was just a statement of death there, coming in from the top laner of Invade for Gwen. And the thing is, even if they went in for that trade, it was Fennel who got the better end, because it was Danny who got the kill with Xayah on his hand.
Yeah, and also, one of the things that's always great about this, though, is that in the side of Invade, they try to get the Rift Herald as fast as they can. But the problem there is, whenever you start fights like this, Chaz is not going to let you do it. And Azrael is also going to fall. Merly is going to be next. No leap away just yet. Uses the Void Assault. That's going to be enough. Fennel, that's what? Okay, I thought Orthros was going to get that.
That was unexpected coming from Orthros. But now Invade jumping into the top lane.
Oh, he might be able to make this. Oh, one more shot from the turret could have got that.
Really unfortunate, but the clear down in wave buys a little bit more time into the bot, or well, in the top lane for the waves to be able to reset. But I think it is Invade who will get the turret on top side, get the gold injection onto BluffX.
What is this, Danny? Look at how he's rotating. He wants to go for a 2v1. Look at how aggressive he's being today.
But if he has the Feather Storm, I think this is still the option for Danny, especially considering how much gold he was able to accumulate and how much items he already had.
Yeah. I know the problem here is Infinity, is how Invade is going to make things work here. Because one of the things that they need to do is find a way to shut down that Vladimir from Helios, because he's just going out of control today. And everything, they could really find a way to answer Chaz, but here it comes. Look at the Call of the Forge God. They're going to go in. Pam won't be able to run away except if he uses his flash. Look at the knock-up right there on Pam, and he's not going to survive this for sure. Better Storm to just end it all. Wait, they didn't get the kill there.
Look at Bank as well coming into the bottom lane. Chaz is coming into fray.
Yeah, here comes Chaz. Goes in for Merly. Sonic Wave's not going to connect.
That will be the end. The Fennel will be able to push back the push. We'll be able to push back the turret taking of Invade into the bottom lane in hopes for the tier 1 turret, but will not be successful to do so. And so far, Fennel still has the map control in their favor, getting a lot of turrets already stolen away from Invade, and still having the tier 1 turret in mid lane still up. And as you have mentioned,
Oh,
5-1-2 already
look
for
at,
Helios.
Look at Helios, he built the Medjais.
And he really wants to
What
go
is this?
for the snowball, man. I don't
He
even know.
built the Medjais? What disrespect, man. I mean, he got 5-1 anyway, so he could really build that up.
Yeah, and could lead to more AP down the road, considering how Fennel wants to speed up this mid game. Data is expected coming in from Fennel and the likes, and now starting up the Mountain Drake as well. Invade has information.
Yeah, and this is gonna be the catch here. Invade needs to contest this if they don't want Fennel to get that that second Drake for themselves, closing to the mountain. So right now, Fennel still in position. They have Helios in the mid lane, but this is gonna be a 4v5 at the start of the fight, and they need Chaz to secure this if they want to win the fight. Look at the explosive cast to cancel the Cold of the Force God, but that took them so long. That's why they were able to take it in the end. And Fennel gets the dragon. They're gonna be running away from this.
Yeah, and that's good enough. I think Fennel understands that in 4v5 they have disadvantage despite their gold lead up against Invade. Right now, with the dragon secured by them, there's no more risk, or there's no more objective to take. There's no more value out from that.
Early, a bit too far away. One more Sonic Wave could end their lives. They got the hit onto Bank. Look at them chasing them down. But Fennel still has the advantage here.
Helios just killed Kazik out from the get-go. And now it's Fennel who will have so much lead from here on out. 5k gold lead already. And with members
Just stacking up.
Yeah, and with members stacking for the side of Invade, they could push.
Yes, Helios stacking up the Medjais isn't what you want to happen here.
Yeah, now looking back at that, it was Horizon who was able to go in for the counter strike. Helios came through into the back. The S1 coming in from Helios as well for the Vlad. It was just perfect. Killed down the jungler for Invade.
Yeah. Yeah, and what's really hard about this is that they can't even kill Helios in this game. That is gonna be one of their starting things. So whenever you give the Vladimir the advantage, a stack of Medjais on a Vladimir together with a rabbit on stat count, that's just gonna go out of control. Later on the next fight, let's see how much damage Vladimir from Helios could do.
It just breaks the limit. I think from from here on out, Helios' damage is just off the roof, off the charts from game number 2. And now with a Baron available, Chaz comes in.
What? Chaz goes in, goes for the Dragon's Rage, forces Bluff X to use the Lightning Crash. Now they don't have it. Not enough DPS in this next fight. Pam sacrificed himself for it.
And now that easily gives them the numbers advantage into the Baron fight. They could force it away. And yes, you still have Murdy coming through, but they could turn around and go into the fight instead.
And they can go for the Baron if ever they want to. They're so fed at this point. They can leave Helios in the mid lane alone and just get this Baron while that's happening. It's 12 minutes, it's still a baby Baron. Invade needs to go at this before they start the fight. They know that they were baited. And now Fennel, are they going to start this now?
Yeah, good discipline and good patience coming from Invade, not going through and not going all in onto the Baron. Considering that Chaz is just baiting against Invade.
What? Okay. They're still not starting it. They're trying to play it safe. 7k gold lead for Fennel.
But the thing is, if Invade gets Baron, I think if Invade gets Baron, they will get a lot of turrets, especially the mid lane, bot lane, still unscathed. So I think that is what Fennel is being wary of. They want to play it more safe rather than risking it all.
Yeah, and as long as the Kazakhs won't have any items, it's not going to be a threat. So that's why here, for the side of Fennel, they're just going for the side lanes, letting Helios do his thing. And maybe even let the Baron, or at least let them take the dragon later on, so this could be ended. Let them try to go for the invade, so that this could be ended for their side.
Yeah, and I like what Danny is doing. You know what? They already have so much sponge, they have so much frontliners already, but building onto the Mothma Mortius just gives you a lot more safety net onto the likes of Zoe. Because we've mentioned already that Zoe's burst damage potential is too strong. And the surprise factor coming in from a single Zoe is too much, because he could just jump into fights and go back into his original position very quickly. And I think Danny wants to play it a bit more safe rather than to risk it. So having the Mothma Mortius and having the Bloodthirst gives them so much sustainability.
Wait, is this gonna be a free Baron? Invade has no idea that this is happening.
No info.
Now they have an idea that this is happening. They're taking their time. And this is just going to be taken casually by the side of Fennel.
And now Fennel got the Baron buff for free, uncontested. So much more lane priority that they are going to get. Plus the thing is, they are in a good position to take the Dragon Soul.
Yeah. Oh man, this is just unfortunate for Invade. How are they gonna come back from this? I mean, they have been taking some towers right here, left and right, but it's not gonna be enough. If Merly dies here with the Horn of the Forge God, that is gonna be the end of it. Dragon is gonna be taken here for sure.
Danny.
They're gonna go to the back line. They tried to go for Danny. They didn't get the kill. And this might be it. This might be the end. Dragon's Rage to stop him from going away. Asriel onto the back line, fighting against Danny. He's not gonna do anything much because they don't really have enough. The mist is gonna keep him alive. And one more of the snip could end the lives right here of the members of Fennel. Asriel survives, but the mid lane is gonna be pushed.
Yeah, it is going to be pushed as Azrael hopes to go in for the retreat, cancels it out. Chaz is here.
Oh no. He's not going to be able to kill Azriel at this point. That is just going to be a mid lane turret. Look at what Chaz is doing. He's just denying Azriel the recall. They're going to be ending this game. The Nexus shields are going to fall. And this is Fennel taking a clean 2-0 this game.
Good play coming in from Fennel. Playing it really, really safe with a little bit or with a spice of aggression coming from early mid game. Gave them so much advantage all throughout that fight. And Invade just had an unfortunate time coming in from that game. It was Helios who spun out of control in the mid game, got so much lead, even buying Magi's as well, securing so much kills and assists. They just snowballed.
Yeah, and Invade just had I mean, it's super hard for Invade to do anything much at that point in the game. It was Chaz just giving a lot of advantage for Helios and Xayah. And when Vladimir and Xayah gets that advantage, the last time that I checked, when we had the item check, that was a 5-1 Helios with a Medjais and a Xayah that is 3-1. That is a so-fed Xayah. That just gave them the win right there automatically.
Yeah, it was so good. It's a huge, or well, it's a good balance rather of late game and early game. It was Chaz who was dictating the pace throughout the early game. Mid game, late game, it was already Helios and Danny who had so much damage. So when it comes to those team fights, it was a lot more easier for them to navigate when it comes to the damage category for Fennel. Plus, Arcturus engaging on those fights.
Yeah. That is just a problem here for their side though. What is Invade gonna do to get away from this slump? Because if they're gonna be fighting against Team Flash, that could be a nice matchup for Invade Esports. But against the other APAC conference teams, Invade needs to do a rehash of everything. They need to rethink what they have been doing ever since. That's why they haven't been winning these games. Because if nothing changes, they're just gonna stay here right at the bottom.
It definitely is. I think there is a lot more to do with, you know, the macro, more specifically how they want to play all throughout the map, how they could get values in losing objectives to the opposing side, how many turrets they're able to take down in the early mid game, or how they're able to trade and find those kills.
Yeah, and now we can see what happened that game. Really, what? Merly, oh no. Oh no, man. He only got 4k damage this game.
Yeah, the thing is he couldn't look into Helios because of the Sanguine Pool. He could look into Danny, but the thing is Danny has just so much gold.
Storm.
And the thing is, he has Bloodthirster and Mothman Mortius, so a lot more sustainability as well.
Yeah, it was so hard for Merly this game. And picking up the Cosmics was supposed to be a smart choice for them. But because Chaz didn't give him any chance to get any items, I mean, he got some items, but a bit too late.
Yeah, and the thing is,
oh man,
we also have to remember how the early game went. It was Chaz and it was, I believe, Horizon who denied the camps away from early, denying of the time for Kha'Zix to be able to stack up the early game goal. So that's just another layer to think of.
11-1 on a Vladimir with a Medjais. I want to know, honestly, how much stacks how much stacks Helios got from that game, because that could have been too much to handle for Invade Esports. At this point, Helios, if it doesn't get the MVP, I don't know what to do.
Yeah. You have the Face Rush as well. You have the item that gives him more mobility. You have the Magi's. You have the Rabadon stack up. I don't know who can stop this guy.
Yeah. The Magi stacked to the brim, probably filled up for sure. And that gives him extra movement speed together with it. That's why it was so hard to deal with Helios this coming games. I am loving it. Seeing Fennel starting off a while ago against G2B, losing the game against them. But after the fact, how are they gonna come back for this? And how are they gonna turn things around starting from this? They are expected to be one of the top teams of the APAC conference. So we will see how that glow up is gonna be for Fennel starting from this one.
Oh yeah, we've mentioned it already, right? The changes to the composition, it was an ample amount of time for them to build those chemistries up, to change what champions they want to pick up from week number 1 to week number 2. And I think they definitely have it, having their first win, I believe, coming into WRL-A2.
Yeah. And now having the first win for Fennel, different story from last season, season 1. They did have a lot of very big ups. Actually, there's a lot more down from Fennel from last season, and seeing them in this action that we're seeing them right now, this is a good start for the side of Fennel, and I hope to see them go up a lot more starting from this. The only question is, would this performance be enough for the CN conference? That's gonna be the question.
Yeah, that's indeed the question. I think CN conference at this point is just outright one of the best regions, or one of the best regions.
They're the best.
Definitely.
They're
if
the
not
best
the
region.
best, right? Being what the team that came from the champions in season 1, and then right now in the conference, it is definitely the bloodshed coming in from every single matchup, especially Thunder Talk Gaming. At the moment is just one of the biggest titans, if not the biggest in CN.
Yeah. And honestly, one of my 2 AM thoughts, Infinity, one of my question is how Naos was able to defeat Nova Esports from the past, was that 2 days ago? Yeah, 2 days ago is when Naos defeated Nova Esports. That could definitely say a lot about the gap that we had against the CN conference. Is it already close compared to before? Just because Naos Esports was able to win against Nova? That's why I want to see this matchup, for example, G2B and even Fennel, Roster YBRU fighting against a lot of the other CN conference teams that we have. So we would know how much the gap has lessened the CN conference.
I believe it came from season 1 even, right? Former NGX was able to get the runner-up position, losing into the CN conference and CN region later down the road, but they went in really well into WRL-A1 final.
Yeah, and that's also the turnaround right there. But my question is, because of how KBG is just such a strong force, but before
我
that,
是
let's
子琪，
hear
让我
the
们
thought
恭喜马
of
尼拉
our
Final 拿
players.
下了本场比赛的胜利。我们邀请到的是 Danny 选手。那第一个问题想要问到他的是，今天是2比0，非常快速的解决掉了比赛，然后也是他们的首胜。想要问一下他现在心情怎么样 ？Hi Danny, congratulations! And how's the feeling to get your very first win with 2-0?
We're so happy.
OK， 这些。那 Danny 说他现在就是心情非常的激动，也看得出来了。下一个问题想要问到的是，其实在这个版本当中是一个在射手位上呢 AD 的这些英雄更为趋势的一个版本，但是他在第一局还是选择了莫甘娜。想要问一下他这么选择是出于怎么样的一个考虑 ？So in this meta, the AD carry is more popular, like it's a mainstream, but you just pick Morgana in game 1. So what is your consideration, maybe?
I think my coach wants me to pick something different in this series, so I'm a little bit not good at it, but I'm doing my best to play AP.
OK， 那 Danny 说，其实在这个版本确实有很多人会选择一些 AD 的英雄、AD 的射手，但是他认为可能他在这些 AP 的英雄，就是法核的英雄上面还是更占优势，所以他只是想拿出自己可能认为更绝活的一些英雄。那下一个问题想问到的是，其实他们在前面也有过几场的失利，那他觉得目前为止他们在这个版本当中遇到的最多的困难是来自于哪里呢？ So maybe tell me about the most difficulties you have encountered so far in this meta.
I think it's the Chinese meta. C meta is a little bit different from Chinese meta. So we are adapting it so we can play more and better results in this tournament.
OK， 我们丹尼选手说，他觉得这个版本其实是一个更好的版本，对于他们来讲，因为可能在前一个版本当中，他觉得是一个更适合于 CN 赛区队伍的版本，但是在这个版本当中呢，对所有赛区来讲都会更加有利、更加公平一些，所以他其实更喜欢于这个版本。那以上就是我们赛后采访的全部内容了，也非常感谢丹尼选手。Thank you, Danny. That's all for the interview.
Thank you.
拜拜。
拜拜。
那接下来呢，让我们稍事休息一下，精彩的比赛马上回来。
Well, that's nice to hear. Infinity.
Oh yeah.
What are your thoughts, or maybe last thoughts on this series before we head into a break?
I just want to really give kudos and tip my hats off to Fennel. I mean, the coaches want a different champion for Danny to play more towards AP and also adapting the CN meta into their own playstyle. I'm loving it.
Yeah. Hope it gets close. And again, everybody, that was just our series 3. This day we have 4 series, and the last series is gonna be underway. We're just gonna take a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 is about to begin. With the race start of the arena, what are the highlights of the new season that deserve your attention? Let's find out together. The WRL is divided into 2 conferences, WRL-CN and WRL-APAC. 11 teams from the WRL-CN conference and 8 from WRL-APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to vie for ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 19 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL-APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will adopt the BO7 double elimination format, and all teams will be ranked separately within their conference. Only the top 2 teams from each conference playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Additionally, in the WRL-A2 regular stage, the priority site selection will be determined through an A-run, preheating the vibe before the official game kicks off. Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 regular stage will officially kick off on November 1st, with the 19 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. The battles are fierce, and the stakes are high. Which team will ultimately rise to the top? Stay tuned for the epic conclusion.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
Welcome back, Wild Rift fans of all ages. We're back here for Wild Rift League Asia Season 2, Week 2, Day number 4, down to the last series for the day. My name is Infinity, and together with me is Ottaluz and Otto. We're down to the last one. It's CES versus TF.
No, Infinity. Why do you have to start with welcome to the show to all fans of all ages when you are with me? I don't are you trying to attack me right before we begin casting this series? I don't know.
It's the elder buff. You know, we have to
shut up. But yeah, guys, welcome back to again the last match for today, and it will be featuring two of the Vietnamese teams that we do have. It will be featuring Cerberus Esports and Team Flash, and they were once the powerhouses, and after so many changes, especially during WRL-A Season 1, they haven't really shown their true form. They haven't really shown their best form. And for Cerberus Esports, at least in my eyes, they stick as 5 from what we saw from last season. And so the chemistry should be there. Y1 will be the one manning in the jungle. But interestingly, they have a new support, Dugby.
Yeah, it is really, really interesting, right? Especially what you've mentioned about the history between the Vietnamese teams. Is that when it comes to like the very first year, they are the ones who can match up against the CN region teams. But now it's a little bit more different. There are a lot of changes coming into WBG Season 2, and looking forward how they're going to match up against the rest of the teams in APAC, and how they're going to match up against the rest.
The golden days, right? The golden days, especially Team Flash, right? Team Flash used to be the strongest Southeast Asian team, going back to the days of Shy, and then, you know, very Coyote. Those are the BN players that really made it so hard for all the Southeast Asia combatants. And now with Team Flash, a very new roster, they're shaking things up right away. And they're moving their mid laner towards the Dragon Lane, which is definitely very interesting. Now we go over to the head-to-head, and we will be featuring the jungle matchup. And the main reason why I wanted to talk about the jungle matchup is because last season, there was an immediate substitution that happened in the jungle for Cerberus Esports. Meliodas had to go down and had to step down mid-season, and Y1 was the one to sub in. And after then, you know, Cerberus Esports was not the same anymore. Now, with a full off-season to practice with Y1, the goal for Cerberus Esports is to find their footing. And on the other side, you have 368, one of the, I would say, performers for the new and improved Team Flash.
Yeah, 100%. Especially also considering that jungle role at this moment is really, really important. But first things first, let's jump into the team introduction.
联赛第2赛季的比赛现场，我是子琪。今天的最后一场对局呢，将由西贡 CES 战队对阵西贡 TF 战队。同赛区两支战队在本赛季的首度交锋，双方都承载了许多来自于 APEX 赛区粉丝的期待。那么最终是谁将不负众望赢下对局呢？让我们一起进入到召唤师峡谷之中一探究竟吧。Hello everyone, welcome back to the 2023 WBG Asia 2. Here's Michelle. The last round of the day gonna be played by the Saigon Cerberus Esports versus Saigon Team Flash. Both teams from the same region, and they have carried a lot of the expectations from their fans in APAC. So who will live it up to? Now let's check it out in the Rift. 那接下来呢，我们的双方战队已经是准备就绪了，让我们一起进入到召唤师峡谷之中。Now all the players are getting ready. Let's step into the wild.
Các bạn có biết chèo thuyền xuôi dòng dễ như thế nào không? Hôm nay chúng tôi sẽ đánh bại các bạn dễ như vậy.
Nếu các bạn thực sự mạnh thì team mình đã nhớ ra tất cả các bạn. Nhưng mình hỏi anh em trong team thì không ai nhớ ra cái tên nào cả.
What?
It's like they're answering their trash talks, their banters together, followed up by TF and CES. It's pretty much remembering the names of these players, but instead they still don't recognize the players as a counter banter. Such an amazing thing to see.
True, and not what we expected. By the way, that's T3 is going to play as a starter this time around for Team Flash. If I'm not mistaken, T3 is that one player that really has been around the longest for in VN competitive scene. I've heard his name for the longest time, and I know that we've casted a lot of Southeast Asian matches. Now for T3, he's sending a message that, hey, you know what? I don't recognize any of you. If you have anything to show, sure, I will recognize you, but for now, I haven't yet.
Yeah, and it brings a lot of, I don't know, the banters are merely banters, but the thing is, it's just how much confidence is built into these teams, how much confidence is built into these players right now. jumping into this game. And looking back at the history between these two teams, is that it's back in season 1, we're in the last time they met. It was the Team Flash 1 up against CES, but this time around, there are a lot of shifts, there are a lot of changes, and is this change going to be like a double-edged sword? Is it going to be the win or a detriment for any of these two teams?
The thing here is, if we're talking about chemistry and raw potential of the squad by itself, or by, you know, just by looking at it on a personal perspective, I feel that Cerberus Esports should have what it takes to still be the kings of VN, right? Like, after the collapse of Team Flash that we knew back in the day, Cerberus Esports really did not surrender the title of being the best team from Vietnam. The only concern that happened was, you know, being the best in Vietnam is no longer enough, right? Like, because here in WRL, APAC teams needs to show what they're capable of, not just against APAC teams, but also against CN teams. And historically speaking, right, both these teams, they are really having a hard time in WRL-A.
You just have a lot of giants right now in APAC. You just have a lot of titans as well to consider. And I think it's just a lot to think about when it comes to being the kings. But I like how you mentioned a while ago how CES as well is being one of the strong teams as well, coming into this individual fight, or individual matchup from CES and CF. Especially considering, looking back at last week Saturday in day number 4 of week 1, is that CES got 3 game in a best of 3 series up against KT Rolster Y, one of the best in APAC.
Going the distance against KT Rolster Y is almost always going to be a good sign. That actually begs us the question, right? Is it because that Cerberus Esports was improving? Or is it because RY is slowly but surely not having the best time in the current meta? As we look into the ARM game, we guys welcome you again to the fight for side. Whoever wins this ARM match will get side selection.
100%. And looking at it, you have a lot of early potential coming in from S, with the likes of Y1 going for Lucian, Taku on the Lee Sin, and you also have Rengar and Alistar as well. You have Genza for mid-game, late game as well, if ever getting onto like the lead cycle first item. That could see the potential for CES. But right now, Team Flash with a knock-up coming in from Alistar. It's just too much CC. 4 kills already secured by CES.
Yep, and they are not going to stop anytime soon. You look at damage by BMM. Oh my god. AP Rengar, Y1 also doing a very good job into the backline of Team Flash. And that should be a very quick combo advantage for Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, their competition doesn't really shout the early game coming for the side of TF, especially considering you have Zeri, you have the Cyan, you have the likes of Annie as well, which is not really the strong champions that we see in the fight for sides, especially coming into really a fast-paced engage always.
Yeah. I agree with you, totally, right? Like, you look at the lineup of Cerberus Esports, oftentimes when we go and queue for ARM games, we love to play the Lee Sin because massive burst available, and you also have a Rengar that is on the AP Assassin route, which really diversifies the damage overall by Cerberus Esports. You look at Duckby, he's so aggressive.
Yeah, and I think that will just cost him his life, but we'll just be able to go in for the reset.
True. But so funny though. He was super aggressive, he was super ahead. And so now BMM needs to just be careful by a bit. Now Y1 will be using the culling just for poking purposes.
Yeah, and now CP Turbo Bubble connects onto it, and now Rengar just finds the position to jump into the middle and 368 ball.
Yeah, Kyuda and Shiki both very low in HP. One jump from BMM or one poke from Genza might just be able to do it.
Duffy now sets up the play, knocks up onto one, the snowball connects onto the back, Kuren falls down, Cyan follows through, and Shiki will be down to the grave. BMM jumps into the turret, brings down the HP of T3 and Yon T.
Yeah, 1 HP for both. 368 flashing in with the T-burst, not going to be enough to really turn things around, as we see T3 cannot even do anything at the moment.
And now with Genza jumping in too quickly under the turret will be the cost of his life, but at the end it is Team Flash who is still at a massive disadvantage. BMM just jumps in, melts down the HP of T3.
You love to see it. It's not the first strike that we often see from the AP Rengars off recent. This is the face rush. So what happens is he goes in and he does his thing and then just runs away using the movement speed from the face rush. And if you think about it, it actually sounds so intelligent, so smart, and I cannot wait to try this one out.
Yeah, especially in a very enclosed space in an ARAM game.
It's so fast, right?
Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy to have this type of play coming from DMM.
Hello. Oh, Duck B.
Duck B knocks up onto all 5. Duck B retreats with the ultimate as well, gaining a lot of sustainability, but the turret falls down. So now CES has the advantage as they get a 1-for-1 trade and the turret.
Yeah, man.
Still starts up,
Cancelled.
jumps in, but gets melted out by TF. Now Yonti. Damage is already upscaling in 5 minutes.
Yeah, but the problem is even the Cerberus Esports lineup also is not going to shy away when it comes to scaling, right? Like they do have pokes, unlimited pokes from the Zoe, and Y1 is just in front of everyone, not really minding any threat from Team Flash.
Yeah, STP triple bubble utilization along with Y1's damage here in the early game is just too much. Especially how Duckby always sets up the play, always getting multiple people time and time again with a knockup. It's impressive.
Possible. Another one. There you go.
Knock up. Double man knock up. T3 has to retreat. BMM goes into the backside. Yonti is the target. And now the Dragon's Rage as well. Shiki down to his very last HP, but still surviving.
Possible poke coming from Genza to finish it all. 368 flashing in with the Timbers. Not really that effective.
Duck B now knocks back. 368 pinned down, isolated, and CES secures the kill.
3 members very low in health. T3 and Team Flash really having a hard time in surviving against the 5-man squad of Cerberus Esports. What a pull coming from Genza! A double kill and possibly the end to this ARAM game.
The A secured by CES, but no minion wave for now, so the resets comes through for the rest of the crew for CES. But a triple kill for Shiki without doing anything.
It's not really going to do much though. That's a tank Scion, and what he will be doing is to just soak up damage coming from T3. Sorry, coming from Y1, coming from Genza. And then yeah, just go zombie mode. That's it. that's the thing that we have, or that we are worried about for Shiki.
Now BMM jumps in, face rush, goes back away.
Oh no!
Really quickly.
Yeah. Facepalm moment, BMM not yet done, and is playing around.
Rage. Triple man knock up along with Doc B now jumping into this fight. Sonic Wave will not connect, so they go back out. BMM looking for the hopes into
another roar.
The Proto Belt secures another. And now that will be 2-man down for the side of TF. Shiki hopes to run away. And now it's just Annie who cannot run. And Y1 follows through. Genza with a flash!
And then the zombie will revive. Can't really do anything. Tank Scion, not really the best champion to have in ARAM games. And I believe it's already formal and official. Side selection goes over to Cerberus Esports.
Cerberus' aggression is seen here in the fight for side. I mean, their composition already dictates that they will have the advantage coming for the early game.
Pretty much.
They just capitalized on it.
Exactly. Again, they're just looking at the champions that both of them used. It's super obvious as to who's going to win from minute number 1, right? Like, Lee Sin to me is overpowered in Howling Abyss. Alistar is a very good tank to have because not only is he able to set up for his teammates, he's also very tanky, right? He's going to soak up a lot of damage. And then you have threats coming from the Zoe and the Lucian, and that's all she wrote. That's a very easy execution for Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, especially considering the Howling Abyss has a really enclosed space. So the likes of Lee Sin, Alistar, Zoe is just too much. And the Cowling would be having a huge cover when it comes to the ARAM game.
You see, are you seeing this? BMM, what a warm-up game for him. Rengar, 23,066 damage. Topping, even the Zoe was not able to do as much damage as the Rengar. Surprisingly, right? Like the Battle Roars, the AP Rengar is just on a different level. I have to be honest with you, whenever I try to play AP Rengar, I cannot do the same combos as they do. There's something in me that, you know, I cannot really, what do you call this? I cannot really unlearn how to do the combos on AP Rengar. And so with AP Rengar, I really mess things up.
It's just different, right? It's a little bit different. It's a totally different story of having the AP Rengar, and even how BMM played that with the face rush, just jumped in, gets that combo, then goes back out, just running away without CCs coming from the opposing side.
Exactly. Super fast. Similar to our cats, yeah? Very fast. Goes over, knocks up furniture, destroys something, and then runs away. That's what they do.
100%.
Yeah, but now with Team Flash going against Cerberus Esports, we are now going to the games that really matters, and we're going to enter the pick and ban phase with Cerberus Esports selecting the blue side priority. And again, just looking at their roster, and just by giving an intelligent guess overall, I feel that Cerberus Esports should be the favorites heading into this matchup just because of their chemistry, and they have been together as a group for a long time now, compared to Team Flash, in where 4 of their members or 5 of their members are fresh, are rookies, and yeah, you love to see it. You love to see Team Flash really changing things up, but at the early juncture of this tournament, I feel that chemistry will really set apart Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, 100%. Like how CES has been performing ever since season 1 with so minute changes coming into their draft, jumping into season 2. It's definitely something that gives them an edge up against the opposing side, wherein there was a huge shift when it comes to their competition.
And both of them really does need to win soon, and this is basically the game that can change their fortunes really fast, right? Both of them record-wise are 0-3. And this is actually the pivotal point. As we look into the bans, Cerberus Esports banning away 3 purple champions. You see the Shen, you see the Evelyn, and the Varus. I know! But yeah, kind of expected though. Those are the OP champions that we are looking at. The only surprising thing is the Varus.
Varus, yeah, 100%. I mean, this is expected if they want like a carry in the jungle or somewhere else, but the thing is, Team Flash expected they would have T3 and Deontay to be the carries for the team. So that's a little bit surprising, but jumping into the picks here aren't prioritized by CES, and TF followed through with Ziggs and Camille.
Remember APAC as a region back when we were known as Southeast Asia or WCS, right?
Yeah.
Ziggs was never absent. Team Flash is not moving on. They are going to prioritize the Ziggs, and good backup plan by having the Camille, because now there is a threat of the Camille, Ziggs, and Gallo, which can really set the tempo for your squad when it comes to team fighting. But Cerberus Esports, very deadly combo duo in having the Fiora and the Akali.
A Fiora and Akali locked in. So they expected they would have... Oh yeah, they could have the double ADC here for CES, because the thing is, they already have the front lines available for Taku and Y1. And for the side of TF, a really surprising thing that they locked in onto Alistar, considering that the availability for Gragas and Galio is up for them to pick up.
This is just them saying that we want to fight more and more, and we rather go for shorter cooldowns rather than going for the ultimate wombo combo, which is kind of respectable, right, if you think about it. Now, Team Flash is going to ban away the Queen of the late game and the Kaisa. Looks like that the marksman will be targeted by both squads here. Zaya is a very good pickup right now in the meta, and so it's going to be targeted away by Team Flash. What will be the last remaining Dragon Laner? Possibly the Ashe? But I don't think so, right? Like, if you are running Ziggs, that will most likely go to the bot lane. You're not going to ban away the Ashe.
Yeah, 100%. I think Ezreal is still available for them. They really want to go for that poke and double down on it. Tristana could also be them if they want to go all in onto the siege potentials. Ziggs with Tristana. For Cypher CES is a little bit of the question.
It's so hard to think about them picking all those champions that you mentioned, because none of them are innately and a natural mid laner, which means that they might just send over the Ziggs to the mid lane. I fear for the Ziggs. You are looking at a potential assassination coming from the Akali in the mid lane. Ziggs is super squishy. Anyway, Cerberus Esports will be the one taking the Tristana, and to round all up, a very aggressive jungler in the Vi.
Akali mid lane instead. Coming in for the side of CES. Akshan.
Oh!
There's no way.
Yeah, because this is the only thing that makes absolute sense, right? They were kind of checkmate into it. Like there's no ADC anymore that can be put in the mid lane. Zeri was banned away. Lucian was banned away, and those are the two marksmen that you often see in the mid lane to really start things off. And again, the ruling that we have here in WRL-A2 is that you have to draft at least one marksman. It doesn't matter whatever role the marksman will play. What's important is at least one marksman should be played. And it does look like that there will be a curveball here. And this is what makes things super exciting. Because Team Flash is electing to put Akshan in the Baron lane.
Yeah, it is a different thing for TF. Maybe it could be something that will change the tides of Team Flash's playstyle or their history in the past year in Season 2. But that really is something brand new that we're seeing coming into the day or even the past week.
Let me discuss Akshan real quick in the Baron lane. It's a bully. That's it. Right? So if you have the Akshan in the Baron lane, its goal is to really win lane very hard. But the concern I do have is he's facing against the Fiora, and Fiora does have some... Oh, this is so smart.
Oh my.
I was just about to say that basically as an Akshan can win the lane against a Fiora, and so what Cerberus Esports is doing right now is anticipate that and going for a lane swap. Interesting.
Yeah, but the thing is, Akshan still went mid lane, so
yeah.
This is a double bluff coming in from Team Flash.
Mind games all over to start everything. What a debut for our pair for WRL-A. Lots to unpack and lots to think about. But we're looking at a matchup here in the mid lane that should have priority for Qden very early, right? But by the time that the Akali is level 5, then that's when things become a little bit more interesting. Because again, Akali at level 5 will have access to assassination tools.
Yeah, perfect execution will be available, but even Qden is really low early in the lane, which is surprising.
True, but that's allowed, right? Like he can go for a cheetah recall right now. Akshan should be able to go back into his lane without any problem, without missing too many minions. Now you look at the transition here by Team Flash. They were the first one to respond to the lane swap that was done here by Cerberus Esports, sending over Shiki to support the Riven.
Yeah, and I think that's actually quite understandable, because given the fact that if they leave the top lane, it will just be Tristana and Warren having the free time of their lives free farming, and you don't want that, because Tristana will be their late game insurance for the side of CES, and you need to send someone up there.
Yeah, they need to send Yonti there. They need to send the Ziggs to the top side to have a 1v1 between the Riven and the Fiora. And again, the tempo overall by Cerberus Esports is to their advantage, and it's a very good early game by them, and that lane swap really threw off Team Flash, and you can see it and feel it.
Yeah, it's back to the classic, right? We saw this back in Icons, and now Duckby goes in to start up this fight. Followed through with Vi with Y1 going in for the Vault Breaker, and now Genza will be able to secure it, but a 1-for-1 trade is in for now, but Chica falls at the end.
It's a 2-for-1, 2 plates for Cerberus Esports still overall. An advantage for Cerberus Esports. All that thought, 368 might just be able to do something here. We'll be respecting the two-man presence of Y1 and Genza wisely, because I feel that if he went in, he will just instantly die.
Yeah, that's still the Ornn that we're talking about. Looking back here,
there's a kill in the mid lane. So there was a counterplay. So overall, it was a 2-for-2, and that is Team Flash not allowing Team Cerberus Esports to just have a their heyday, right? Yeah. We are not going to go down without a fight, and that's good. That's a good sign if you are a fan of Team Flash. Now Taku just being cheeky, using the Ignite to cancel the recall of T3, but you're now seeing a level advantage on the bot side. That's huge in a 1v1 scenario.
Yeah, and that is also important for Riven to stay, and that delay coming from Fiora was impressive, because the thing is, this is the cannon. So if Griffin now goes in for the recall, he's gonna be delayed.
Yep. 1-2 tower plates available for the taking as well, especially knowing that the bottom lane tower are the squishiest tower the first few minutes of the game. BMM trying his luck against Qden. This is what we expected, right? As an Akshan, it's all about dirty fighting. Did you know that the passive is called dirty fighting for Akshan?
Oh, I didn't.
Oh, yeah,
That's something
yeah.
new for me.
And then now it makes sense, right? Like, as an Akshan, you don't want to play fair. You kind of want to use your advantage.
Knock up. Now Ganza follows through. Exhaust is there. Calls the Forge God. Actually used up. Knock up is there. Along with Ignite. Tick,
Good
tick,
one.
tick. It is Genza who brings down the finishing blow, securing the kill.
Ducky very proactive, getting that kill on the bot lane. Shaky and 368. Meanwhile, Hextech Ultimatum possibly available.
Vault Breaker will not pursue for the all-in.
Yep, they have to respect Qden. Now there's a potential dive. 3v1. Taku needs to have a perfect riposte.
Y1. Now in a bit of a danger. Goes in for the smite to just slow him down.
Oh, perfect.
Hextech Ultimatum is just phenomenal, and Team Flash secures the trade.
And the Hextech Ultimatum is going to deny the blast cone as well. Team Flash again, not really content in just giving away kills to Cerberus Esports. We're seeing Genza, he might die here.
T3
Win slash
versus Genza. The flash is burned, almost getting the kill with the Blade of the Exile, but will not pursue it, as you have the Honey Fruit to just save himself for extra sustainability.
Yep, pretty much a very action-packed 5 minutes of the game. And now the first objectives are alive. 368, by the way, is already level 7. What?
Oh! I did not expect that.
Inexplicable, by the way. I just want to say that. That's a steal that we don't often see. Now, Cerberus Esports will set their sights over to the Ocean Dragon, taking that away.
It is a catch-up. Now BMM comes through. You have Taku into the fray as well. This is a 3v4. Yonti comes in. You have the action with the ultimate as well. Y1 into the backside. Goes for the Vault Breaker. Call of the Forge God. Knocks up onto one. Shiki forced to use up the flash, but CES won in the end.
Team Flash, though, was able to get the Rift Herald. Shiki, with his heroics, the cow, was able to at least snag away the primary objectives. Now, Cerberus Esports will have opportunity to at least get some tower plates here in the mid lane, and it does look like that there will be no contest whatsoever in that regard. Looking at this team fight, BMM using the Akali very effectively. This is what is so scary with the Akali, right? One Twilight Shroud can really mess the spacing of your squad. And you look at Shiki, just casually, nonchalantly, right? Taking that last hit and then flashing away.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate, right? Because you also have to consider that no Y1 was just coming in from the Drake, so no spite available for him. And now with Shelly along with the Siege Champion in Ziggs in the mid lane, they're able to secure tower first blood.
It's a 1-for-1 tower, by the way. It's I believe the tower in the bot lane had been destroyed already by Cerberus Esports. Shiki, oh wow, okay, what an interaction using the headbutt to make sure that Duckbee's knock-up won't connect. Now finally we see a 2v2 that features a marksman.
Yeah, and now this is a 4-man roam. Dr.
368
unexpectedly. Hextech Ultimatum! Along with a knock-up coming from Duckbee. Buys time coming in from Genza. But Ignite takes him down, and Duckbee is pinned down by 4 members of TF as they secure the double kill.
Love the rotation by Team Flash. However, you look at the other side of the map, there are some movements, counterplays already being started by Cerberus Esports. Still, give credit to Team Flash. Their rotation so crisp in punishing Genza, making his screen gray for the next 15 seconds.
Mega Inferno Bomb carries out the wave. Y1 in danger, will not pursue for the kill or for the engage up against T3.
And T3 has to be mindful, right? There could still be someone in the area. He doesn't have any vision. He needs to play it passive. He needs to respect just the fact that the Fiora is super forward, right? Like he has to anticipate that someone must be there, and that's the reason why Fiora is super confident on the bot lane.
Yeah. So unfortunately, looking at the side for TF, if they're looking at the advantage for CS, not that little. It is a 3k gold lead for the side for Cerberus, and I think that is something that they have to respect coming into the next couple of minutes.
Akshan? Okay. Alright. Quick reaction time coming from Qden. And they cannot stop the push and the siege composition by Cerberus Esports. They their Tristana is really just taking down towers after towers.
Yeah, and they secure another in the top lane, and And the thing is, that is Genza who gets a huge portion of the gold as well. So that's really something that TF has to be worried about if this continues. But now Taku in a bottom lane, a 1v1 up against 368, but a lot of mobility along with a flash burned out by 368 to retreat.
That's unfair. That's a Baron laner against a jungler, and we all know that Baron laners should have access to more experience in the game. That's a level 10 to a level 9 jungler with 368. Obviously being behind there by a bit. Yonti and Shiki trying to make a play against the tank Duck B.
Yeah, a little bit of an overextension, but the thing is, a tank Ornn is not something that you can melt out easily, especially given the fact that you have Yonti with his only along with an Alistar.
Yeah.
So far, no engage will occur. Does yet to follow through.
Yeah, I'm trying to really figure out what their game plan is for Team Flash. Yes, they want to win the side lanes. They have a very good side laner and the Riven. But you have to remember that there is also a very good side laner on the other side, right? Fiora is a grand duelist. More often than not, he's going to win the 1v1.
Yeah, probably a queen of the duels right now.
Right.
When it comes to like a 1v1 type of situation, it is
Exactly.
always Fiora that we have to think about and we have to look at just because of the amount of sustainability and a lot of damage that she has right now. Dunk B now stuck in the middle. It's Shiki and P68 who gets the CC in onto the Ornn, but will not pursue. Now Shiki comes in, Kuden as well is here. Duck B will be able to retreat, but action ultimate will not be enough.
Lock it. Very clutch. Y1 needs to go upstairs, and BMM again, eyes on the Akali.
Oh, the Forge God will not pursue, but will still be able to connect. Will not get into knockup as you have the crown coming in from Yonti. Hextech ultimatum will be denied because of the Aces enchant from Y1. Mega Inferno Bomb onto the Dragon Spit. A lot of damage already onto Y1. The Dragon will be secured by Genza. And now it is CES's time to now turn around and get those kills up and running. Yonti is in danger already. Shiki is pinned out, gets the kill as a security for CES.
Cerberus Esports, very clean team fighting, and once the dragon went down, the resets happened for Genza. The power of Tristana is in full effect at the mid stages of the game. You look at the items, Bloodthirster, Navori's also completed for him. And that's an easy takedown of the mid lane tower, just expanding their goal lead once again. We look at that team fight. It was a very scattered team fight, right? But with the composition that Team Flash has, I'm really having a hard time to figure out where their consistent damage will come from. Yeah, they do have the Ziggs, but they don't have a marksman that really dish out a good amount of damage. Yeah, sure, they have an Akshan, but Akshan is not really known to dish out a good amount of damage in a team fight scenario. In a 1v1 scenario, sure, Akshan is very good, but in 5v5, nah.
Yeah, it's more of like a utility champion rather than a full-on damage. And yes, he still has that possibility to deal out and dish out a lot of damage, as you have mentioned, when it comes to that 1v1. It's just a really, really difficult champion to be able to utilize when it comes to that 5v5. But right now, Duck2 pinned out. Shiki and P68 has information, but you also have Y1 against just around the corner.
And now the goal lead has expanded to 8k. It's just super hard for Team Flash to do anything right now. Like, yeah, sure, they can engage on Duck B, but what will a dead Duck B do? Of course, a retaliation from all the members of Cerberus Esports, with Genza being this far ahead. He's just going to be ultra safe in the backline, and as he levels up, the more range he gets. That's the Tristana passive that we all know and love, and that's the reason why we often regard Tristana as a late game champion. Repost.
Nice. Cancel. Will not be able to cancel pretty much all the shots, but nevertheless, it is good enough. Goes to Forge God, ready to start up the play, knocks up onto the jungle. Now Hextech ultimatum onto the backside. That is BMM who is stuck. And now Tristana once again gets the Baron. That is good enough. They got huge value. There's no more objective to fight up against. Exhaust onto the Akshan to just go away, but CES will win that fight with the objective.
Yeah, the game plan of Team Flash, the win lane, win game, really did throw them off with the lane swap that Cerberus Esports did. And so now Cerberus Esports is not stopping.
Now knocks up onto the mid lane, goes stasis enchant, but Yanni just gets denied. And now the cease and desist onto the backside. Go for the side as well for the extra slow. 368 will be able to go out with 1 HP. Shiki follows up with a double man knockup, but 3-3 is there to put out huge damage. But Genza still alive, something that TF has to be wary. Along with a flash, Genza removes HP bars of Team Flash, and now 1 inhibitor turret, 2 inhibitors falls down, the Nexus is open.
Make that 3 bot lane tower already exposed as well, and Cerberus Esports will go for the finish.
Now with a grand challenge already popped up, a lot of sustainability built onto CES. Stack will be able to survive, and Nexus will be the target along with a Baron buff. This game is over. CES wants just a little bit more sprinkle to their win as they get game 1.
There on top. Nexus explodes and Cerberus Esports gets game number 1. Kind of expected, right? With the experience advantage that we are seeing from the roster of Cerberus Esports, Team Flash has to revisit their game plan. They went for the action, wasn't really effective. Their win lane, win game, win condition wasn't there to begin with. And so what do you do next, right? You try to secure objectives, you try to go for team fights, but their lineup, not really the best team fighting wise.
Yeah, it's just lacking when it comes to a lot of aspects. Yes, you're double downing onto the likes of Yonti with the Ziggs to be able to dish out damage, but it's just really unfortunate as well to look at the early game of that fight, how CES went in for lane swap, wherein they got such a huge time boost in their favor because of a lot of delays coming through the side of TF.
Thing is, one of the reasons why I'm not liking the Ziggs as much in today's meta. Sure, yeah, okay, like you have the Crown of the Shattered Queen as one of the best defensive items available to the Ziggs, making sure that the Ziggs will not be as vulnerable as before. But if we have to remember, the main reason why Ziggs was meta back in the day was because he was going full offense, right? Like his damage at any point in the game was just too much, and I feel that Crown of the Shattered Queen is not going to present you with the same amount of damage output, right? And so that begs the question, where will the damage come from? The damage of Cerberus Esports, of Team Flash, relies heavily on the Riven being able to shred down and kill Genza. Easier said than done, especially on the Tristana that can just jump away.
With a lot of sponges as well into consideration, right? You also have the Ornn for the side, which is having a lot more frontliners for them to be able to sponge out onto these squishy targets. And on top of that consideration, I think it was Yonti, it was the Ziggs, was forced to go for the crown just because of the huge backline access that CES had.
Makes sense. Also,
I
think you get my point. I think the item by itself is no longer a situational item, right? Like it's a must buy for all champions, for all mages. It's a busted item for sure. We look at the total damage dealt to champions. Genza still the heart and soul of Cerberus Esports. Ever since season 0, Cerberus Esports really rides the performance and the expertise of Genza in the Dragon lane. You see, he was able to top the damage chart at 26k.
He was free farming all throughout that game. He was farming turrets, he was farming lanes in the early game in topside, wherein 3-3 can do nothing. So it was just a lot more space for Genza to be able to accelerate his scale.
Again, just giving props to the lane swap that denied the game plan at Team Flash, right? Like, you look at it in one glance and you knew that Team Flash just basically shot themselves into in their own foot, right? Like, what do they do, right? They're drafting needed for a marksman that can go on a solo lane, and that was the Akshan. And I just don't think that the Ziggs is the perfect champion to play right now. If you're going to play the Ziggs, might as well prioritize the Zeri that can be played in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was banned by TF as well. But right now, looking at the MVP, it is Genza who takes the title here in game number 1 this year.
Yeah, 4 items completed, 39% damage share. I believe that's the highest that I've ever seen so far in WRL-A2. Good job, Genza, and congratulations in bagging POG Game 1. But yeah, it's far from over. We still have one more game to go, or possibly two more games, Infi.
We still indeed have more games in the bag for this series, but for now, we're going to take a short break, so don't go away.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Obrigado, feliz aniversário, Wild. Aveva la pelle giallastra e gli occhi segnati da
Happy anniversary. ¿Qué les parecen estos cambios?
Happy 3rd year anniversary.
Your Coca-Cola pop-up play. Death Bowl, when you 5v5, when you run up the healing, the shielding, you take no damage.
And it's RRQ all the way, baby.
The execution in that team fight cannot be understated.
And welcome back, everyone, to series number 4 for the day. We're down into a potential last game or another game later on. We still don't know, but it's CES versus TF, who has CES the advantage.
A very quick break and a very quick game as well for Cerberus Esports. I believe we're going straight to the drafting phase. And with the site selection, let's go ahead and check as to what was the priority. Team Flash shows to be on the red side, so we will still be on the same side as game number 1. I wonder what change will be done here by Team Flash, because again, if they are ever to prioritize the Zegs, just please pick one of the Dragon laners that can be played in the solo lane, just not the Akshan.
Yeah, 100%. I was actually expecting Team Flash to go for the blue side, because there's just a lot more for them to go to prioritize into game number 2.
Okay.
Looking at it, Akali is prioritized by Team Flash as well, so the double ADC could still be done. But the thing is, with the likes of the Akali and the side of TF, that could be something that CS has to do on.
Yeah, you need some direct counter to the Akali that you can easily do by picking a Twisted Fate. I've seen a Twisted Fate get played before. But this is also a possibility, right? Like you go for the Vladimir and you have the Lee Sin to stabilize everything for Y1, which means that Genza will most likely go for another hyper carry. They're not going to draft the Ashe. I don't think so, which is also a soft counter to the Akali.
They could go for Zaya. They could go for Kaisa. They could go for Tristan. There's a lot of ADCs that is currently open. But if they want to go for the early game and match up the pace with Y1, Lucian is open for them to lock in.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, right? Like Team Flash needs to prioritize at least the Lucian or the Zeri, which really helps them in their draft, obviously, because in game number 1, I feel that they got drafted, outclassed everything that is in the dictionary when it comes to, full one-side domination. You can say it for Cerberus Esports. Anyway, we'll look into the bans. Zaya is going to be targeted away. Ziggs will, interestingly, be banned away. Are they expecting a Ziggs, Lucian, and Akali lineup? That's super squishy if that's ever to go to. If that's ever to go through.
Yeah, and have Akali on top lane. It's a glass cannon competition if ever that happens. So definitely not. But looking at it, Camille also banned away by CES, considering how Taku has played, or well, Duck B has played the Ornn. This could still be another pivot for Taku's champion.
Right, nice. Okay.
But right now, Vi already banned away.
Yeah, you target down the Vi because that makes a lot of sense. Y1 just wants to remove one of the champions that can go toe-to-toe. At the early stages of the game, right? Like if a Lee Sin Emperor tries to go for a quick engage, one cease and desist is actually... Wait, this is super squishy.
Oh my word. This is a glass cannon composition. Yes, we expected, something different, but having the Senna being locked in by Team Flash, is Gragas gonna go into the mid lane?
No, it's going to be a Senna Gragas lane for sure, right? With Lucian in the mid lane and then Akali in the top lane.
Right.
The jungle here, Infinity. Yesterday we saw Dr. Mundo. It was very effective. It was Weba that played it. They need one form of one tank, one bruiser, to be played in the jungle to really make this lineup work. I wonder what this is. Lulu?
Nunu?
Nunu. There was a game in where Nunu got picked up. Sure, but I don't think Nunu is the best option here. In fact, Dr. Mundo is actually good for me. Jarvan also, Kha'Zix. This is super squishy. You have okay, this makes sense, right? At least a fighter, right? Like Aatrox is going to serve as their pseudo frontliner. Lots of sustain as well. But the main reason why Aatrox... the camera fell down. But yeah, the main reason why Aatrox got removed in the meta is because of a lot of execution and the prevalence of all this crowd control oriented champions that are in the meta right now. It's really making it so that the Aatrox will have a hard time. But if there's anything that can unlock the potential of the Aatrox, that's the Senna. So I'm really excited to see this from Team Flash.
Yeah, for Team Flash, we're basically going back down to classics, right? The Senna Gragas bot lane I haven't seen for a really long time, and it's a meta back in the past where it's all about the utility bot laner. It's all about the utility dual lane, wherein you have the mid laner that will carry it out. But we'll see how they will be able to utilize this glass cannon type of composition, with Aatrox being one of the only frontliners they have along with them.
Exactly. They haven't moved on, Infinity. I don't think so, right? Like, this is the APAC meta back in the day, right? Like, all APAC teams will be drafting with the same flavor, right? Like, they will prioritize the Senna, they will have the Gragas, or possibly the Nasus. But there's a reason why aggressive playstyle by the CN conference basically just erased this from the options of the top teams that we have right now. And so if you're Cerberus Esports, you just need to play aggressive. You just need to dissect them one by one, especially knowing that Y1 is again on the Lee Sin. Expect aggressive plays.
Taco and Y1 doing the same thing that they did in game number 1, Counter-Strike in, stuns onto T3, but Yonti going on to the top slide early on is a change of expectation for TF.
Right. Exactly. This is also one way to play the Senna lane, right? Like, we saw this numerous times. They will be leaving the Galio or the Gragas to defend the bot lane. by himself. And so that means that the Baron laner will have the assistance of the Senna. And it's just unfair if you look at it, right? Like, you're the Jax. It was supposed to be a 1v1. Why is there a Senna here? I don't know. It's just the Senna things. And this is one of the reasons why Senna was super effective back in the day, because it unlocks a lot of laning advantages. And again, Team Flash is known to go back to the drawing board in basics. Win lane, win game.
Yeah, and that is also giving the Baron laner such a huge advantage, because it's not just about the range that he has, or she has rather, as a Senna, but also the sustainability that is built onto her kit.
There's Wrath of the Undying as well, but very susceptible to all ends. But Duckby, again, on the Ornn, needs to layer down the perfect CC. This could be it. Oh, never mind. Taku was getting the fruit.
Counter strike, double stun. Will force out the mist to be able to go back out and have an extra movement speed, but for now, this is what we can expect here on this lane. It's Duckby who will engage the fight with a double man knockup, or even a single member knockup, and then Taku to follow.
Exactly, and again, that's just unfortunate. The Taku was going for the honey fruit. I thought that was the perfect opening, and this is how you counter the Senna lane, right? You just kill them basically by layering your CCs.
Body Slam is still available. Exhaust already used up. Now the long range engage will start up. Y1 is there. Turret almost gets him, but the ignite will not be enough.
Not enough. Kyuden trying to rush towards the bot lane. Can he see it? Ardent Blaze missing! Oh!
Killer Instinct now jumps in. They want to pressure Kyuden, and now with Void Seeker with a final hit. Now looking at top side, T3 is in danger. Everyone's really low. Taku jumps in with a leap. It's a 1-for-1 trade on top lane.
Yep, not yet done though, because Cerberus Esports, Duckby, all by himself, is trying his best to get what? Wait, no way, right? Like, that's the mid laner that he killed by himself. We look at that replay once again. I thought that Y1 and Genza did not have enough damage. First of all, Y1 is not yet level 5. No access to Dragon's Rage, not even needed. And then following through is Kyuden, trying his luck, going for a blind Ardent Blaze. Very good pickup here by Y1 to use the sweeper lenses, making sure that there is no vision whatsoever there. And Genza, being level 5, was able to get another kill. And this is what scares me right now for Team Flash. What are you going to do if Genza gets unlocked?
Yeah, and with that amount of potential, it is now Yonti who has to go in to rotate into the mid lane along with Shiki. We're already down into 3 minutes and 30 seconds, but with the amount of advantage CES has already taken, they need those quick responses.
E3, no more Shroud.
Smite, Dragon's Rage, knocked up, Sonic Wave followed through, full combo, and Y1 gets the kill.
Infinity fundamentals, right? It's super basic what is being done here by Cerberus Esports. You use your Twilight Shroud, you are very susceptible to ganks. And Taku though, oh, very good kill by Kyuden.
And now Counter Strike, use up the ulti, extra sustainability, but Shiki with explosive cast, with a body slam, with a CC chain, his life is over.
They overstayed for sure, right? Like that. There's no reason for them to still be there, especially knowing that we are at 4 minutes, which means that you can easily just go back, spend those unspent gold, and prepare for the objective takedown. Now, Genza getting some tower plates here in the mid lane.
Yeah, there was just no value in staying on top side. They were just overextending. But really, I think CES at the moment, this is really good for them, taking the plates into the mid lane, getting 2 or 3 plates at the very least. It is Genza who is needing of that gold. It will be Genza who will be the dependency for CES.
Exactly. Again, Genza already accelerated. Bloodthirster at 4 minutes. You hate to see it if you're a fan of Team Flash. Because right now, he is just ahead of the curve right now. Like, there's no reason for Cerberus Esports to go and prioritize a Rift Herald except for the fact that they want to deny it from the opponent. Because you look at the tower plates on the top lane, mid lane, and bot lane, all of them almost gone. Like, the domination by Cerberus Esports is just on a different level.
Ooh. The TF once again might potentially contest the same objective. This is what happened in game number 1, and it's CES who won.
I don't like it though. You have to go for a trade instead of fighting a very ahead Cerberus Esports.
We'll see, as now it's Y1 who starts the Ocean Break. The thing is, Aatrox is still down in the right quadrant jungle. If this buys for a really long time, The CES will have the advantage. Call of the Forge God already used up. Double man knock up. Shiki and 368 force the mist out. Extra movement speed. Lee Sin secures the Ocean Drake. Now Duckbee flashes away. There's no more value in staying, but Duckbee is pinned out. Dragon Rage, Double man knock up. Shiki is now knocked up as well. BMM goes in for the Sanguine pull to go back out, and Y1 jumps back in with a Sonic Wave. It's 2 down already. Yonti the only one alive. A Cajun Raid to finish it all off, with only Lucia left standing in the top side.
Agenza so clean. He saw the root coming, using the killer instinct, making sure that his teammates is not going to get rooted. And that was what was needed by Cerberus Esports to again get another massive advantage. How about 2 objectives at 6 minutes? Cerberus Esports is just well in control. We'll look at that replay once again. First of all, Duckbee used a Call of the Forge God to just zone away Team Flash, and this Dragon's Rage was so pure, by the way, by Y1. His mechanics on the Lee Sin really so good. And did you see that Killer Instinct by Genza just to reposition? That's how you know that Cerberus Esports is just playing with food right now.
Yeah, plus Decent's Dragon's Rage with a double man knocked up gets into a different position.
Y1?
Delayed. Dragon's Rage once again, as soon as we mention it. Now Taku goes in for counter-strike as Senna will fall down. Y1 with these positions.
Oh, exactly, right? Like a wild Lee Sin appeared and Y1 there to assassinate the Senna. Very squishy at 7 minutes. In fact, you can easily say that it's one of the squishiest champion in the game, and immediately there to pounce and there to kill the Senna was Y1.
And now Genza goes into the mid lane. A Cajun Rain, so much damage. Call of the Forge God from far away will be able to knock up Killer Instinct into the hills, but will not be enough to keep him alive. And Y1 comes into fray as well, but it's just too late. Genza is already down.
Fruits wasn't enough to save him. He actually wasn't able to eat it. And that's a good shot down kill for Team Flash. At least some signs of life. Now for Team Flash though, they need to have more of that. Like 5 or 6 or maybe even more. Right? Because they're so far behind. 6,000 gold behind. Ocean Dragon goes over to Cerberus Esports as well. All tier 1 towers already destroyed by CES. And just by looking as to how Cerberus Esports has been playing this, they're just planting vision towards the jungle of Team Flash. Cheeky though.
Taku has information because of the ward. Will be able to jump back out with the leap. That's an easy escape.
That's a Jax for you. Y1 though, trying to be very mobile here. Oh, hang on.
Sonic Wave will not connect. So that is a signal for them to retreat.
Yeah, he's just playing right now. Like, welcome to the playground of Y1.
This is his own home turf, if you may. His jungle. It's his own.
It's his kingdom right now. Like Y1. You see him in the blue quadrant of the red side, like the blue quadrant of Team Flash. No camps, none whatsoever to get farmed by 368. And if they ever attempt to go for a clash, Y1 will be there to deal the killing blow.
And Kaisa already has the Rune and Circuit as well, so S3 is already upgraded, so extra sustainability. Well, not sustainability per se, but you have the invisibility already built up onto her mobility skill.
Yeah, we're not sure of that though, because it could just, at this state of the game, where you can just go ahead and use your Void Seekers to just poke down your opponent over and over again, right? Like, you have the choice, you have the option if you want the S3 upgraded or the second one.
Already using up that catering as well. Flash.
Tower destroyed top side.
Will not be able to come through. As you have mentioned, tower falls in top lane.
That's a Jax for you. Again, Team Flash really cannot find the opening that they need. Yonti might just die here. He has to be careful. He has to remember that one combo might just delete her in an instant.
Especially how squishy Senna is innately as a champion.
Very. Oh man.
Very, very squishy. But at the moment, Infernal Drake is now back up, so the resets are to be expected. But so far, Lee Sin is already starting the Infernal Drake, so don't want to give any breathing room for TF.
Yeah, and there goes Duckbee, the only person needed to zone away the members of Team Flash.
Oh yeah, and now Duckbee is pinned out, rooted out, every single skill stuck on top of each other. And now it's Or who falls down. So it's Genza who took S3. as the upgraded one.
Oh, that's good. All right. Anyway, Taku engages.
Taku, triple counter strike with a stun as well. Taku uses up the flash to be able to go back away. Now Sanguine Bull goes into the fight. T3 with a Sonic Wave. Y1 comes into that fight. It is the Sonic Wave once again, connects. Shaky is down low with a flash. Y1 comes back in. Sonic Wave to secure another.
And one person left to defend this mid lane tower with Genza and Taku. We all know what's going to happen next. This tower should get opened by Cerberus Esports, rocking the Nexus shields at 11 minutes. And Kyuden by himself. What can you do? What can he do?
There's nothing he can do.
Oh no.
Nothing. And you also have Vladimir who's pushing down in the bottom lane. So that's a lot of lane try there.
Look at that replay once again. This is a 4v5. Actually, check that. That's a 3v5 that Cerberus Esports is so much willing to take. And although that's a messed up Dragon's Rage, it did not matter. Yeah. Going for the chase is Cerberus Esports, and the damage that they already have gotten at this point in the game is already just too much. All the squishing members, all the glass cannon from Team Flash. No cannon in them. Just glass.
100%. No damage, right? And I think on top of that as well, it was Genza who was able to free it all throughout that fight. All throughout that engage.
Untouchable Genza, for sure. Y1 and company even wants this blue buff for dessert.
There's nothing of value for TF to take, just giving away the blue buff instead. They're just gonna do anything.
Hardcore bullying, brothers and sisters. This is just too much. Cerberus Esports denying everything from Team Flash.
Knock up. We'll be able to be dodged by Team Flash. Got disable, but so far 11k gold lead still by Cerberus.
Misplay.
There's possibility. We'll be able to do so. Golden to just buy a bit more time, but Y1 being taken down by the Ignite. He falls down. Double man knockup coming from Doc B. Goes in for the retreat. No junglers left for CES.
Yeah, and that is Y1 being ultra and overconfident. Surely, right? Like the layering of the CCs and damage still needs to be respected. That was a 5-man gank, mind you. 5-man rotation by Team Flash. So every single one of them was needed to finally shut down Y1. And now Team Flash at least finds some breathing room. However, in 2 minutes, the third dragon will spawn up, and we all know what third dragon signifies for Cerberus Esports. That's the Ocean Soul, open for the taking.
Yeah, 100%. It is the soul for them to be able to be taken away. And if ever TF gives it away for free, it's CS will win.
3 items already completed for Genza, so we don't have to argue about which skill was leveled up here by Genza. Because now every skill is evolved. And now BMM. Oh, Yanti.
His top side who has TF looking.
Are they going to... I believe they're going to start the Baron now. You look at Genza. Oh, wow. Just hitting from upstairs. Wow.
Yeah. Now, Senna goes in for the ultimate, has information that they are now starting the Baron, but could still turn things around. Explosive cast is there already casted out. Call to Forge God. Lee Sin is gone! No more jungler left for CES.
Yep. Jungler down as well for Team Flash, and now they have to run for the hills.
A flash for Flash. Duckby jumps in. Could still go in for the counter engage. BMM still on the horizon. I will not pursue. You still have Genza with the lane prowler into the mid lane. Could push down the inhib on top.
Yep. Opening up another tower. T3. Can he go for the miracle here? He's not going to push through. Shuriken hits. No follow-up.
Not pushed through. So far, CES, despite not getting the Baron, despite their jungler losing, they got the inhibitor top lane. So that's the value taken away by Silver.
Now Team Flash setting their sights over to the third dragon. They don't want the Soul to join Cerberus Esports for obvious reasons, right? Ocean Soul, one of the strongest in the game right now. Duck B though, going for the engage. Genza!
Oh, if Genza falls, this is disastrous for CES.
He's dead!
And yes, he does! Now they lose a huge chunk of damage coming in from Cerberus' composition. Now Y1 has to make a miracle happen here, but they're not gonna pull through. They have to buy time for Genza to come back up.
Yeah, they need to play it safe. Doesn't need to go for a 4v5. Remember, there are 2 pushing waves in the favor of Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, they have lane prio in mid and top. They could utilize that into their favor, push TF, or
He's
force
playing.
TF to go back and recall.
What? The damage from BMM is just so severe. 1 Tides of Blood. Yonti, less than half health. And also the jungler from Team Flash has to back away. And that means that this is a free dragon.
100%. And you also have Taku pushing mid lane. Once that inhib counter-strike will not connect. But now 368 forces out the World Ender to catch up onto Taku. Taku has the ultimate as well, so a lot of sustainability. Will not go in for the all-in.
The respawn of the inhibitor really didn't do much. It just got destroyed instantly by Cerberus Esports. And now the Ocean Dragon Soul is already with Cerberus Esports.
And now the zoning capabilities of Duckby is just too much. The TPs are coming in as well for Yonti to come through, but it's too late. Baron already secured by Y1. Caught the Forge God, it's double man knockup. Shiki and 368 is in danger. Duckby comes back in, and the Cajun Ranger secures it. Brings it down to a 1-member loss for TF.
Time and time again, Genza has just delivered for Cerberus Esports, and now they can just push down the Nexus. No more shields and no more members for Team Flash to really retaliate.
The best team in Vietnam, CES, is now forcing the hand of Team Flash. The Dragon's Rage to get the kill, and the Nexus will fall. It is CES who wins the series.
Easy and clean. Cerberus Esports still the best team from Vietnam. And what a way to at least get the momentum shift back into their to their side, right? Like, we have to remember that both the teams are on a 0-3 record, and so this win was very important to really break that slump that both of these teams have. And unfortunately, there's only one team advancing with a win, and that's Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, and with the performance of Y1, that was just outright impressive, dictating the whole pace of the game from early to the end.
Exactly. Y1's Lee Sin was definitely the key as to how they snowballed that game, but you look at Genza as well, right? He was so clean with all the plays that he did in the bot lane and also in the mid lane, right? Like, his killer instinct definitely going to be highlighted in our top plays.
Yeah, to be able to just go into a dangerous position and have a change in spot just gives you so much capabilities. Plus, the free hit coming in from the fight in mid lane as well. That is something that Genza was able to do to just change the tides. Have so much for TF to take it.
3 highlight plays, one after another, but still you have to feel for Team Flash. Their slump continues. And this new roster, they haven't won a map. They haven't won a game. Currently 0-8 map-wise, or game-wise. And it just does seem that, you know, Team Flash just trying to be as respectful as possible. They look like the worst team right now from APAC.
It's really unfortunate, right? And I think having this composition as well for game number 2 is a bit tricky. Because you're now double downing onto the double utilities coming into the bottom lane. You need to have a carry in other lanes, but it was not Guden, it was not Akali, it was not Aatrox able to capitalize that double utility. And surely this is not gonna go late game for Senna to be able to reach the point wherein he could deal so much damage against the enemy.
What they needed was for the Gragas to be able to really make place after place, but we saw that the Gragas was targeted, and this is the reason why we thought that, you know, the Senna meta was no longer a viable option here in WRL-A, because if you leave your support by himself in the bot lane, dive like that may just happen, and we saw the 2-man dive by Y1 and Genza. No ultimate, not a problem for Y1.
He's going to say bye-bye, but who says hello here is the MVP for game number 2. It's Y1 with Lee Sin.
Love to see it, right? Have to remember that we featured the jungle as our key matchup of today's matches, at least for Cerberus Esports and Team Flash, and Y1 delivers, gets the player of the game for game number 2.
Yeah, it's just a good showing overall for Lee Sin for Y1 coming in from CES. So definitely snagging away the title from Best of Vietnam so far here in the APAC Conference up against Team Flash, and that also secures the very first win for Cerberus here in WRL-A2.
Again, just looking at their record overall, they will definitely feel good about getting the win against Team Flash, because now, yeah, sure, they are on a 1-3 record, but one of their losses That was against Roster Y, and that went the distance.
Yeah, and now looking back onto today's matchup and today's matches,
Ooh.
it is J-Team who got a 2-0 up against OMG, FPX nagging 2-0 up against Weibo.
And Fennel will be ending up as the victors of today's matches 2-0, similar to Cerberus Esports. 2-0 all across the board.
Yeah, it's a 2-0 day. I don't have the curse, guys. I don't have the curse.
I guess it doesn't apply if it's a it's a four match
game.
day. Yeah, 4 match day. Looking at the standings for the CN conference, number 1 is Thunder Talk, followed closely by FPX, and then Woohoo Gaming closely at 3rd. Now looking at the bottom 3 teams, Weibo Gaming, Nova Esports, and EDG. Not the 3 teams that we expect at the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate, especially having the name of Nova winning the very first one.
True.
The very first world title. Or well, at least here in League of Legends Wild Rift, right? So it's really unfortunate to see them at the bottom 3 of the standings right now. But one of the shockers as well that I'm looking at for the CN conference is Thunder Talk.
Oh yeah,
no
sure.
loses, even in games, all wins.
Perfect.
Having, what, +6?
Yeah, perfect record so far. And Thunder Talk, we kind of saw this from them during the second half of WRL-A1. They were the most improved. They were the hottest team during the second half of WRL-A1. In fact, they were one push away from winning against KBG and eliminating them. But we look into the records of APAC this time around. Naos gets the top spot at 3-0, followed by BRU, G2B, and RY. And if you look at the standings closely, it does look like that we do have a 6-team race for the top 4 spot, right? Cerberus Esports, Fennel, RY, G2B, BRU, and Naos will be the 6 teams that we might be expecting to really vie for the playoff spot. Meanwhile, Invade and Team Flash, I'm sorry to say, but I feel, they have to really find the right meta, right strategy, and right players to really turn things around.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, right? Especially considering how we have seen them in today's matches. For Invade losing onto Fennel, you have Team Flash losing up against ES, and then for the past week as well, losing for series is not something that they could take an easy time on, considering that comparing to Season 1, Season 2 is a much shorter span compared into season, so that's something that's going to really creep on when it comes to the standings of APAC conference.
True, it's a much more condensed. We are going to finalize the group stages right around December, right? So that means that by December we will know who will be advancing to the playoffs. And again, the playoffs for APAC, we are looking for the top 4 teams. For CN, we're looking for the top 8 teams. Competition is definitely brewing up, but there's really a big separation between the top teams from APAC and the bottom teams as well.
Yeah, I'm really, really excited as well. Who will secure, the representatives for the APAC conference and also the CN conference? Because
you have a guess?
Ooh, you're putting my hands. You're forcing my hands here.
Oh, I went on to predict. It's fine. Just go ahead.
You know what? I'm gonna go for G2B, considering how they performed in Season 1. They represented APAC conference.
Sure. Okay,
so,
G2B.
You know what? I'm going G2B.
G2B, who else? You need top 4. Okay, G2B,
G2B, Naos, KT Roster Y. Ooh, wait, I'm leaving BRU and Fennel here. Huh. Oh, you know what? Let's go with BRU.
Okay. All right. Safe pick. And that's the same 4 teams that we saw from last season. You can never go wrong by, just looking at their recent performance and also, elevating their gameplay at the perfect moment. Now Esports, again, being part of the top 4 and currently is at number 1, kind of puts them in a spot that you will never go wrong if you ever pick them to advance towards the playoffs. Now, for my picks, it's obvious. Like the 3 Filipino teams will be advancing. Yeah, and then it's a toss-up between BRU and ROI. Whoever will be showing us the best adjustments possible will be able to at least withstand the pressure from the Filipino teams. Because again, believe me, the roster changes for all the PH teams really just elevated them to a different level.
Yeah, But before everything else, let's jump on to the interview.
欢迎大家来到赛后采访，我是子琪，让我们恭喜西贡 CES 战队拿下了今天的最后一场胜利，也是他们的首胜。那我们邀请到的是射手 Genza。第一个问题想要问到他的就是拿下首胜，怎么评价一下今天整体的一个发挥呢 ？Hi Genza, congratulations and are you satisfied about your performance today? Because it's your very first win.
Thì lời đầu tiên là gửi lời chúc mừng với chiến thắng đầu tiên của em ha. Thì em cảm thấy như thế nào về màn trình diễn của mình ngày hôm nay? Nó cũng là chiến thắng đầu tiên của mình.
Đầu tiên thì chiến thắng này nó cũng một phần nữa cũng có tinh thần cho đội hình của em. Tại vì team em đánh 4 trận mà đã thua 3 trận rồi. Thì hiện tại rất là thoải mái ạ.
Okay, so this win is a very important win for us because it boosts our energy, it boosts our mentality because after 3 losses, like this is a really important win for us.
OK， 那我们今天的选手也说到，今天这个胜利对于他们来讲是至关重要的，因为他们之前也是经历了一系列的这个连败，今天终于拿到这个首胜，对他们来讲有很大的一个鼓舞的作用。那下一个问题想要问到的是，今天的第2局的时候，对面的 Team Flash 选择了一个塞纳的体系，其实是目前很少在出现在我们的赛场上，他怎么评价对面的这个选择呢 ？So any comments of on Team Flash's camp of the Sina？In Game 2, because we haven't been seeing Sina on the stage for a long time.
Thì câu hỏi thứ hai là họ hỏi em nghĩ như thế nào về cái sự lựa chọn counter pick Senna của bên Team Flash á, tại vì đây là lần đầu tiên Senna xuất hiện ở giải đấu của mình trong cái mùa này.
Theo cá nhân em nghĩ thì hiện tại con Senna bị nerf khá là nhiều trong những các bản trước rồi, nên nó khá là yếu. Cái việc mà team họ bích vô như vậy thì em cũng thấy bình thường, không có gì kiểu nổi bật á.
So after many patch has been nerfed, so Senna has been significantly weak. So when Team Flash decided to pick Senna, Genza did not worry at all because it does not impact much on the gameplay of the team.
OK， 我们今天的选手也是说到呢，其实因为在经过很多个版本的削弱之后呢，塞纳已经被削得非常的薄弱了。他觉得当他们看到 TF 选出塞纳的时候，他就知道这局已经稳了，因为塞纳在这个版本当中呢是非常非常不版本，就是不强势的一个英雄。那下一个问题想问到的就是，因为其实今天的对手西贡 TF 也是他们同赛区的队伍嘛，有没有什么话想要对他们讲的呢 ？So the Team Flash is from the same region as you. Any words to them?
Thì câu hỏi thứ ba là em có lời nào nhắn gửi với Team Flash, một người bạn đến từ cùng khu vực của mình?
Em cũng muốn nhắn gửi đến Team Flash là hãy cố lên nhé, vì đã bước chân vô giải đấu này thì rất là khốc nghiệt. Tất cả đội ở đây đều là đội mạnh, đừng vì thua mà bỏ cuộc. Như tụi em đã từng thua rất nhiều.
So Genza wanna give his encouragement to Flash that this tournament is a really rough one with many tough opponents, but do not give up, do not like break down because of losses, because Severus has also been in the same situation, so they know how it feels, but keep trying their best and one day success will come.
OK， 那我们的 Genza 选手呢也是说到，其实他可能更多的是想给予 TF 一些鼓励，因为他知道就是 TF 和他们都在这个赛季遇到了很多很强的对手，然后很难的对局，但是他希望呢 TF 可以像他们一样，一直不断的去尝试努力，永远不要放弃。他们相信呢，终有一天会迎接到属于他们的一个胜利。那最后一个问题想要问到的就是，他觉得今天的对局当中有没有一些可以就是做得更好、更完善一点的地方呢 ？So the last one gonna be anything you think you can did better into this matchup maybe?
Thì câu hỏi cuối cùng họ muốn hỏi là từ cái cặp đấu ngày hôm nay em nghĩ là mình có thể cải thiện cái gì nhiều nhất để mà team mình có thể tốt hơn trong những trận đấu tiếp theo không?
Team em trước giờ thì sau khi gặp những đội mạnh á, thì dần kiểu lộ ra nhiều điểm yếu á. Sau trận đấu này, sau chiến thắng này thì tụi em cũng dần cải thiện được những cái điểm yếu đó, cùng nhau đánh tốt để có những chiến thắng sau đó nữa.
like Genza said that after facing many tough opponents in the first three match, they feel that all of the team weakness is being exploited by all of the good team. But from today's victory, he can feel that the team can fix most of the weakness already, so they will try harder to gain more victory in the upcoming matches.
OK， 我们的 Genza 选手也说到，其实可能因为他们在前面的一些这个对局当中呢，他们认为他们都遇到了最顶尖的一些对手，所以说可能没有发挥的很好。但是通过今天的这场对局，他们突然间发现自己好像已经能够完善自己的一些不足和弱点了，所以他们也更有动力可以继续去完善好之后的每一场比赛。OK，Thank you Genza, that's all for the interview and thank you for the translating. Bye bye.
OK， 拜拜。
拜拜。
Thank you， 拜拜。
那以上就是。
What an interview coming in from Genza. I mean, we saw the mindset coming from Senna, we saw the mindset and the words coming in from Genza as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
just the insight. Just the insight was super insightful, and we were right? Like the Senna as a champion is no longer relevant in the current meta. Genza said it best. Okay, when Senna got picked, I'm not going to hesitate, and I'm not going to get scared. And you can also feel for Cerberus Esports, right? They are trying to encourage Team Flash because he knows that this is a very stacked tournament, and they just want both of them to do better moving forward.
Yeah. And looking tomorrow, in tomorrow's games, we have WHG who will be battling up against JDG. The second series to follow through is another heated matchup between two Filipino teams. G2B versus Naos.
A very spicy one indeed. And then to round up everything for tomorrow is also another classic. You ask me who's my top 4, whoever wins this matchup between BRU and KT Roll Survival will most likely be our top 4 team for APAC. But there you go, 3 explosive matches and 2 APAC conference matches, always to the delight of the viewers here in WRL-A2.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think there's a lot in store for the viewers watching tomorrow, and I think it's going to be a blast. But before we end here, Otoluz, any final words before we come to a close?
It's a very quick 2-0 all across the board, and again, it's super fun to watch Wildrift and cast Wildrift Esports. So yeah, we'll see each other again tomorrow. INV.
Yeah. 100%. It's really fun time when it comes to watching League of Legends Wildrift games. But for now, that is it for today, League of Legends Wildrift fans. I'm Infinity, and this is Otoluz with me, along with Dash a while ago, here to say goodbye and see you guys tomorrow in tomorrow's series.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.